Chapter 730. After Gu Qingfeng realized that he had lost Wang Su, he rushed to the Grand Tutor Hall with all his might. He used his qinggong to the extreme. The wind blew and he almost couldn't open his eyes. However, he still couldn't catch up with Wang Su. There was no other reason. This was the inner city of Chengdu, Wang Su's territory. Gu Qingfeng usually stayed in the remote Tianxiang pavilion in the outer city. Even if he entered the city, he only came to see Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong. He wasn't familiar with the inner city and couldn't beat Wang Su, who took a shortcut. In addition, in order to hide from others and eavesdrop on Wang Su, Gu Qingfeng changed into a woman's skirt. This dragged him down. He grabbed the hem of his dress with both hands, spread his feet apart, and ran forward with his legs splayed out in front of him. The pedestrians on the road all looked at him like he was an idiot. Their jaws almost dropped. Gu Qingfeng finally arrived at the Grand Tutor Hall. He couldn't enter the hall openly, so he could only climb over the wall. But after running all the way, he was already panting like a dog. Oh, pant, twice, damn. What's going on? I'm so tired. Gu Qingfeng was almost done panting. He went to the side wall of the Grand Tutor Hall and jumped up. He was still in the same place. He jumped up again. He was still in the same place. He was really exhausted. Gu Qingfeng had to use the most primitive method, climbing the wall. He climbed to the top of the wall and fell down from the high wall. This was really the most embarrassing mission he had ever been on. When Gu Qingfeng arrived at the courtyard outside the sick room of the Qilin Hall with his messy hair and loose clothes without a care for his image, it was as if he had just been ruthlessly defiled by someone. He didn't know anything about this. He came to the window and was about to lift his skirt and flip over when he saw Gu Changqing in the room. Gu Changqing was sitting at a square table with half of his face facing the window. His handsome face was covered with flour. There was dough, flour, and other ingredients on the table. He was using a rolling pin to roll dough. Gu Qingfeng took a few glances before he recognized that this was his elder brother. He was stunned. What was going on? Why would his elder brother appear here? Although he knew that his elder brother had come to the Yan Kingdom, he did not come to Chengdu. Furthermore, why would his elder brother be sitting here quietly rolling noodles? And it was so ugly. The thickness of the noodles was uneven, and the length was different. It wasn't noodles but dough lumps, right? Compared to Big Brother's appearance, Big Brother's rolling of noodles surprised Gu Qingfeng even more. This was something that Big Brother would never do in 10 lifetimes. It was even more impossible than him reincarnating as a woman. The corner of Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. For a moment he wondered if he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard and the pain almost made him fall to the ground. Yes, it was not a dream. This was really Big Brother. Big Brother came to find him and Big Brother was rolling noodles for him. Gu Qingfeng was moved to tears. He looked affectionately at Big Brother, who was clumsily rolling noodles, and said excitedly, "Big, bang." The rolling pin flew over. Gu Qingfeng was hit in the face and fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The rolling pin had already flown back. "I told you not to quarrel." Gu Changqing caught the rolling pin that flew back and continued to roll noodles. Gu Qingfeng looked at the blue sky and white clouds and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Big Brother, I am your younger brother Xiao Hongfeng. Ah." Xiao Heng had just been called by the monarch. He knew that Gu Changqing had come. It was because Gu Changqing was here that he felt relieved to go out. When he returned to the ward, he first found a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall who had fainted at the door. When he closed the window, he found an unconscious civilian girl in the courtyard. It seems to be Gu Qingfeng. Xiao Heng recognized him. Gu Changqing paused in his action of rolling the dough. Xiao Heng was puzzled. Why did he faint? Gu Changqing, whose body suddenly stiffened, was speechless. Gu Qingfeng was pulled into the house by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing pinched his philtrum. His younger sister was asleep. No one was allowed to disturb her. His younger brother was cruelly woken up. Gu Qingfeng slowly woke up on the chair. At this time he did not know that there was a stick mark all over his face. The left and right sides of his face were clearly separated. He saw Big Brother, who was standing in front of him like a mountain, and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He felt so wronged. Big Brother hit him as soon as they met. Gu Changqing looked at him condescendingly and said indifferently, "Have you been neglecting your martial arts practice these days? Why can't you take one hit?" Gu Qingfeng was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Big Brother's serious face. It was not that Big Brother did not recognize him, nor did he hit him. He was testing his martial arts. Big Brother had always remembered his martial arts. He misunderstood Big Brother. "Big Brother," Gu Changqing said sternly, "from now on, Wake up an hour earlier every day to practice martial arts. Yes, big brother. Gu Changqing turned around and heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Jiao woke up at dusk. She had a good sleep. She felt alive. She sat up and stretched. Then she realized three things. First, Gu Changqing was here. Second, there was a strong fragrance of noodles in the house. Third, Gu Jiao looked strangely at Gu Qingfeng, who was sitting beside Gu Changqing. How did you become a pig's head? Gu Qingfeng pointed. That's a pig's head. I'm not. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of Gu Qingfeng's finger. She saw an unconscious man who was tied up and sitting on the ground by the wall. From the extent of his bruises, this person was indeed better. This was because Wang Su shouted louder, so Gu Changqing hit him harder. Who is he? Gu Jiao asked. Wang Su. Xiaoheng said. Eat the noodles first. I'll tell you slowly. Gu Changqing said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. She got up and sat down beside Gu Changqing. Using noodles to let his sister sit beside him was very scheming. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Changqing beside her, and then looked at Xiaoheng and Gu Qingfeng. You're all here. Where's Jing Kong? At this time, school should be over in Jing Kong. Xiaoheng said. They brought her to the garden to play with the little princess. The original plan was for Gu Qingfeng to pick her up and send her to Willow Lane to stay for a few days. With Master Nan and Master Lu looking after her, nothing should happen. Who would have thought that Gu Qingfeng would be beaten into a pig's head with a stick? Xiaoheng had no choice but to change his plan and bring the young commandery princess to fetch her playmate. Eat it while it's hot. Gu Changqing said, otherwise the noodles will be lumpy. Gu Jiao looked at the steaming hot noodles in the bowl. She didn't ask whether it was noodles or noodles. She just sighed and said, I just woke up and there's food. It's good. Gu Qingfeng and Xiaoheng burped together. Yes, you're really good. We and the other disciples of the State Preceptor Palace in the kitchen are all stuffed. In order to improve his cooking skills, Gu Changqing rolled wave after wave and cooked bowl after bowl. This bowl was just out of the pot. Fortunately, Gu Changqing's cooking skills were better than Xiao Liulong's. Except for the ugly appearance, the taste was not bad. Gu Jiao didn't eat at noon. After the operation she fell asleep. She was really hungry now. Gu Jiao said, the noodles are quite chewy. Gu Changqing. I made Yangchun noodles. Gu Changqing had heard Gu Jiao mumble about Yangchun noodles in her sleep when he was guarding her. The chefs in the State Preceptor's Hall could not make authentic Zhao country Yangchun noodles, so he decided to cook for his sister personally. While Gu Jiao ate the noodles, Gu Jiao told Gu Qingfeng about old Master Han meeting Wang Su. Anyway, Wang Su is the only one who can recognize the eldest grandson of the emperor, except for the former crown princess. Gu Jiao slurped the noodles. Oh, I see. As soon as her voice fell, Wang Su woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was tied up. He looked at the people in the room with a dumbfounded face. He didn't understand what happened. Just now, there was only the eldest grandson of the emperor, but now, why are there people? His eyes looked back and forth between Xiaoheng and Gu Changqing. Finally, he realized that the man rolling the noodles was not the eldest grandson of the emperor, but the person in front of him. When did the eldest grandson of the emperor have such a broad back? Who are you? He asked warily. Gu Jiao came over with the noodles, squatted down in front of him and said while slurping, Are you that unlucky guy? Wang Su. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao's back as she squatted on the ground and sucked on the bowl. Why did he feel that this posture was a little familiar? He looked at the sleeping Shangguan Yen and the corner of his mouth twitched. Can't I learn something good? I'm asking you a question. Gu Jiao said. Rumble. Wang Su's stomach growled. Wang Su turned his face away and tried not to smell the aroma of the noodles. But will it be okay if he doesn't smell it? The sound of Gu Jiao slurping the noodles was simply enough to make people drool. Gu Jiao first put a hat on him. You disguised yourself as a disciple of the State Preceptor Palace? Did you want to assassinate the eldest grandson of the emperor? Wang Su turned his face and sternly refuted, You're talking nonsense. How can I assassinate His Highness? Gu Jiao said, Oh, and casually asked, Then what are you doing here? Wang Su looked at the noodles in her bowl, swallowed his saliva and said, I got the news that someone pretended to be His Highness, so I came to identify the real one. Gu Jiao asked, Did you identify it? Wang Su awkwardly said, No, I haven't finished the code yet, but I was knocked unconscious by your people. Gu Jiao curiously asked, What code? Tell me about it. The three men in the room all looked at Wang Su, including Xiaoheng, who didn't change his expression. Wang Su was stationed at the imperial mausoleum when Shangguanqing was 13 years old. He didn't have any contact with Shangguanqing in the first half of the year. It was by chance that he was injured and returned to the camp. He met Shangguanqing on the way, and Shangguanqing asked someone to send him a bottle of wound medicine at night. At that time he thought that this child was good and wanted to teach him martial arts. But this child was unwilling to study hard and often led him astray. For example, in the past 2 years he didn't teach Shangguanqing any moves, but Shangguanqing taught him a lot of strange codes. Wang Su took a deep look at Xiaoheng and said seriously, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger." Gu Jiao said without hesitation, "You're an idiot." Wang Su was stunned and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao slurped a mouthful of noodles, finished it and said, "Did I get it right?" Wang Su was surprised. This was impossible. This was clearly a secret signal between him and the eldest grandson of the emperor. Gu Jiao, I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the state preceptor knows all about it. Gu Jiao pointed at Xiaoheng. He taught me. After the code is correct, he is the imperial grandson. Wang Su frowned. Why don't I believe it? Each of you is more suspicious than the other. The thought flashed through his mind. Wang Su frowned and said, I still have the code. I don't believe that you can all answer it. Gu Jiao slurped a mouthful of noodles. Go ahead. Wang Su, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Gu Jiao, east, west, north, south, center and white. Wang Su was shocked. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is mine. Wang Su's body trembled. He gritted his teeth again and made a ruthless plan. Medicine, medicine. Gu Jiao slurped a mouthful of noodles. Check, check. Wang Su was shocked for the third time. Gu Chengfeng patted Xiaoheng next to him and whispered, What are they talking about? Do you understand? Xiaoheng thought to himself, it would be strange if I understood. What kind of nonsense is this? Did Xiaoqing really teach them? Why does it sound like they aren't serious? Having an indecent father is already enough. Don't tell me he also has an indecent older brother? Wang Su threw out a few more secret signals one after another, and Gu Jiao matched them all without any mistakes. Wang Su took a deep breath, looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at Xiaoheng not far away. He clenched his fists and said, Now that things have come to this, I can only use my trump card. If you can even answer this, then I will believe that he is the real imperial grandson. Gu Jiao calmly drank a mouthful of noodles and motioned for him to continue. Wang Su narrowed his eyes, raised his chin and said with a strong aura, This time it's not a code, it's a title. It's tailor-made for me by His Highness Prince Changsun. His Highness Prince Changsun said that this is the dream of all men in the world, to become the person. Gu Jiao tilted her head. Old Wang from next door? Wang Su. How the hell do you even know this? Chapter 731. Wang Su completely collapsed. He lay on the cool floor in a daze, staring straight at the roof beams as if he had been struck by lightning 100,000 times. Gu Jiao stood up with the bowl of noodles and pouted at Gu Chengfeng. She said lightly, Untie him, he's one of us. Gu Chengfeng was dumbfounded. That's it? No, there are so many people here and you're ordering me around? You know I'm the most reliable. Gu Chengfeng strode over with a big rolling pin mark on his head and untied the rope on Wang Su's body. How could Wang Su not recognize this was the common woman, who had followed him on the street? With an Adam's apple, it was a man. Wang Su's heart was full of doubts. Who were the people who appeared beside the imperial grandson in this room? One was a terrifying master who could knock him down with a rolling pin, one was a master of Qinggong who was good at disguise and forced him to escape, and the other was Xiao Lulang whom he knew. He was the doctor that the monarch had invited for the deposed crown princess. He was the one who had brought Xiao Lulang in through the palace gate. No, why were you following me just now? Wang Su asked Gu Chengfeng. Since the girl said she was one of them, Gu Chengfeng didn't plan on disguising himself as a woman anymore. His eyes flashed and he said in his own male voice, I wasn't following you, I was following the crown prince. The crown prince met with the old man of the Han family again, so I followed him to see what tricks he was up to. We knew you would come. You secretly met with the old man of the Han family, isn't that suspicious? Sure enough, he was a man, Wang Su thought. Wang Su carefully considered the possibility of the situation Gu Chengfeng described. The conflict between the crown prince and the deposed crown princess wasn't new. The cause could be traced back to when the crown princess was deposed and the crown prince became the heir apparent. Anyone would think that the crown prince stole what belonged to the crown princess. A few days ago, the crown prince and the deposed crown princess had an argument in the harem, and the crown prince's guards even injured the deposed crown princess. Now that the deposed crown princess was being persecuted again, it was reasonable that the imperial grandson would be the first to suspect the crown prince and send people to keep an eye on him. After Gu Qingfeng untied him, he stood up and extended a hand to him. Wang Su grabbed Gu Qingfeng's hand and stood up. Hiss, so painful. Who's that big guy? He was too heavy-handed. He limped over to Xiaoheng and cupped his hands in salute. Your humble servant Wang Su greets your highness Zhang Sun. Through Gu Qingfeng's observation of Wang Su, although this person was a little unreasonable, he was not bought by grandfather Han. It could be seen that he was a loyal person. Xiaoheng nodded and said, what happened today was a misunderstanding. Commandant Guan, please don't take it to heart. It was this humble subject who was impetuous. Your Highness Zhang Sun is willing to overlook this humble subject's mistake. This humble subject is extremely grateful. His Majesty is in the stargazing tower. Go and report to him. Yes. Wang Su cupped his hands in salute again and then retreated. The moment he turned around, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaoheng. Your Highness Zhang Sun won't ask this humble subject whether or not this humble subject has found any clues. Even Imperial concubine Han had sent people to inquire about it in front of him. Xiaoheng looked at him with a heavy gaze. I believe that Commandant Guan will give my mother justice. His Highness Zhang Sun still trusted him as always. A wave of heat rolled through Wang Su's heart. An impulse to be trusted struck him in the heart. He solemnly said, this humble subject will do his best. He left the room. Gu Qingfeng stuck his head out to take a look. He entered the room and clapped his hands. Okay, he's gone far. Xiaoheng took out a clean piece of gauze from his bosom. After opening it, a small thread was revealed. This was something that had been found on Wang Su's body. Wang Su had wrapped it in a handkerchief. It was incompatible with Wang Su's identity as Commandant Guan. It also faintly exuded the fragrance of grass and the smell of blood. Xiaoheng speculated that it was the evidence that Wang Su had found at the crime scene today. Xiaoheng cut a small piece of it with a pair of scissors. The clothes that Sheng Guanyin wore when she was injured had been taken off by Gu Jiao and placed in a box in the ward as evidence. After careful examination, Xiaoheng found that this piece of silk did not come from Sheng Guanyin. The four people sat around the square table. Gu Jiao had finished her noodles and was holding a bowl that was bigger than her face to drink the noodle soup. Xiaoheng sat beside her and said, it should be the murderer's clothes that were left in the grass or thorns at the scene. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Changqing sat opposite the two people. Is it that? Hanye's cloth? Gu Qingfeng asked. Hanye was very suspicious. Not only did he assassinate Xiaoheng, but he also tried to assassinate Gu Jiao. He seemed to be the best knife in the crown prince's hand. Xiaoheng shook his head. This is coarse silk. It's a fur coat in winter and coarse clothes in summer. Coarse silk doesn't have a strong insulation, but it has excellent ventilation, so it is generally used to make summer clothes. He said and looked at Gu Qingfeng, your coat is made of coarse silk. The quality is not as good as the coarse silk in my hand, but this kind of coarse silk is not the best. Today in the forest, when Jiao Jiao fought with Han Yi, he wore silk. That night, when he disguised himself as a black-clothed man to assassinate me at the academy, he wore the best coarse silk. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. Han Yi was the heir of the Han family. He was a real aristocrat. Naturally, it was impossible for him to wear 7 or 8 sets of cheap night clothes on the market. They were all custom-made. They were close-fitting, light, and had good stretch. Gu Qingfeng looked at the coarse silk in Xiaoheng's hand and said thoughtfully, that is to say, this material is neither the cheapest nor the most expensive. Xiaoheng said, it's above average. The common people can't afford it, and the aristocrats don't like it. Gu Qingfeng frowned. Who could it be? A master of the Han family? A master of the crown prince's mansion? Could it be that Qi Xian? They had already exchanged all the information they knew. Xiaoheng's background, the fact that Sheng Guanyin was the female slave of the Yan kingdom, and the clues about Qi Xian and other people related to Han Yi. Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Changqing, Big brother, you fought with Qi Xian. Did you see what clothes he was wearing? Gu Changqing said, I didn't fight with him. Qi Xian grabbed Han Yi and left. He didn't fight with Gu Changqing. Gu Jiao raised a hand from behind the big bowl. I fought with Qi Xian. Gu Qingfeng looked at her. Did he wear clothes made of this material? Gu Jiao, I don't remember. Gu Qingfeng, Xiaoheng said, keep an eye on Wang Su. See if he has any clues. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. What happened to the trust? Isn't he still secretly watching? Got it. I'll keep an eye on him later. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips. Thinking of something, he asked, I still don't understand. They killed you because you are the eldest grandson of the emperor. You haven't been demoted to a commoner. But your mother is no longer a member of the imperial family. Why are there still people who don't let her go? Xiao Heng said, if they can be demoted, they can be reinstated. The emperor once said that the crown princess Shangguan Yen was demoted to a commoner and imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum, never to return to the capital. But now, not only had she returned, she had even moved into the imperial palace. Who among those who were itching to make a move could sit still? The crown prince is the first one who can't sit still. 1 or 2 days may be nothing, but after a long time, some people will worry about whether the emperor's father-daughter relationship with Shangguan Yen has returned. This is a very dangerous signal. Not everything must be solved after it happens. It is better to nip the problem in the bud and nip the problem in the bud. Even if it is just a speculation, it must be stifled immediately. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment and said to Xiao Heng, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Maybe your mother saw the murderer. We can't rule out this possibility. Xiao Heng said, if she really saw it, we will know if another person came out to take the blame. The person who tried to assassinate him that night was obviously Han Yi, but the one who was punished was the second master of the Han family. Gu Jiao drank the last mouthful of noodle soup. She had just put down the big empty bowl when 2 slender hands reached out to her at the same time. One was Gu Changqing's and the other was Xiao Heng's. Both of them were holding a clean handkerchief in their hands. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes. Why does she feel like this is another question that will send her to her death? She slightly raised her left hand. Gu Changqing's face sank. She slightly raised her right hand. Xiao Heng's face turned black. Her eyes moved. She stretched out her hands and grabbed the handkerchief of the 2 men at the same time. No distinction between first and second, fair treatment. While wiping her mouth with 2 handkerchiefs, she ran out of the room. When she was gone, her voice came from the corridor, I'm going to find the state preceptor. The 2 men stared at each other for 3 seconds. Suddenly they got up and shouted at the door, your foot. This girl sprained her ankle and still ran away. Gu Jiao's foot was fine. Her body had been trained by her, so her recovery ability was excellent. She went to the library. There were 3 floors in the library. The first floor was the largest, where the most common books were placed. The second floor was the second largest, which contained some more professional and hard-to-find books. The third floor was the smallest, which involved the secrets of the Yen Kingdom and the State Preceptor's Palace. For example, the former 6 books of the Yen Kingdom were once displayed on the 3rd floor. Gu Jiao only went to the 1st floor. Yi Qing was sorting out books in front of a row of bookshelves. When he saw Gu Jiao come in, he politely greeted, young Master Xiao. Gu Jiao nodded, Yi Qing. Yi Qing handed the books in his hand to the disciple beside him. You take these 2 books out to dry. They are a little wet. I will come back later to sort out the rest. Yes, senior brother. The disciple took the books with both hands, bowed and walked out. Yi Qing took Gu Jiao to the tea table, walked up a high step and sat down on the opposite side of the desk. Gu Jiao sat down opposite him in the same posture. He picked up a pot of tea from the small wooden bucket filled with ice, smiled slightly and said, it's honey flower tea. He first poured a cup for Gu Jiao and then poured a cup for himself. Gu Jiao had just eaten a big bowl of noodles. To be honest, her stomach was a little full, so she just took a sip. There should be mint in the tea, which was very fragrant and pleasant. Yi Qing said with a smile, young Master Xiao, are you here to see my master? Master and His Majesty are on the 3rd floor and Commandant Wang has just gone up. I guess they won't finish talking for a while. If young Master Xiao has something urgent, I can pass on a message for young Master Xiao. The disciple of the State Preceptor's Palace who was serving tea for the 2 heard Yi Qing's words, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. When the State Preceptor was talking with others, he never allowed anyone to disturb him, let alone pass on a message if there was no urgent matter. What was so special about this young Master Xiao? Gu Jiao didn't know that the State Preceptor was so arrogant. She thought that reporting to the State Preceptor was a routine operation, but she didn't have to see the State Preceptor. Gu Jiao took a sip of tea and asked, did your master teach you those secret words? Yi Qing looked blank. What secret words? Gu Jiao, red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. Yi Qing blurted out reflexively, east, west, north, south and white. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes, sure enough it's you. Shangguan Qing came to the State Preceptor's Palace every 2 years and stayed for a few days every time. It was said that he had a good relationship with the disciples of the state preceptor's palace. It was obvious that these secret words were taught by the state preceptor. Yi Qing smiled embarrassedly. It was the imperial grandson who told young Master Xiao. Just a few jokes. Young Master Xiao doesn't have to take it to heart. Gu Jiao snorted, "Old man, you are not serious." Yi Qing laughed dryly. Speaking of which, it was not his master who was not serious, it was the imperial grandson who was not serious. Who knew that his stomach was full of evil ideas at such a young age? He could fall asleep while studying, but he had a better memory than anyone else when it came to learning these unorthodox things. "Can I go up to your second floor to have a look?" Gu Jiao asked. Yi Qing said, "Young Master Xiao, you can." Others were not very good, they had to get the state preceptor's permission. But his master seemed to take special care of this young Master Xiao. Except for a few very special places, he could almost let young Master Xiao walk around. Gu Jiao and Yi Qing went up to the second floor. There were only 2 disciples on duty on the second floor. When the 2 saw Yi Qing, they respectfully saluted, "Big brother." Yi Qing nodded and said to the 2, "You do your thing, I will show young Master Xiao around." "Yes." The 2 stepped aside. Yi Qing said to Gu Jiao, "Young Master Xiao, please." Gu Jiao casually looked around. There were books on farming, law, arithmetic, astronomy, geography, and other relatively professional books. They were more in-depth and comprehensive than similar books on the market. Gu Jiao put the farming book back on the shelf and looked at the row of bookshelves on the right and said, "What is that over there?" There were not books on that row of bookshelves but scrolls. Yi Qing looked and said, "Those are portraits of all the major families." This was a good opportunity to collect information. "Can I take a look?" Gu Jiao politely asked. "Of course." Yi Qing smiled and said. It was one thing for him to treat Gu Jiao with respect, but it was another thing for Gu Jiao to reciprocate with respect. This was much more comfortable to get along with than those nobles who had a smile on their face, but their words and actions were full of disdain. Gu Jiao came to the front of the bookshelves. There were originally wooden signs of the major families on the bookshelves. Today's weather was good, so the disciples who were sweeping took the wooden signs away to clean. Gu Jiao casually picked up a scroll. Yi Qing opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating he felt that it was okay. Gu Jiao opened the scroll. The portrait was of a man holding a red tasseled spear and wearing golden armor. His facial features were resolute, his eyebrows were cold, and there was a tear-drop mole under his right eye. Looking at the face in the portrait, Gu Jiao froze for a moment. Her eyes moved down. "Xinyuan?" Her finger just happened to press on the last word of the name. She slowly moved her finger away. Chapter 732. All the novels that can't be found online are here. This is Xinyuan Li? Xinyuan Li and the king are of the same generation. If he is still alive, he should be about the same age as the king. This should be a portrait of him when he was young. Why do I have a feeling of déjà vu as if I have seen it before? Is it the mole? Xiaoheng also has it. Or is it the red tasseled spear in his hand? This is Xinyuan Li, the former head of the Xinyuan family. Yi Qing saw that she was in a daze and introduced him to her. The Xinyuan family is a taboo in the Yan kingdom. Yi Qing is the eldest disciple of the state preceptor hall, so he has the confidence to mention it. Gu Jiao looked at it for a while, carefully put the portrait back and opened another one. This time she looked at the name first, Xinyuan Cheng. It is also a portrait of a young man who looks to be in his early 20s. He is wearing silver armor, holding a red tasseled spear, looks like Xinyuan Li, very heroic, and has a cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. If he were to take off his armor, he would be an elegant young master with a jade-like appearance. Yi Qing looked at the portrait and said, Xinyuan Cheng was weak and sickly when he was a child. Coupled with the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, he was always laughed at by young masters of the same age as a little girl. Then he followed his father to practice martial arts desperately, worked hard to become stronger, and finally became a famous general who can continue the legend of Xinyuan Li. Gu Jiao sighed, there is such an anecdote. The man in the portrait is tall, with fierce eyes and a murderous aura. Who would have guessed that he had such an experience when he was a child? Gu Jiao opened the third portrait of the Xinyuan Empress before she got married, and the name below is Xinyuan Han Yen. It is a portrait of her riding on a horse, quite a bit of the style of a tiger girl. Her appearance is extremely beautiful. Shengguan Yin is very similar to her, especially that pair of auspicious phoenix eyes. So it seems that Xiaoheng is also very similar to her. Gu Jiao opened the fourth portrait of a daughter of the Xinyuan family, whose name is Xinyuan Zi. Who is she? Gu Jiao asked Yi Qing. Yi Qing said pleasantly, Xinyuan Zi, the eldest daughter of the Li family, Xinyuan Cheng's younger sister, and later Prince Consort Jing. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Your Highness? Yi Qing thought for a moment and said, yes, Duchess N. When she passed away, Crown Prince Jing had yet to inherit the house of Duke, so she was buried as the Crown Princess. Gu Jiao said subconsciously, Jing Yinin's mother? Now it was Yi Qing's turn to be puzzled. Ah, young Master Xiao, you know about it? Gu Jiao replied, oh, it suddenly popped up in my mind. Yi Qing expressed his understanding. You have been in the capital for so long, you must have heard about the Duke Ongwa's mansion. Yes, I've heard of her. Gu Jiao continued to study the woman in the portrait. This was an otherworldly face. When the facial features were taken apart, each one of them wasn't too exquisite, but when pieced together, they were beautiful. It was the kind of face that Gu Jiao liked. Gu Jiao stared at Xinyuan Zi's portrait for a long time, long enough for the last ray of light to dim. At this moment, there was a sound of knocking on the stairs from the third floor. It was a disciple who knocked over the scroll in his hand, and it rolled all over the floor. Yi Qing hurriedly went to help him pick it up. The two disciples on duty on the second floor didn't move. In the library, not only were the books and materials divided into ranks, but so were the disciples. The disciples on the first floor couldn't go up to the second floor, and couldn't peek at the things on the second floor. The disciples on the second floor couldn't go up to the third floor or touch anything related to the third floor. Therefore only Yi Qing could help. Gu Jiao saw that the two disciples didn't move, and probably understood that it wasn't suitable for her to go, so she stayed where she was. It was just that the disciple was in a hurry, and the portrait that he picked up with great difficulty fell down again. He was in a hurry to grab the portrait and almost fell down. Yi Qing was also in a difficult situation because of him. A scroll rolled to Gu Jiao's feet. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the scroll but didn't open it. She walked over and handed it to them. Here. Yi Qing took it. Thank you. There were several scrolls scattered on the ground. Gu Jiao didn't look at them and turned around to leave. However, she caught a glimpse of a portrait out of the corner of her eye. Her first reaction was to continue to leave, but her second reaction was to suddenly stop. This time she openly looked at the portrait. The disciple quickly rolled up the portrait and put it away. He apologized again and again. I'm sorry, senior brother. Yi Qing said with tolerance. It's okay, be careful next time. He gratefully said, yes then, senior brother, I'm leaving. Yi Qing nodded. Go. The disciple went down to the second floor with a pile of books and portraits. The youth in the portrait lingered in Gu Jiao's mind. Not for anything else but because the youth's face looked too much like Long Yi's. If Long Yi returned to the age of 13 or 14 he might look like that. Ordinary people couldn't completely outline a person's appearance in their mind. Even the closest parents, as long as they closed their eyes, only a vague outline was left. But Gu Jiao was a person who had received special training. She could conjure all the faces she remembered. She kept comparing Long Yi with the youth in the portrait in her mind. Could that youth be Long Yi from many years ago? Or just a person who looked similar to Long Yi? If it was the latter, it was fine, but if it was Long Yi, from the distribution of the first and second floors, the higher you go, the more confidential it is. The portrait just now was taken down from the third floor. Even the portraits of the Xinyuan family and the 10 great families were only on the second floor. Could it be that Long Yi's level of confidentiality was higher than theirs? In the study on the third floor, the king and the state preceptor sat on the cushion and played chess. Wang Su waited for more than half an hour beside the two of them. Until the state preceptor's last chess piece fell, the king sighed. You won again. The state preceptor said, I won half a point. The king snorted, half a point is still a win. Don't think that I can't see that you have been giving way. The state preceptor looked at the king and said, Your Majesty's chess skills were not so bad in the past. Your Majesty is absent-minded. Are you worried about Crown Princess? I am not worried about her. The king said and paused, also she is not Crown Princess. The state preceptor didn't expose it. It was obviously you who called her Crown Princess first last night. The king hesitated and asked, Her injury, can it really be healed? Yes. The state preceptor said without hesitation. The king looked at him suspiciously, You are too sure. The state preceptor said, Because she performed the operation, so I am very confident. The king frowned even more. State preceptor, I have known you for more than 30 years, but you have never praised anyone in front of me. Is this Xiao Lulang really so outstanding? The state preceptor said, Yes. The king was not used to the state preceptor praising a person like this. He didn't even praise Xin Yuanli like this. But I don't like him very much, the king said. The state preceptor poured a cup of tea for the king, because there is no respect for the imperial power in his eyes? Just like the Xinyuan family. The king's face darkened when he mentioned the Xinyuan family. The state preceptor said lightly, Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. He is just a student from Zhao country. Besides being proficient in medical skills, knowing how to play the bow, and having some skills, he is nothing. The king frowned. You can admit that to this extent and you still call it nothing? The state preceptor seemed to be in a good mood. He laughed and said, Since ancient times heroes come from the young. The king didn't continue this topic. The state preceptor raised his hand. A disciple who was waiting respectfully by his side came forward, intending to rearrange the chessboard. The king waved his hand. Forget it, don't play anymore. It is getting late. I should go back to the palace. Your Majesty. The state preceptor looked at Wang Su. Only then did the king remember that Wang Su had just come over. It was just that he was too engrossed in playing chess, so he let Wang Su wait until now. What's the matter? Before the king finished his words, his voice got stuck in his throat. He frowned. How did you become like this? Wang Su had changed back to his official uniform of Commandant Guan, but he couldn't change his pighead face for a while. He didn't mean to smear the emperor's grandson. He just said embarrassedly, I fell down. The state preceptor took a sip of tea and joked. People who practice martial arts have great strength. The strength of your fall is also beyond ordinary people's reach. Ordinary people can't fall and become a pighead. Wang Su was embarrassed. Falling down sounded better than being beaten up. Wang Su went back to the topic. He cupped his hands and reported, I investigated the case of the crown princess injury and found some clues. The king just picked up the teacup and was about to drink. Hearing this, he put down the cup and said, Speak. Wang Su took out a clean handkerchief from his bosom and opened it to reveal a thin strand of coarse silk. I found this in the brambles at the crime scene. It should be from the murderer's clothes. Zhang Dequan took the handkerchief and handed it to the king and the state preceptor. The state preceptor glanced at it and said, It's coarse cloth produced in Huayang County. It's of medium quality. Our state preceptor hall also uses this kind of cloth to make summer clothes for our disciples. The material that the disciples of the state preceptor hall could afford to wear was not ordinary material. The king continued to look at the state preceptor. The state preceptor picked it up and sniffed. It doesn't have the fragrance of our state preceptor hall. It's not from the state preceptor hall. The king, who suspects the state preceptor hall? The state preceptor looked at Zhang Dequan. Who in the palace wears this kind of coarse silk? This. Zhang Dequan couldn't deduce this with just a strand of coarse silk. The state preceptor said to the disciple beside him, Go and get an identical piece of coarse cloth. Yes. The disciple turned and left. Not long after, he came back with a long piece of coarse cloth. Zhang Dequan walked forward and touched it. He said in surprise, This is the material that I'm wearing. The state preceptor said, It seems that it's a eunuch from the palace and a eunuch with a rank like eunuch Zhang. Wang Su added, The other party didn't leave any footprints at the scene. I guess that the other party's lightness skill is very high. There weren't many eunuchs who had lightness skill and a rank, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had been hiding their skills. The king said in a low voice, I'll give you one night. If I don't see the culprit by tomorrow morning, you'll be finished as Commandant Guan. Only one night? This was two, but the king was a man of his word. If he couldn't find out the culprit, he could only be stripped of his official position by tomorrow. He cupped his hands and said, Yes, sir. It was getting late and the king should go back. Where's the young princess? He asked Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan said, She seems to be playing with her little classmate in the garden. Xiao Zheng is following her. Xiao Zheng was an expert in the imperial palace. This was the state preceptor's hall, so the king was not worried about the young princess's safety. He was just worried that he had neglected her for so long that she would feel wronged and sad. When she was sad, she would cry. When she cried, it would be earth-shattering. Where's the snack? The king asked. It's here. Zhang Dequan carried the food box that he had prepared early in the morning. The king took Zhang Dequan and the snack to the garden to find the young princess. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao was also looking for little Jing Kong. She also heard that the two children were playing in the garden in the afternoon. After coming out of the library pavilion, she directly came here. Who would have thought that she didn't find little Jing Kong, but met the king instead? When the king saw Gu Jiao, his mind involuntarily flashed with Gu Jiao's words, "If I'm cured, won't you bring your head to thank me?" The king's heart was burning with anger. Sheng Guanyin was injured and settled down. He thought that no one would come to anger him. But now he didn't know where this Xiao Lulang came from. The state preceptor was right. This kid's eyes didn't have any respect for the imperial power, so naturally he didn't fear the king. He stood there with an indomitable spirit. In a trance, the king seemed to see the figure of Shen Yuancheng. Why wasn't it Shen Yuanli? It was probably because when the king knew Shen Yuanli was no longer a teenager. He only saw the appearance of the young Shen Yuancheng in bright clothes. "Why don't you kneel when you see me?" "Why should I kneel? I'm the king." "You're not my king. I'm from the Zhao kingdom." The king had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. The king's eyes became dangerous. At this moment, a little eunuch hurriedly came and whispered a few words to Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan was relieved and said to the king, "Your Majesty, the young princess is in the Qilin Hall. Let's go find her quickly. Otherwise, if she can't see you, she will cry again. Once the sky turns dark, she will look for you. Have you forgotten?" The king thought of the crying Shengguan Shui and decided to let this kid go for the time being. He walked towards the Qilin Hall with a sullen face. Gu Jiao also wanted to go back to the Qilin Hall. If the young princess was there, little Jing Kong must be there too. The king only thought that she was going to take care of the crown princess. He frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, the sky was completely dark. Usually at this time, if the young princess didn't see him, she would cry until the entire harem was restless. Thinking of this, the king quickened his pace. 100 ways to comfort the young princess flashed in his mind. In the end, when he reached the entrance of the Qilin Hall, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The young princess and little Jing Kong stood on the left and right of the entrance. Their small bodies were straight and their small arms were behind their backs, like two little mascots. Two small heads swayed at the same time and sang cutely. "You love me ah, I love you da sweet honey, you love me ah, I love you da sweet honey." After singing for half an hour, the entire country learned it. The king, Gu Jiao. Chapter 733. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. The two little kids couldn't stop singing. They were surrounded by disciples of the state preceptor hall. The monarch's mood suddenly became a little complicated. What happened to the promised wailing? What happened to finding Uncle His Majesty when it got dark? The little lass must have forgotten that she had an uncle. If he didn't interrupt her, she would shake her head and sing until tomorrow. The monarch snorted coldly. "Humph, I've never seen her so playful." It was already dark, but she was still so happy that she didn't want to go home. Zhang Dequan smiled and said, "It's rare for the little princess to meet such a playmate." The monarch laughed and said, "You don't have many playmates in the past?" Zhang Dequan smiled and said, "Isn't that different?" The playmates in the past were all young masters and daughters sent by aristocratic families. They were specially chosen to be good-tempered and gentle. They were also taught the rules at home. They knew that Shengguan Shui was the princess of the royal family and they couldn't make her unhappy. Otherwise the monarch would blame them and their parents would suffer. Who could let go of her then? They were very careful and the little princess didn't have much fun. Little Jing Kong didn't know the little princess's identity. He only thought that she was an ordinary child and didn't have any scruples when playing with her. In fact, even if little Jing Kong knew, he wouldn't have any scruples. When he was in Zhao State, he and the Prince Qinqiu were good friends. The Emperor of Zhao State had never used his identity to ask little Jing Kong to play with him. Little Jing Kong was used to it. In addition, Gu Jiao taught him at home. He only knew how to treat people sincerely and didn't know how to look at people with colored eyes. The monarch stood in the most eye-catching position. The little girl should have rushed over when she saw him. However, she didn't. The young Canton princess sang happily and did not even look in the direction of the monarch. The monarch was deeply ignored by the little girl for the first time. When little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao, he immediately stopped playing the brainwashing song. When Xiao Heng picked up little Jing Kong, he told him about the new situation. Little Jing Kong knew that his bad brother-in-law had changed his identity again. He was used to it and could accept it very well. He had to restrain himself from getting too close to Jiao Jiao in front of outsiders. "Jing Kong, why aren't you singing?" The young princess also stopped. Little Jing Kong nodded and pointed at the sky. "Look, the moon is out. We should go home." The young princess looked up and nodded her head. Then we'll sing again tomorrow? As soon as she finished speaking, the young princess jumped down the stairs and pounced in the direction of the monarch. Only then did the monarch's expression soften a little. He opened his arms slightly and waited to catch the little fellow. Who would have thought that the little fellow would run right past him? Teacher. The young princess came in front of Gu Jiao and bowed very politely. The monarch was so angry that his wrinkles were twitching. Little Jing Kong was picked up by the young princess to the state preceptor palace. Since the young princess was leaving, she naturally had to send him back too. Little Jing Kong waved his hand. No, my sister will come to the state preceptor palace to pick me up later. Okay, I was thinking that we could go back together. I'll go first then. Goodbye. Goodbye. The two little kids said goodbye to each other. The young princess had a pleasant and fulfilling day. She felt refreshed on the way back. She completely forgot why she came to the state preceptor palace. When the monarch's face darkened and he wanted to remind her, she lay back on the soft couch and fell asleep. She played for a whole day and didn't take a nap. It was too tiring to be a child. The monarch was speechless. On the other side, little Jing Kong was Gu Jiao's little tail in the wing room for a while. It was time for him to go back. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and snorted. He squinted at Xiaoheng. But can you still go back to the academy now? Why don't you ask for leave for me and let me come here? In this way he could be with Jiao Jiao every day. Ah, he was so witty. The little fellow was so proud that he shook his feet. Since Xiaoheng had become Shangguanqin, he really couldn't go back to the academy. Otherwise it would be too suspicious if he disappeared in broad daylight for a whole day. Xiaoheng certainly could choose to ask for leave for both him and little Jing Kong. But Xiaoheng didn't do so. Children can't study for 3 days and 2 days. As Xiaoheng spoke, he took out a set of clothes from the Kanglan Women's Academy. He went back to the Linglong Pavilion to pick up little Jing Kong. He held the clothes and came to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Xiaoheng pointed at little Jing Kong. You can be his sister. Gu Qingfeng felt like he was struck by lightning. Why me? Gu Qingfeng refused. I'm different from you. I'm not as tall as you. Xiaoheng agreed. He calmly turned around and took out a pair of ancient high heels from his bag. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng started his hard life of going to school during the day and doing part-time work, singing opera, at night. After Wang Su left the state preceptor's hall, he went to the imperial palace without stopping. He was investigating the case under the imperial edict and had the right to mobilize the eunuchs in the imperial palace. He started from the 12 imperial colleges. All the eunuchs who wore that kind of clothes had to be interrogated by the commandery. He sat in the hall of the commandery of the left. The eunuchs in charge of the 12 imperial colleges were lined up in the center of the hall. On the surface, these 12 eunuchs didn't know martial arts. But they didn't have the final say. Wang Su wanted to test it himself. If a person had a strong qinggong, he must also have a good internal force. To test whether a person had internal force or not, one was to see how he made a move. The other was to directly inject his internal force into the other party's meridians. The latter would make the person who was tested feel a certain degree of pain. The weaker the martial arts, the more painful it would be. Now that he was investigating the case, he couldn't care about this. He looked at the crowd and said, "Stewards, I'm sorry to offend you." He started with the ceremony supervisor. He pinched the ceremony supervisor's wrist. As soon as his internal force entered his body, a thin layer of sweat appeared on the other party's forehead. There were calluses on his palm. He only practiced a little martial arts. His internal force wasn't strong enough. He wasn't the murderer who assassinated Shangguan Yan. Then, he tested the 7 eunuchs in charge of the Imperial College and the treasure supervisor. They didn't have any internal force at all. Surprisingly, the 4 eunuchs in charge of the Divine Palace supervisor, the Imperial College supervisor, the prefect supervisor, and the design supervisor were all masters. This was not surprising. To be able to mix in the Imperial Palace today, who didn't have some hidden skills? Wang Su knew the way of power, so he didn't blame them for concealing. However, the monarch wanted to find the murderer, so these 4 people were very suspicious. But after he checked the whereabouts of the 4 people, he found that the 4 of them had perfect alibis last night. And the 4 people's clothes didn't have any big flaws. If the clothes were damaged, they could be mended. A good embroiderer could mend the clothes seamlessly. Wang Su ordered his subordinate. "Bring me the scorpion box." Yes. The subordinate went to the storeroom and brought back an iron box with both hands. Wang Su said to the several managers, This is a blue-tailed scorpion. It's extremely poisonous. One bite is enough to kill a dead man. There's no antidote. After he said that, he opened the handkerchief, revealing a strand of silk. This is the evidence left by the murderer at the scene. Now I'll put it in the scorpion box. The poisonous scorpions inside will remember its smell. In a moment I'll have to trouble the four of you to stretch out your hands. The four of you can rest assured that they are all poisonous scorpions. They won't bite anything that smells different from the evidence. The four people were a little hesitant. Wang Su smiled faintly. After throwing Guxi into the box, he tried to put his hand into the metal box. After a while he took his hand out. There was no trace of being bitten. They heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll go first," the Divine Palace supervisor said. Wang Su winked at his subordinate. The subordinate came in front of him with the iron box. The Divine Palace supervisor put his hand into the hole in the lid of the box. "It's done," Wang Su said. The steward of the Divine Palace was relieved. Next, the managers of the Department of Setup and the prefect of the prefect also put their hands into the scorpion box one by one. The two of them were safe and sound. When it was the palace supervisor's turn, there was a trace of struggle in his eyes. His arm was stiff and he was reluctant to put his hand in. Wang Su shouted, "It's him. Take him down." There were poisonous scorpions in the scorpion box, but they weren't the most poisonous blue-tailed scorpions. They were just a few ordinary scorpions, and they were covered with a layer of barbed wire. Even if the murderer really put his hand in, he wouldn't be bitten at all. This was a psychological attack. Obviously the other party had lost. The guards of the prefect commandery swarmed forward. The other three managers also quickly reacted and wanted to catch the palace supervisor next to them. However, this person's lightness skill was too good. He rushed out with a leap. Wang Su said coldly, "Go after him." The guards of the prefect commandery chased after him. But they couldn't catch up with him at all. In the blink of an eye, he escaped from the palace. Wang Su was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Split into three. You two teams will flank him from the front and back streets. The rest of you follow me." Wang Su relied on his absolute advantage of being familiar with the terrain. After a quarter of an hour, he successfully blocked the other party into a dead end. Wang Su said coldly, "I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't make a futile struggle. You know the king's means very well. Death is not scary. What's scary is that you'll suffer a fate worse than death." A ferocious glint flashed across the eyes of the palace supervisor. He flew over and injured a guard of the prefect commandery. He seized the other party's sword and fought with Wang Su's group. Only then did Wang Su realize that he had underestimated the other party's martial arts. The dozen or so of them were completely powerless against the other party. Wang Su personally fought, but unfortunately he was defeated in 10 moves. What a powerful opponent. When did such an expert sneak into the palace supervisor? Wang Su blocked the other party's attack with his sword. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you? Who sent you to assassinate the deposed princess?" The other party didn't waste words with Wang Su and slashed at his arm. Wang Su fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The other party raised the sword in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed at Wang Su's heart. Even if he died, he wanted to drag someone down with him. Wang Su knew that he couldn't escape. He subconsciously closed his eyes. However, the sword didn't land. An extremely sharp sword chi carried a majestic momentum and was as fast as lightning. It fiercely sent the other party flying into the wall behind him. Wang Su opened his eyes and turned his head to look. He saw an ink-clothed man holding a sword at the entrance of the alley under the moonlight. Wasn't this the expert by the emperor's grandson's side that knocked him out with a stick? Why did he come? And he sent that troublesome fellow flying with a single move? The palace supervisor crawled up while holding his chest. He fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His sword fell to the ground, but he didn't pick it up. He clearly couldn't beat Gu Changqing, so he decided to escape. He tapped his feet and flew onto the roof. He jumped onto the roof and vaulted over the walls, gradually disappearing into the night. Wang Su said in shock, "He's the murderer. Quickly chase after him." Gu Changqing lightly said, "This fellow is a good opponent. It's a pity to catch him like this." Wang Su was confused. "How come I don't understand?" The palace supervisor ran for a while and found that the expert didn't chase after him. He sneered, What's the use of having high martial arts? Haven't I still shaken you off?" Just as he finished speaking, a stick came at him and smashed him down from the roof. "Damn you!" He cursed and fell flat on the ground. Gu Jiao tapped his feet and landed in front of him. He tapped his palm with the rolling pin and calmly walked towards him. "Want to fight, brother?" The palace supervisor was speechless. 15 minutes later, when Wang Su rushed to the scene with his injured arm, the palace supervisor had already been beaten to the point that he couldn't even move his fingers. He looked at Wang Su with excitement in his eyes, as if he had seen his savior. Gu Jiao stood to the side with a refreshed expression. Gu Changqing walked over and asked softly, "How is it?" Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. You can't take too much beating." Gu Changqing seriously reflected. "Then I'll pay more attention next time. I won't cripple as many meridians as possible." Wang Su was dumbfounded. "What are you guys talking about? Isn't the main point the case? Pay more attention next time? What do you want next time?" Gu Jiao left him with a few breaths so he could be interrogated. However, this person was very stubborn. He smiled contemptuously. "I didn't do anything, no one ordered me, you guys, give up." "I don't know anything, is that so?" Gu Jiao looked at him condescendingly, took out a hallucinogen from the first aid kit, and injected it. Chapter 734. Wang Su looked at Gu Jiao with a dumbfounded expression. "Why did you give him a needle?" "To extort a confession," Gu Jiao said. "You can extort a confession with a needle?" Wang Su expressed his disbelief. Gu Jiao didn't tell him that it was a hallucinogen, lest he overthink and think that Gu Jiao was manipulating the murderer's confession. Gu Jiao looked at the murderer lying on the ground. His tense body gradually relaxed and understood that he was hallucinating. She couldn't let him go too deep, otherwise he would completely lose contact with the outside world and wouldn't be able to hear the outside world. Gu Jiao tapped his shoulder with a rolling pin and said seriously, "If you don't want to suffer more, then hurry up and tell me who is the murderer?" Gu Jiao had already knocked the person unconscious and waited until Wang Su came to hear the news. She wanted Wang Su to hear the murderer's name with his own ears. The murderer didn't struggle too much and honestly confessed. However, the name he gave was not the person in Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing's mind. "Was Li Ping?" Gu Jiao asked Wang Su. Wang Su thought for a moment. He shouldn't be talking about Li Ping but concubine Li, the imperial concubine in the palace. In order to confirm his guess, Wang Su asked him a few more details about concubine Li's order. He was in a state of confusion, so he didn't hold back and said everything he remembered in his mind. From the testimony, it was indeed concubine Li who ordered him to assassinate Shang Guanyan. Concubine Li didn't tell him why she wanted to kill Shang Guanyan. Concubine Li and he had no intersection. It was by chance that she bumped into his affair with a palace maid. In the Great Yan Imperial Palace, eunuchs and palace maids were forbidden to eat each other. Concubine Li threatened him to help her get rid of Shang Guanyan. Did Concubine Li and Shang Guanyan have a grudge? Gu Jiao asked. Wang Su fell silent. Concubine Li had only been in the palace for a few years, while Shang Guanyan had been imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum more than 10 years ago. There was no intersection between the two. It was impossible to say that they were having a holiday. But Wang Su's silence wasn't because of this. It was because Concubine Li was very close to an imperial concubine in the inner palace. Gu Jiao looked at Wang Su. "Oh." Wang Su said with a serious expression, "Consort Wan." Consort Wan, whose surname was Mu, was old Master Mu's biological daughter and Mu Qingqian's mother's sister. Concubine Li had no one to rely on in the inner palace. In the beginning her days were very difficult. It was only after she was able to rely on Wan Fei that she went from a small servant to the present concubine Li. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Consort Wan and Shang Guanyan have a grudge? There are indeed conflicts. Wang Su sighed. That was when Shang Guanyan returned to Xingdu with his 1-year-old grandson. Consort Wan whispered to the servants in private, saying that who knows if the child was a bastard picked up from outside. At that time Shang Guanyan, who was still the crown princess, heard it. After Shang Guanyan slapped Consort Wan, she was still angry and punished Consort Wan to kneel in the imperial garden as a warning. At that time Consort Wan was still not an imperial concubine, but a concubine, but it was still very embarrassing. Gu Jiao touched her chin. The crown princess has so much power. Wang Su said, with the support of Empress Shenyuan and the Shenyuan family, of course her power is great. Besides, she is the only legitimate child. After the emperor and the empress, she is the most honorable. It's like the Shenyuan family's style. So it seems that Shang Guanyan is very protective of Shaoqing. Gu Jiao said, it's useless for us to guess blindly here. Whether Concubine Li was ordered by Consort Wan or not, we have to ask Concubine Li. Wang Su thought deeply. I'll go to the palace. Wait. Gu Jiao stopped him. Wang Su was stunned. Gu Jiao pointed to his arm. Your injury. This. Wang Su forgot that he was injured. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and coughed lightly. It's not a serious injury. Having said that, when Gu Jiao came to him with a first aid kit, he reluctantly offered his arm. Gu Jiao took out a cotton swab with iodine from the first aid kit and gave him 3 stitches. Because of the anesthetic, it doesn't hurt at all. Wang Su looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated look. His heart was moved. Thank you. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. 1 silver coin. After Wang Su gave the money, he brought the murderer back to the rearguard commandery with a dark face. Looking at the 2 people's back, Gu Changqing asked, "Is he the murderer?" He was referring to the eunuch. Gu Jiao said, "It's him. I saw the crescent-shaped scar on the back of his right hand." Just now Sheng Wanyan woke up for a little while. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to ask her about the murderer. Sheng Wanyan didn't see the murderer's appearance, but she grabbed the murderer's hand and touched the scar on the back of his hand. Gu Changqing's eyes were deep. It's not Imperial Concubine Han. Yes, they all thought that the mastermind behind the scenes must be the Crown Prince's mother. Wang Su took the murderer back to the rearguard commandery, locked the murderer in the prison, and hurried to report to the emperor. The emperor asked Zhang Dequan to bring Concubine Li. Who knew that Zhang Dequan only brought back news of Concubine Li? Your Majesty, Concubine Li hanged herself. After getting the emperor's permission, Wang Su borrowed a very experienced coroner from the Ministry of Justice. He carefully examined Concubine Li's body and determined that Concubine Li committed suicide. She was not strangled or killed and then hung. The clue that was hard to get was suddenly cut off. Now that the person was gone, they could only start from Concubine Li's belongings and the people around her. After a whole night of torture, a little eunuch finally couldn't stand it anymore and confessed that Concubine Li had asked him to go to the bank to deposit a sum of money, a total of 3,000 taels. Concubine Li's annual salary was only 300 taels. She didn't eat or drink for 10 years to save this money. The problem was that she had been here for less than 10 years. She had spent a lot of money to bribe the servants and show filial piety to the high-ranking concubines. She was already struggling to make ends meet, so how could she have any money left? Concubine Wan, who was close to Concubine Li, became the first suspect. Concubine Wan cried injustice, saying that she didn't give Concubine Li the money. But when the emperor tortured the palace maids and eunuchs around Concubine Wan, a little palace maid confessed the truth. The money was indeed given by Concubine Wan, no more, no less, exactly 3,000 taels. Your Majesty, Concubine Wan knelt on the cold hard floor. The white marble reflected her sobbing appearance. The emperor sat on the chair and Wang Su and Zhang Dequan stood on both sides. The emperor sternly said, "Do you admit it yourself or do we have people thoroughly investigate your transactions with the Mu family?" Concubine Wan's salary was not low, but she spent a lot of money. Without the Mu family's filial piety, how could she take out 3,000 taels in one go? Concubine Wan honestly admitted. This concubine did give Concubine Li 3,000 taels. That was because she told this concubine that her father was sick and urgently needed money to treat his illness. The emperor coldly said, "What illness needs 3,000 taels?" Concubine Wan looked wronged. A bowl of bird's nest is 100 taels. Is 3,000 taels a lot? Concubine Wan was the daughter of the Mu family. Since childhood, she had lived a life of luxury. What she ate was golden bird's nest, which could be bought for 1 tael outside. She didn't understand the hardships of the common people. 3,000 taels was more than enough to treat a disease in a small Jiangyang county. The emperor suspiciously asked, "Then why did you deny it?" Concubine Wan choked with sobs. "Isn't it because Concubine Li had an accident? This concubine was close to her on weekdays. I was worried that I would be implicated, so I quickly distanced myself from her." The emperor looked at her deeply, his eyes flashed with an ominous light. "Concubine Wan, I don't believe it." The next day before dawn, the entire harem knew that Concubine Wan instigated Concubine Li to murder Sheng Wanyan. Concubine Wan was banished to the cold palace. The emperor originally wanted to take away her imperial concubine position and demote her to noble lady. It was concubine Wang Xian who interceded and temporarily kept her position. Sheng Wanyan was no longer the crown princess. She was just a concubine and she attempted to commit murder. Such a punishment was extremely heavy for an imperial concubine. Concubine Wan cried and screamed. Concubine Wang Xian asked her to stay in the cold palace for a while. When the emperor's anger subsided, she would find a way to save her. Even the empress didn't come out. How can I come out? At the entrance of the palace, concubine Wan was crying and gasping for breath. Concubine Wang Xian patted her shoulder to comfort her. His Majesty is angry, give me some time. Concubine Wan grabbed concubine Wang Xian's hand tightly. I didn't do it. It really wasn't me. Sister concubine Xian, please believe me. Concubine Wang Xian sighed helplessly. It's useless for me to believe you. His Majesty must believe you. Zhang Dequan urged. Concubine Wan, please. Concubine Wan glared at Zhang Dequan fiercely. You dog. Usually it's concubine Wan. Now that she's going to enter the cold palace, he doesn't even call her concubine Wan. A luxurious carriage carried by 4 people slowly passed by the door of concubine Wan's palace. On the carriage, the graceful and noble imperial concubine Han lightly raised her hand to the accompanying eunuch. The carriage stopped. Imperial concubine Han and concubine Wang Xian were the first group of people to serve the emperor. They already have grandchildren, but because of proper maintenance, they look like they're in their early 40s. She looked at concubine Wan with a smile. Oh, concubine Wan is leaving? When concubine Wang Xian's love waned, she brought the Mu family's first daughter into the palace to help her. Losing concubine Wan was like losing an arm. Concubine Wan angrily glared at her, stepped forward and pointed at imperial concubine Han. It must be you. You framed me. You killed concubine Li. It's you? It's all you. Imperial concubine Han raised her chin and smiled mockingly. It's better for concubine Wan to say this in front of His Majesty. If His Majesty also thinks that this concubine did it, this concubine will bring my luggage and move to the cold palace to accompany you without His Majesty's order. Concubine Wang Xian shook her head at concubine Wan, indicating that she should calm down. Imperial concubine Han dusted the handkerchief in her hand, looked forward and said indifferently, bring a few more quilts. I heard that the cold palace is cold. Concubine Wan was about to explode with anger, but it was useless to be angry now. She was forced into the cold palace by this Han B****. Zhang Dequan urged him again. I'll have to trouble eunuch Zhang to wait a moment. Concubine Wang Xian said politely, and had a palace maid give Zhang Dequan a bag of gold. Zhang Dequan accepted it and whispered, a quarter of an hour, it can't be any later. This servant still has to report to His Majesty. Concubine Wang Xian nodded and comforted concubine Wan for a while. Concubine Wan wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said with red eyes, Sister concubine Wang, help me take care of the 6th prince. That B***th is vicious and merciless. She dares to harm me like this, I'm worried that she will harm the 6th prince. The 6th prince, the only underage prince in the harem, was the youngest son of the monarch. Concubine Wang Xian held her hand and said earnestly, I know. I will bring him to Xianfu Palace and won't let anyone have a chance to hurt him. Listen to me when you go to the cold palace, don't throw a tantrum. Concubine Wan was taken away by Zhang Dequan. Concubine Wang Xian sent a eunuch to the Imperial Academy to pick up the 6th prince from school. When she returned to her bedroom, she met Imperial concubine Han, who was admiring the flowers in the Imperial garden. Concubine Wang Xian coldly looked at Imperial concubine Han and said, You really went too far this time. Imperial concubine Han took a deep look at her and sneered, Oh. At dawn, the state preceptor palace also received the news that concubine Wan was punished. Sheng Guanyin hasn't woken up yet. In the room, 3 people sat opposite each other. Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing. I didn't expect that concubine Wan would take the blame. Gu Jiao said, It's really the Han family's style. They all like to make others take the blame. The opponent is very strong. Gu Changqing said. It's not because of the strength of force but because of the shrewdness and scheming. It's not terrible to have such a person in a family. If everyone's brain is so smart, it's no wonder that they can compete for the position of the first family. This is a very tricky family. But Xiaoheng didn't have the slightest fear in his heart. On the contrary, a strange desire for power was faintly born in his blood. This is probably Gu Jiao's mood when he sees a master. It's just that Gu Jiao is purely competing. He's more sinister. He wants to take advantage of the situation and not spit out the bones. The Han family and the Wang family are the 2 biggest fish. If the Han family wants to eat all the fish, then let them eat it. The 10 great families are not innocent. When the Xianyuan family was destroyed and the crown princess was persecuted, each family stabbed a knife. He doesn't sympathize with concubine Wan. Just like in the past, no one sympathized with Xianyuan Hanyan who was banished to the cold palace. The Han family is a good knife. Xiaoheng lowered his eyes and rubbed the blade in his hand. Next, let's make this knife sharper. Chapter 735. More in the Mu family. Old Master Mu also received the news that Consort Wan was banished to the Cold Palace. When the emperor issued an edict to punish Consort Wan, the eunuch in the palace hurriedly sent the news to the Mu family through his connections. Old Master Mu was furious. He slammed his fist on the table. How dare you? The butler comforted him. Old Master, don't be angry. Don't hurt your health. Cough, cough, cough. Old Master Mu coughed violently. Old Master Mu's body was not as strong as the old fox of the Han family. The butler hurriedly poured water for him. Drink some water first. Calm down. Old Master Mu gritted his teeth. My daughter was wronged and sent to the Cold Palace. How can I calm down? Where's Mu Tao? The butler hurriedly said, call him. Old Master Mu pondered for a moment and ordered, send a letter to the Su family. Old Master Su won't be in Xingdu these days. Ask Su Yuan to come over. Yes. The butler hurried away and didn't notice Mu Chuan, who was eavesdropping outside the window. Mu Chuan hesitated for a moment and quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Su Yuan and Mu Qingchen arrived at the Mu family at the same time. Su Hao followed behind Su Yuan, and Mu Qingchen was called by Mu Chuan from the Tianqiong Academy. It was still dark. In order to open the city gate, Mu Chuan even used his father's token. Fourth brother, you're here too. Su Hao smiled and greeted him. Mu Qingchen looked indifferent. Mu Chuan said angrily, what are you doing here? He was just a bastard. How dare he bring him to the Mu family? If it weren't for this bastard, his aunt wouldn't have been so angry. Su Hao said guiltily, fourth brother, you're not at home so you don't know. Father was injured when he was practicing martial arts at home yesterday. I was worried so I insisted on coming. It's all my fault. Please don't blame father. The two looked at Su Yuan. His waist was indeed wrapped in thick bandages. Go in, Su Yuan said. In the parlor, old Master Mu sat on the main seat with a pale face. His eldest son Mu Tao stood beside him respectfully. Su Yuan saluted old Master Mu. Father-in-law. Grandpa Mu hummed in agreement. Grandpa Mu had a grudge against this son-in-law of his. Old Master Mu only had two daughters. One married into the palace, and the other married into the Su family. The Mu and Su families were connected by marriage. The Su family was considered to be climbing up the social ladder by marrying the daughter of the Mu family. However, this Su Yuan did not know what was good for him. He actually had a mistress outside and even let the mistress give birth to a son a day earlier than his wife. There were a total of 3 branches in the Su family. The eldest and second young masters belonged to the second branch, while Su Hao and Mu Qingchen belonged to the eldest branch. Su Yuan was the heir of the Su family. Logically speaking, Mu Qingchen, as the son of the first wife, would inherit the Su family business in the future. However, Su Yuan was very sincere when he admitted his mistake. All these years, Mu Qingchen had been following his mother's surname. Su Yuan had tolerated it and treated Mu Qingchen well. Su Yuan had also made it clear that only Mu Qingchen could inherit the position of the head of the Su family. However, Mu Qingchen had to change his surname back when the day came. Old Master Mu's eyes fell on the bandage on Su Yuan's waist and abdomen. He asked, are you hurt? Su Yuan said, I accidentally twisted it when I was practicing martial arts. It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious. Sit down. Old Master Mu said and gestured for Mu Tao to sit down. Su Yuan and Mu Tao sat down on both sides of Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu looked at Mu Qingchen with a kind look. Qingchen, you've lost weight recently. Is it because the life in the academy is too hard? Mu Qingchen said, no, it's just because the weather is hot. Old Master Mu had always doted on Mu Qingchen. However, he was not in the mood to play with his grandson at this critical moment. He raised his hand tiredly. Sit down. He did not speak to Su Hao. Instead he looked at the door. Okay, come in. Mu Chuan touched the bridge of his nose and walked in resentfully. No matter what kind of relationship Mu Qingchen had with Su Yuan in private, he still behaved politely on the surface. He sat down beside Su Yuan. Su Hao was about to sit down on the other side of Mu Qingchen when Mu Chuan came over. I want to sit with my fourth brother. Get over here. Mu Tao shouted. Mu Chuan curled his lips bitterly after being shouted at by his father. He walked over reluctantly and sat down beside his father. Old Master Mu did not beat around the bush. He said bluntly, I'll cut to the chase. I asked you to come here before dawn because of something in the palace. I guess you all know what happened to Concubine Wan? Su Yuan nodded. Steward Lu told me on the way here. What's going on? Concubine Li made a mistake. What does it have to do with Concubine Wan? Mu Qingchen heard it from Mu Chuan. He was more thorough than the steward. The steward had to choose his words carefully when speaking to Su Yuan. There was nothing that he could not say. Mu Chuan just spilled the beans. He directly said that it was the Han family who framed Concubine Wan. Also, his aunt was a little complacent. The Mu family did not give her so much money every year for her to squander. Concubine Li's father was sick and she gave her 3,000 taels. Did she know how hard it was to earn 3,000 taels? He had 2 aunts, but to be honest, his youngest aunt was too brainless. If it were his eldest aunt who entered the palace, she might have already become the crown prince. His eldest aunt was Mu Qingchen's mother. I knew something would happen to her sooner or later. In fact, if it weren't for Concubine Xian's care, she would have been in trouble many times. These were Mu Chuan's words. Mu Chuan also felt helpless about his youngest aunt. Old Master Mu asked Mu Tao to tell him the whole story. He could roughly infer that it was Concubine Han who did it. Concubine Li was bribed by Concubine Han. Her father's serious illness was just an excuse. She asked Concubine Wan for a large sum of money so that Concubine Wan could not get away with it on the day of the accident. It was also Concubine Han's plan that Concubine Li found out about the affair between the head of the palace and the little palace maid. Concubine Han had been in charge of the harem for many years. How could she not know that the head of the palace and the palace maid were having a private affair? However, she did not say anything because she wanted to make it a weakness that she could use to her advantage at any time. Su Yuan said in a deep voice, "This is too much. If she wants to get rid of the dethroned crown princess, then just do it. Why did she have to drag Concubine Wan into this? Is she trying to use this opportunity to make His Majesty angry at the Mu family?" The harem and the previous dynasty had always been intertwined and could not be completely separated. If something happened to Concubine Wan, would the Mu family have a good time? Old Master Mu said coldly, How can the Han family's appetite be the same as my Mu family's? In my opinion, the Wang family and the Su family will be targeted by them sooner or later." Old Master Mu's biological sister married into the Wang family. She was now Matriarch Wang. The room was silent for a while. The atmosphere was strange and tense. Old Master Mu said again, "There is nothing to say about the Han family's ambition. There is another key person in this matter." Su Yuan asked hurriedly, "Who?" Old Master Mu said, "Xiao Lulang." Su Yuan faintly felt that the name was familiar. "He is," Old Master Mu said, "a freshman of the Tianxiong Academy from the Zhao Kingdom. The dethroned crown princess was seriously injured by the head of the palace. Even the state preceptor could not save her. This Xiao Lulang rescued her from the palace of hell. If it were not for him, the Han family's plan to assassinate the dethroned crown princess would have succeeded. And I also heard an interesting thing. The head of the palace is highly skilled in martial arts. He escaped from the palace. It was also Xiao Lulang who helped Wang Su catch the real culprit and interrogate him. If it were not for this Xiao Lulang, the culprit would have escaped. I heard that the state preceptor praised him in person. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. The state preceptor has been in Xing City for more than 30 years. No one knows where he comes from or where his family is. But his wisdom is well known in the 6 kingdoms. Has he ever praised anyone seriously? Su Yuan remembered where he had heard this name. It was from Su Shui. Father-in-law, you mean? He looked at Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu said thoughtfully, "This Xiao Lulang must not fall into the hands of the Han family. He must be used by us. But since he has cured the dethroned crown princess, I guess the emperor's grandson may have thought of the same thing." Su Yuan frowned. "The emperor's grandson will try his best to win him over?" Old Master Mu snorted. "The emperor's grandson and the dethroned crown princess are in a dangerous situation. If we can win over one more person, we will have one more trump card, although it is not very useful." Su Yuan shook his head. "It is impossible for the dethroned crown princess to make a comeback. The emperor's grandson is dying. Only the Han family is suspicious. It is unnecessary." Old Master Mu said, "The death of the dethroned crown princess is not bad for us. Don't forget that the 10 great families all participated in the annihilation of the Shenyuan family." Su Yuan said, "But the Han family should not use us as a stepping stone." Old Master Mu's eyes turned cold. The Han family has indeed gone too far. The Mu family will not sit still and wait for death. "Father-in-law, what are your plans?" Su Yuan asked. Old Master Mu said with foresight, First, I want to subdue Xiao Lulang. Second, I want the Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. I want the Han family to know that the Mu family is no longer the Mu family of the past. They will pay the price for pulling down Concubine Wan. Master Mu. Su Hao suddenly said in a low voice. Old Master Mu looked at him with a gloomy face. Su Yuan also frowned. This was a conversation between the elders. Obviously, it was not the place for a junior to interrupt, not to mention that Su Hao was just a son of a concubine. Su Hao said cautiously, I have something to say. It has something to do with Xiao Lulang. Hearing this, old Master Mu was a little interested. Go ahead. Su Hao looked at Mu Qingchen and asked softly, Qingchen, I remember that there is a freshman named Xiao Lulang in your team. Is he the one Master Mu mentioned? Old Master Mu, Mu Tao, and Su Yuan all looked at Mu Qingchen. Old Master Mu said, Qingchen, is there such a thing? Mu Chuan secretly glared at Su Hao. Su Hao didn't seem to notice Mu Chuan's warning. He stood up and bowed to Old Master Mu, showing the courtesy of a junior. I heard that Xiao Lulang is not only Qingchen's teammate, but also Qingchen's classmate. Qingchen is also his deskmate. Since Qingchen and Xiao Lulang are good friends, I think that as long as Qingchen is willing to help, he will definitely be able to invite Xiao Lulang to our team. Mu Chuan stood up immediately. Su Hao, what are you talking about? Since when did my fourth brother become good friends with him? It was just a few rounds of boxing matches, that's all. Deskmate? Don't you know that my fourth brother always sits alone? Are you and my fourth brother in the same academy, or are you and my fourth brother in the same academy? You say it as if you know better than me. Which eye of yours saw it? Su Hao looked like he had been greatly frightened. Mu Tao scolded his son, sit down. Mu Chuan was furious. If my fourth brother doesn't go and recruit Xiao Lulang for the Mu family, he will be a traitor. If he goes and fails to recruit him, it will be my fourth brother's failure and incompetence. Damn you, Su Hao. Su Yuan looked at Mu Qingchen. I heard from Su Shui that Xiao Lulang once saved her life. He's your friend Qingchen. This was a disguised confirmation of Su Hao's words. Old Master Mu smiled. This was the first smile he showed after hearing the bad news about Concubine Wan. That's great. Qingchen's friend is a friend of the Mu family and the Su family. The Mu family will definitely treat him as a distinguished guest. Qingchen, I'll leave this matter to you. Mu Chuan looked at Mu Qingchen with distress. Mu Qingchen replied with a straight face, yes, Qingchen understands. In the State Preceptor Hall, they were busy for most of the night. At dawn, Gu Jiao fell asleep on the table. Xiao Heng sent Gu Changqing out of the State Preceptor Hall. Xiao Heng handed him a note. Here. Gu Changqing asked, what is this? Xiao Heng said, lines? Gu Changqing refused. No, I want to say that my sister wrote it for me. Xiao Heng twitched the corner of his mouth and pinched the note back. Okay, whatever. In the Crown Prince's mansion. The Crown Prince was about to go to the morning court. A servant reported to him what happened in the palace. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand. I see. You can leave now. Just as he was about to set off, a servant came over with a respectful look. Your Highness, there is someone outside who wants to see you. The Crown Prince asked suspiciously, at this time? Who is it? The servant said, he said his name is Pang Hai and he works in the underground martial arts field. The Crown Prince was slightly surprised. Bring him in. Yes. The servant went to bring Pang Hai into the Crown Prince's mansion. Pang Hai did not enter the mansion alone. There was a lone swordsman beside him. Pang Hai bowed to the Crown Prince in the parlor. I am Pang Hai. Greetings to your Highness. May your Highness live for 1,000 years. No need for formalities. The Crown Prince said. The lone swordsman did not bow. He just stood there like an unshakable iceberg. What a strong aura. He was definitely not an ordinary person. The Crown Prince looked at the lone swordsman strangely. He is, Pang Hai said, he is an expert that I have carefully selected. Last time he arranged to meet with Prince Ming at Tianxiang Pavilion. However, people from the government suddenly appeared. It was inconvenient for us to show up, so we had to leave first. Today we are here to disturb you. The Crown Prince was stunned. He is the King of Hell? The entire underground martial arts field was filled with the legends of the King of Hell. The experts of the 6 countries gathered in the Zhao Kingdom. They set off from the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. The competition began on the first day of their departure. Out of 100 experts, only 5 were able to enter the Yen Kingdom. The underground martial arts field of the Yen Kingdom was filled with experts who were selected through this perverted method. These 5 people were going to fight fiercely and cruelly in the hands of all the experts. The king of hell was the one with the best record. Pang Hai said, "It is him." The crown prince came to the lone swordsman. "What is your name?" Gu Changqing was domineering. He said word by word, "I will not change my name. Long Outyen." The crown prince was speechless. Chapter 736. Gu Jiao wanted to use the name Long Outyen when she was still in the Zhao Kingdom's underground martial arts arena. However, the Zhao Kingdom was strict and did not allow ordinary people to use the word Long, so she could only choose the name Xiong Badian. The Yan Kingdom did not seem to have any taboos in this area, so Gu Jiao generously gave the name Long Outyen to Gu Changqing. Because it was a name given by his sister, Gu Changqing was very satisfied. Because of this crazy name, the crown prince was speechless. But now that Han Shizhi was injured, the crown prince needed a powerful martial artist. Long Outyen came at the right time. Pang Hai whispered to Gu Changqing, "Why did you change your name?" Gu Changqing said without changing his expression, "Oh, I'm tired of using my old name." People in the underground martial arts arena used aliases, so he directly said Gu Changqing, making Pang Hai think it was an alias. Pang Hai was too lazy to care. Whether or not Pang Hai was a martial artist, the crown prince did not believe him. The crown prince called the brocade guards to exchange a few moves with Gu Changqing. 10 brocade guards were defeated by Gu Changqing in a few moves. The crown prince's eyes flashed with surprise. He asked his trusted guard, "How is his ability compared to Han Ye's?" The guard looked at Gu Changqing, who had put away his sword, with a complicated expression. He said in a small voice, "I feel that his martial arts might be above Crown Prince Han's." The crown prince smiled, "Is that so? In that case I've picked up a treasure." The guard hesitated for a moment and said, "Is this person reliable? Is he sincere in seeking refuge with your highness?" The crown prince said confidently, "I am the crown prince, the future monarch of the Yan kingdom. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. As long as he is not stupid, he will follow me wholeheartedly. But you are right. The underground martial arts arena is full of good and bad people. I cannot trust anyone easily. Go and get the things." "Yes." His trusted bodyguard left. The crown prince walked over and stopped them. "All right, the fight is over." The embroidered uniform guards released long sighs of relief. His trusted bodyguard brought over a small porcelain bottle. The crown prince smiled at Gu Changqing and said, "Drink this. From now on you are my trusted aide." Pang Hai glanced at the porcelain bottle and rubbed his nose guiltily. He did not mention this to Gu Changqing before he came. The crown prince's residence wasn't that easy to enter. There was a price. Gu Changqing didn't even ask what it was. He raised his head and drank the contents of the porcelain bottle in one gulp. They were a little dumbfounded. The crown prince laughed, "Good. How refreshing. I really admire your character. What you drank was poison. You need to take the antidote once a month, otherwise you will die from the poison. But don't worry, as long as you are loyal to me, I will let you live longer than anyone else." The crown prince was very satisfied with Long Outyen. Originally, such an expert did not have the right to have his own courtyard. But the crown prince decided to make an exception for Long Outyen. He ordered the servants to tidy up an elegant courtyard and even arranged a few servants for Long Outyen. When Long Outyen said that he did not like to be restricted, the crown prince agreed. Coming out of the crown prince's residence, Pang Hai asked Gu Changqing, "Why are you following me?" Gu Changqing said, "I want to go to the outer city. Give me a ride." "No, I'm not going to the outer city." Pang Hai felt the pressure from Gu Changqing's Long Outyen. "You think you are so great just because you changed your name? Why do I feel that you are so arrogant? Is this name more awesome than Yama?" Pang Hai waved his hand, Okay, I will send you there." Gu Changqing got into Pang Hai's carriage. The morning sun was rising. Old Master Mu ended his conversation with Su Yuan. His general direction remained the same. He still talked about the same two things: recruiting Xiao Lulang and getting the Black Wind Cavalry. The former was for Mu Qingchen, while the latter was for Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu said, "Su Yuan, come to my study with Mu Tao." She had something to say to them alone. Mu Qingchen said, "Grandpa Mu Chuan and I will go back to the academy first." "Go ahead." Old Master Mu nodded kindly. Su Hao said to Su Yuan, "Father, I will wait for you in the carriage." Su Yuan nodded. On the other side, Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan had turned around and left. Mu Chuan was talking and laughing with Mu Qingchen as close as brothers. She then looked at Su Hao, who was following behind them with a lonely expression. Su Yuan could not help but feel sorry for Su Hao. After leaving the flower hall, Su Hao stopped Mu Qingchen. "Brother, did I say something wrong? You don't seem happy." Mu Qingchen frowned. Mu Chuan also stopped and sneered at Su Hao. "Now you know you said something wrong? Just now you kept saying that my brother and Xiao Lulang are good friends. I thought your brain was kicked by a donkey." Su Hao said with a puzzled look, "But aren't Qingchen and Xiao Lulang good friends? Third sister always says that. Isn't this the problem of being good friends? You are the one who pushed my brother into the fire pit." Mu Chuan took a deep breath. "Su Hao, this matter is over. I don't want to argue with you. You should stop before going too far." Su Hao looked at Mu Qingchen and explained, "I don't mean any harm. I'm just anxious to help my father. If I really said something wrong, I will explain it to my father now." Mu Chuan really couldn't stand the pretentious look of a grown man. The fire in his stomach was ignited by Su Hao all of a sudden. His whole body exploded. He raised his fist and punched Su Hao's face, causing Su Hao to fall to the ground. "Ow!" It was Su Yuan's voice. Old Master Mu didn't ask Su Yuan and Mu Tao to go to the study to continue the conversation. He just wanted to explain some details that the children couldn't hear. The three of them came out quickly. They did not expect to see this scene. It was true that the Mu family's status was higher than the Su family's, and Su Hao was also a son of a concubine, but these were not reasons for Mu Chuan to bully Su Hao. When Su Yuan called out "Hao," Mu Chuan had already punched the second time. It was too late to take it back. Su Yuan hit Mu Chuan with a palm with a majestic internal force. Mu Qingchen's figure flashed and he stood in front of Mu Chuan, reaching out to catch Su Yuan's palm. Su Yuan's face was cold. Mu Qingchen did not dodge. The father and son confronted each other, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. Mu Chuan. Mu Tao also came out. He looked at Mu Chuan, who was hiding behind Mu Qingchen, and then at Su Hao, who was lying on the ground with a bloody nose. What else could he not understand? Mu Tao was so angry that he walked over and pulled his son's ear. Mu Chuan ran away. "Grandpa, save me." Mu Chuan rushed over and hid behind Old Master Mu. Mu Tao was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Don't hide behind your grandpa. Get out here. You've got guts, haven't you? Who allowed you to hurt others?" Mu Chuan was chased up and down by his own father. Mu Tao took off his shoes and hit him with the soles of his shoes. Anyone could see that he hit him hard, but in fact he did not hit him hard. Old Master Mu said, "Chuan, apologize to fourth young Master Su." Mu Chuan curled his lips, glanced at Su Hao and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry. My hand slipped and I hit you just now. You have the same father. My fourth brother is so good at martial arts. Why are your martial arts so lousy? He can knock you down with one punch." Su Yuan helped Su Hao up. Su Hao lowered his head in shame. "I've embarrassed you, father." Mu Chuan covered his chest. "Wretch." Su Yuan, Su Hao and Mu Qingchen left the mansion. He asked Su Hao to get into the carriage first. Now that only the father and son were left, Su Yuan questioned, "Why didn't you stop Mu Chuan just now?" Mu Qingchen asked back, "Why should I?" "You?" Su Yuan gritted his teeth. "He's your brother?" "I've never admitted it." Mu Qingchen turned around and got into his own carriage. Mu Chuan was also in the carriage. When he saw Mu Qingchen get in, he moved his body to the side. "Fourth brother, sit." He opened the window and saw Su Hao in the Su family's carriage opposite. He lifted the curtain and looked at them. He spat out his tongue in disgust. "Let's go." Mu Qingchen ordered the coachman. The coachman waved the whip and let the horse run. Mu Chuan asked, "Fourth brother, are you really going to recruit Lulang? With his character, I'm afraid he's not interested in aristocratic families. It's all Su Hao's fault for talking too much." Mu Qingchen said, "Anyway, someone has to find him. If it was not him, it would be someone else." "You're right." Mu Chuan nodded. "But then again, it's not bad to be the Mu family's assistant. The Mu family cherishes talents very much. As long as they're not the kind of diners who make up the numbers, the Mu family will treat them with courtesy and treat them as distinguished guests. Grandpa is right about this. If it's possible, fourth brother should talk to Lulang. You two have a good relationship. I believe he will listen to you." Good relationship? The two of them had long been estranged. State Teacher Hall. Sheng Wanyan woke up. Her body was wrapped in gauze and it was inconvenient for her to move for the time being. Gu Jiao put an infusion bottle on her. Gu Jiao buried an infusion needle in her wrist yesterday, so it didn't hurt at all. Shangguan Yen curiously looked at the infusion bottle hanging on the ceiling and asked, "Is this water? Are you trying to inject water into me? When I was in the county town I saw them give water to pigs and then sell them." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and corrected her, "This is not the way to give water to pigs." The state teacher hall's disciple who was sweeping the room, Shangguan Yan's operation was very successful. If it weren't for the other big and small injuries on her body, Gu Jiao would have let her wear armor. Zhang Dequan came over mainly to visit Shangguan Yan. He also said that the real murderer was caught and concubine Wan was banished to the cold palace. This was also an explanation for Shangguan Yan. Xiao Heng went to the state teacher hall's library. He was the emperor's eldest grandson. Except for the third floor, he can read the books and materials on the other two floors. He walked around and asked the state teacher hall's disciple who was on duty at the door, "By the way, can I ask where the letter of credence of our Yen country is?" The disciple said, replying to His Highness, "The letter of credence is on the third floor." Xiao Heng asked again, "Except for the state teacher and His Majesty, who else can go up to the third floor?" The disciple said, "There are also two senior brothers on duty." Xiao Heng, "Except for them?" "No." The disciple thought about it and felt that this was not serious. He corrected, "If the state teacher agrees you can go up, but you can't go up without permission." Xiao Heng, "What will happen if you go up without permission?" The disciple, "There are 8 men of sacrifice near the library. Once someone trespasses, no matter who it is, they will be executed on the spot." Xiao Heng, "Has anyone broken in?" The disciple, "Yes, a lot of people but no one left alive." It seems that they are not ordinary men of sacrifice. Then the question is, since the defense is so tight, how did the letter of credence of the Yen country come from little Jing Kong's pile of junk? It can't be given to him by the state teacher. Kanglin Women's Academy. Gu Qingfeng sent little Jing Kong to Lingbo Academy, "Go to class obediently. I will pick you up at noon." Little Jing Kong asked seriously, "Will you take me to the state teacher hall to have a meal with Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong had asked this question hundreds of times since he returned to Linglong Pavilion last night. He also asked when he was peeing in the middle of the night, when he was eating in the morning, and when he was walking on the road. Gu Qingfeng didn't have Xiao Heng's willpower, so he couldn't take it anymore. He broke down and surrendered, Okay, I will take you there, okay? It's so hard to take care of children." Little Jing Kong proudly puffed out his chest. Sure enough, he could handle anyone except his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong carried his bag into the academy with satisfaction. He sat down in his seat. The class posted the results of yesterday's exam. There was no doubt that the first place was Jing Kong. There was a change in the last place, Yen Shui. Other people were answering questions in the exam, but the little princess was drawing tortoises, and she was very serious about it. Little Jing Kong sat in his seat for a while, but his desk mate didn't come. He thought for a while and ran out of the classroom. He came to the back door of the academy. The little princess had to pass by here every time, going through the alley and getting off the carriage at the front door. Little Jing Kong felt that it was very troublesome. Why did she insist on going through the front door? Wasn't the back door better? The emperor had to go to court, so he couldn't send the little princess every day. Usually the imperial guards would escort her. Today was no exception. "Tonghulu, delicious tonghulu." The little princess heard the tonghulu shout and saliva flowed down her mouth. "I want to eat tonghulu," she said to the palace maid beside her. Her eyes were wide open and cute. She didn't speak in an arrogant tone, but in a cute voice that made people's hearts soften. The palace maid smiled, "Little princess, please wait a moment." She stopped the carriage and shouted to the peddler in front of her, "Tonghulu." The peddler walked over with a smile, "Madam, how many do you want? What flavor?" "I have tonghulu, 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 and tonghulu." The palace maid smiled, "I'm not the madam, it's my little master who wants to eat." She said to the little princess, "You can choose a tonghulu." The young princess leaned against the window and stretched her head out. She was drooling over the candied hawthorns, candies this and candies that. At this moment little Jing Kong saw her and waved at her. She didn't see him. Little Jing Kong ran out. The page boy guarding the door didn't react at all. I. The little princess wanted all of them. Just when the little princess was hesitating, the tonghulu peddler's eyes suddenly became sinister. He grabbed the little princess's collar and pulled her out of the window. The palace maid's face turned pale. "Princess! There's an assassin!" The imperial guards drew their swords and rushed forward. The peddler threw the Tonghulu stick at the imperial guards, carried the little princess and jumped up with lightness skill. Bang! Little Jing Kong jumped and bit his thigh with his little steel teeth. Chapter 737. The peddler was stunned by the bite. He almost fell down from the sky on his butt. He tried to shake the little brat off, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the little brat off. I don't have the iron head technique, but I have little steel teeth. Thanks to my bad brother-in-law for not giving me candy. Little Jing Kong knew how to make use of his advantages. If the peddler used his small hands to hold him, he would have been shaken off. But he used his teeth to bite down on the little brat. If the human trafficker wanted to shake him off, he had to bite off a piece of his flesh. The peddler's thigh muscles tightened. He was afraid that it wasn't tight enough. If the little brat loosened his flesh, it would be bitten off. The imperial guards also surrounded him. The peddler didn't have time to fight with them. He could only leave the scene with one child in his arms and the other hanging on his leg. You guys follow me? You go back to the palace and report to Her Majesty. Yes. A group of imperial guards chased after the peddler, but they still lost him. The peddler carried the two children and ran on roofs and walls, up and down, but the little brat on his leg wouldn't let go. When he arrived at a secluded courtyard, his entire right leg was swollen like a ham. A man in black walked out and looked at his companion in the courtyard with a strange expression. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to catch only one? Why did you catch another one? The peddler twitched in pain. Do you think I want to catch him? Didn't you see how tight this brat is biting? The man in black took a closer look. It was true. Little Jing Kong was also wearing the uniform of Lingbo Academy. He was obviously a student of the academy. The man in black was confused. Why are they so small? Do they know how to pull up their own pants? How dare they take them from the academy? How poor is Lingbo Academy? The peddler couldn't bear it anymore. Stop looking. Hurry up and get him off me. I know. The man in black waved his hand and walked forward to pull little Jing Kong away. This time it was easy to pull him down. There was no other reason. Little Jing Kong could not hold on any longer. He had bitten until now because of his stubbornness. Although he had a mouthful of sharp teeth, he had forgotten that he had a weakness for meat. Little Jing Kong fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. His eyes rolled back and his tongue stuck out. The young princess had long been scared silly. She did not move, nor did she cry or scream. The man in black and the peddler were quite satisfied. The peddler handed the young princess over to the man in black and said, "Take them away first. I'll go and treat my wound." Then this. The man in black took the young princess and pointed at little Jing Kong, who was lying on the ground with his tongue out. The peddler said impatiently, "Whatever, throw it out." Oh. The young Canton princess suddenly opened her mouth and grabbed the man in black's collar with both hands. Her small body was trembling non-stop. Using the most terrified expression, she said the fiercest words, "Don't throw him away." The man in black was stunned for a moment. He turned to the peddler and said, "Why didn't you throw it earlier? Throwing it out now, is it because you don't want to expose yourself fast enough? What if someone sees it?" "I said it's up to you." The peddler interrupted him. "I'm in so much pain. I'm going to apply medicine." After saying that, he limped to another room. The man in black frowned. He held the young princess in one hand and little Jing Kong in the other hand. Then he locked the two of them in the woodshed. In the throne room, the monarch was in court. Recently, there had been frequent rainstorms in various parts of the Yen Kingdom, which had caused many floods in the middle and lower reaches of the river. All the government offices had asked the imperial court for disaster relief. Because there were many disaster areas and the situation was serious, disaster relief became urgent. However, disaster relief was not only a matter of money. It also needed to send troops to fight the floods, repair the dams, and resettle the displaced victims. This year's flood was the worst in 25 years. The monarch had a headache. He pressed the space between his eyebrows and said faintly, "How did the flood happen 25 years ago?" The throne room was completely silent. All the ministers held their ceremonial tablets and looked down. The monarch suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question. 25 years ago, half of the south was hit by a disaster. It was Shen Yuanli who led the troops to provide disaster relief. Not only did he repair the dams, save the victims, and save thousands of acres of fertile land, but he also killed 18 local officials who embezzled the disaster funds and exploited the people. He acted first and reported later. Those local officials were involved with the major forces of the provincial capital and even the capital. For a time the capital was in turmoil. Some people tried to drag Shenyuanli down and some tried to threaten him. Unfortunately, no one succeeded. All the major forces were either uprooted or cut off their tails to survive. In short, after several years, no one dared to think about the disaster relief funds. All the major forces that survived the disaster kept their tails between their legs and became honest officials for a period of time. Just when the monarch was having a headache over the flood, the imperial guards and palace maids who were escorting the young princess returned. The palace maid knelt on the long steps outside the throne room and cried, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The young princess has been taken away." The monarch's eyes darkened and in an instant he was filled with murderous intent. "What did you say? What happened to the young princess?" The palace maid trembled as she cried, "When our carriage reached the back door of Lingbo Academy, suddenly, a hawker selling candied haws. He took the young princess away." The monarch slapped the armrest of the throne and stood up angrily. "A hawker selling candied haws can take someone away from the imperial guards. What are the imperial guards doing?" Han Ye's father, Han Lei, trembled as he held the ceremonial tablet. Half of the imperial guards were the Han family's forces, and Han Yi was the deputy commander of the imperial guards. He hoped that the imperial guards who were escorting the young princess this time were not personally promoted by his son. Otherwise, the Han family would be charged with dereliction of duty. The monarch called the imperial guard who came back to report to the palace. To Han Lei's disappointment, this person was called Zhang Feng, and he was Han Ye's subordinate. Han Lei's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The monarch asked for the details and asked a civil official to draw a portrait of the hawker according to Zhang Feng's description. No one had seen this person before. To find the young princess was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The monarch was furious, and the entire throne room was shrouded in a layer of murderous aura. "Find the young princess for me, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I want her alive." Zhang Feng reported, "There was another child who was also taken away. He was about the same age as the young princess and wore the same academy uniform." This characteristic was too obvious. In the entire Lingbo Academy, there was only one child who was the same age as the young princess, little Jing Kong. State Preceptor Palace. Xiao Heng had just returned from the library and walked to the door when he saw his eldest disciple, Yi Qing, leading 20 disciples and men of sacrifice hurriedly passing by. Xiao Heng asked, "Yi Qing, where are you going?" Yi Qing stopped in his tracks and bowed to Xiao Heng with cupped hands. "Your Highness Changsun, the young princess and her classmate have been captured. Our State Preceptor Hall also plans to go out and look for them." Xiao Heng's eyes slightly paused. "Which classmate of the young princess?" Yi Qing said, "The little boy who came yesterday and sang in the Qilin Hall for a long time. He seems to be called Jing Kong." Jing Kong was taken away? In the side room, Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng and asked. Xiao Heng nodded. The hawker originally wanted to catch the young princess, but Jing Kong rushed over and bit him. The hawker couldn't get rid of him, so he took him away. Sheng Guanyin had fallen asleep. The room was very quiet. Gu Jiao was very calm. "I see," she said. She came to the bedside, looked at the infusion bottle, stretched out her hand, pulled out the infusion tube, and calmly injected heparin sodium into the infusion needle. After doing this, she carefully dealt with the medical supplies. The whole process was orderly. Xiao Heng looked distressed. The imperial guards who escorted the young princess are Han Ye's men. Han Yi won't kidnap the young princess. It's not good for him. Either someone wants to retaliate against the king, or someone wants to deal with the Han family. The young princess was the king's sweetheart, so they didn't dare to do anything to her. Jing Kong was hard to say. He was just a child from another country. If necessary, in order to avoid trouble, they may kill him. In fact, the situation of the young princess was not necessarily foolproof. An accident was often full of variables, and any variable may lead to unpredictable consequences. Gu Jiao put on the armor on her arm. Then Gu Jiao came to the weapons room of the Qilin Hall, pointed to the red-tasseled silver spear on the wall, and said calmly, "Lend it to me." The disciple who was wiping the weapon looked at her in a daze. She was very calm, like the surface of a lake without any ripples. However, for some reason, the disciple felt a chill in his heart, as if a terrible storm was brewing under this calm lake. When the disciple came back to his senses, Gu Jiao had already taken the red-tasseled silver spear out. Gu Jiao also borrowed a horse from the State Preceptor Hall. She rode on the horse and the sun was blazing above her head. She raised her head, put her index finger and thumb in her mouth, and whistled towards the vast sky. Not far away, there was the sound of an overlord eagle's cry. A fierce gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew over, circling above Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear in one hand and the reins in the other. Her eyes were sharp. Let's go. Chapter 738. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. The disappearance of the young princess was no small matter. Even the Grand Master Hall was involved, let alone the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families all sent out their elite forces to try to find the young princess. The Han family was especially eager to find the young princess. In the parlor, Grandfather Han said with a grave expression, "Zhang Feng and the others have failed in their duties. If we don't redeem ourselves and find the young princess, the emperor will blame us and the Han clan will be in trouble." The Han family had already lost a mind because of the assassination of the emperor's grandson. They couldn't be punished by the king again. Han Lei had just returned from the palace. Other than him and Master Han, his younger brother, Third Master Han, was also in the room. Third Master Han was a slacker. He had spent the whole night in the concubine's room, so he was listless now. Han Lei was angry when he saw him. In terms of ability, 10 of his third brothers were not as good as his second brother. According to his original plan, he should have let his third brother take the blame for Han Yi. At least the Han family would only lose an idiot. However, because he was the eldest son of the old madam, he could enjoy the fruits of others' labor even if he didn't work hard or contribute to the family. Han Lei glared at his younger brother. It took him a lot of effort to resist the urge to slap him to death. "Father." Han Lei suppressed his anger and said to Master Han, "There is something wrong with this." Master Han put his hands on the handle of his cane. His eyes were sharp like a hawk's. "Don't worry about it. Find the young princess first. Then the Han family will be saved." Han Lei cupped his hands. "Yes, father. I will bring people to find her." Master Han said meaningfully, "Remember, it must be the Han family who finds the young princess." Han Lei understood. "I understand. And you?" Great-grandfather Han looked at Third Master Han with a dark expression. Third Master Han was shocked by his father's scolding. He stood up and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. "I will go too." Grandpa Han was exasperated and said, "What are you going to do? You better stay at home obediently. You are not allowed to step out of the yard for the next few days." Third Master Han was about to cry. Why did he have to imprison him? Han Lei called Chunan over and asked him to pick out the best Black Wind cavalry from the army camp. He was going to bring the Han family's cavalry to personally search for the person. "Father." Just as Han Lei was about to leave, Han Yi spurred his horse over. Han Lei looked at Han Ye's pale face and then looked at his bandaged feet. He frowned. "You haven't recovered yet. Why did you come out?" Han Yi endured the immense pain. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with determination. "Father, let me go find him too." "Nonsense. How are you going to find him like this? Didn't the doctor tell you to focus on recuperating? If someone were to find out that your tendons are broken and your legs are crippled, do you think you would still be able to keep your current position?" Han Lei's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Han Ye's heart. Gu Changqing's sword strike had killed him, almost ending his martial arts career. The king would not put a cripple in an important position. In order not to be discovered by the monarch, he couldn't even go to the Imperial Preceptor Hall for treatment. He refused to accept the fact that he had become a cripple. He could still mount a horse. He could hold a gun. He could hold a sword. Han Lei understood that his son, who had always been proud and arrogant, could not accept this heavy blow. He softened his tone and said, Don't worry and stay in the residence. I will definitely find a way to cure you." "Really?" Han Ye's tone was a little careless. Han Lei was anxious to make his son believe him. He said seriously, "Rumor has it that Xinyuan Li's tendons were broken by the people of Jin, but wasn't he still cured by a divine doctor?" Han Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. "Was it the Imperial Preceptor?" Han Lei shook his head. "No, the Imperial Preceptor Hall had not been built at that time. I don't know who the divine doctor was, but if the rumor is true, I will definitely find him for you. I will let him cure you at all costs. Even if my Han family has to support him forever, I will accept it." This was the first time Han Yi felt his father's unreserved concern for him from his eyes. In the past, only his second uncle would be like this. Han Yi whispered, "It's been decades. Who knows if that person is still around?" Han Lei held his shoulders. Don't say such discouraging words. You are the heir of the Han family. You can't give up on yourself. Han Yi said, I know I was wrong, father. Han Lei smiled with relief. Quickly go back and recuperate. I will take care of the matters outside. Han Yi was carried back to his courtyard by the servants. He lay on the rattan chair at the door and looked at the courtyard from afar. Qi Xian patted the mosquitoes on his body and said to Han Yi, Okay, don't worry. I will help you find him. Han Yi said, Thank you, master. Qi Xian put his hands behind his back and sighed. We are master and disciple. I don't want to see anything happen to your family. Han Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly called out, Master. Qi Xian asked, What's the matter? Han Yi said in a daze, I heard that Xiao Lulang is the young princess's teacher. Do you think he will let go of this opportunity? Qi Xian raised his eyebrows. You want me to find the young princess before he does? Han Yi looked down and pinched a small mosquito that fell on his leg. I hope that if you meet him you will kill him for me. Qi Xian smiled and nonchalantly said, Okay. In the purple bamboo forest of the Imperial Preceptor Hall, He carried the iced food box to the small bamboo house in the forest. It was quiet in the central room. A disciple sitting at the door said, Imperial Preceptor, He has brought the sweet soup to relieve the summer heat. The Imperial Preceptor said tiredly, Let him in. Yes. The disciple lifted the bamboo curtain of the central room and nodded to He. He stepped in and left his shoes on the steps. He walked slowly on the wooden floor in clean white footwear. Master. He bowed. In the Imperial Preceptor Hall, only the personal disciples of the Imperial Preceptor were qualified to call him Master. The other disciples all called him Imperial Preceptor. He looked at the turtle shell on the table and asked carefully, Master, are you divining? Why is the divination like this? As a personal disciple he had learned some knowledge. The divination on the table showed that the divination had failed. But it was strange, wasn't it? Was there anything in the world that his master couldn't divine? The Imperial Preceptor said regretfully, I can't divine her divination. No matter how many times I try, I can't divine it. Was his master talking about the young commandery princess? Yes, only the young commandery princess had an accident. At this critical moment, no one else was worthy of his master's divination except for the young commandery princess. He said with a smile, It must be because the weather is too hot. Master, do you want to rest for a while? The Imperial Preceptor sighed, It has nothing to do with the weather. I have been divining for many years. Master, you are exaggerating. The young commandery princess is only 4 years old. He sat down opposite the Imperial Preceptor and opened the lid of the food box. He scooped a bowl of iced mung bean soup and presented it with both hands. Master, here you go. The Imperial Preceptor took a sip and didn't say anything else. In a room in a courtyard, a man in black and a hawker who had treated his wounds stood respectfully in the middle of the room. In front of them was a man in a gray cloak. The weather was hot and humid. The man put down the hood of his cloak and took off the mask on his face. He glanced at the two and asked, Is it done? The hawker said, We caught the man. The man in black added, But we caught an extra one. The hawker was speechless. Would you die if you kept quiet? What do you mean by an extra one? The man asked with a frown. The hawker pointed to his injured thigh and said, He is the young commandery princess's classmate. He followed me here and bit my thigh. I couldn't get rid of him. But don't worry, we have got the information from the young commandery princess. He is a poor boy. He doesn't even have parents at home. He only has an elder sister who is studying at the academy next door. Even if he dies outside, no one can care. The man snorted, That better be the case. The man in black hesitated for a moment and said, Master, the young commandery princess. Can't you give her anything to eat? It's already afternoon. She has been hungry for a long time. The man said lightly, Let her suffer a little. That way the king will be more distressed and angry. The man in black muttered, She won't die from hunger, right? The man said coldly, She won't die from hunger for a day or two. Remember to give her some water at night. The man in black said, Yes. In the woodshed 2 little kids were squatting in the corner. Jing Kong, I'm hungry. The young commandery princess said with tears in her eyes. Little Jing Kong had been awake for a while. He listened carefully to the sounds outside and asked her in a low voice, Are you still hungry? Yes. The young commandery princess nodded sadly, The candy can't fill my stomach. Little Jing Kong learned from his grandaunt and had the habit of hiding snacks. He hid a few pieces of osmanthus candy and a small bag of candied fruits in his purse. When the young commandery princess said that she was hungry, he had already given her more than half of it. There were only 3 pieces of candy and 2 candied fruits left. Little Jing Kong took another piece of candy and a candied fruit and gave them to her. I can't give you any more. We don't know when we can go home. I'll leave the rest for you to eat tonight. Yes. The young commandery princess nodded obediently. She grabbed the candied fruit with one hand and the osmanthus candy with the other. Why don't you eat? She asked. Little Jing Kong patted his little belly. I have a lot of meat. It's okay if I don't eat for a meal. The young commandery princess thought for a while and handed the bigger piece of osmanthus candy to him. You eat this. She couldn't keep eating all the time. Little Jing Kong didn't eat anything. This bit of candy is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Little Jing Kong, who used to rely on the little monks to eat every meal, had this thought. You eat it? Little Jing Kong stuffed the candy into her mouth. Oh. The young commandery princess's mouth was stuffed. Oh, the osmanthus candy is so delicious. Little Jing Kong had good hearing. He could hear that there was no one in the yard. He looked at the young commandery princess. Light Shui, let's escape, shall we? The young commandery princess, who had just stuffed the candied fruit into her mouth, puffed up her cheeks and looked at him blankly like a little fat squirrel. How? Little Jing Kong came to the door. The door of the woodshed opened on both sides. There was a bronze lock on the outside, and there was a narrow gap between the door and the door. Little Jing Kong was a child. His frame was very small and his meat could be squeezed. His little hand grabbed something and slid out of the gap between the door and the door. Then he heard the door lock click twice and the bronze lock was pried open. The young commandery princess was starry-eyed. Wow! Jing Kong, you're amazing. Jing Kong also thought that he was amazing. I learned it from Brother Cheng Feng, he said. Who's Brother Cheng Feng? The young commandery princess asked. My current sister, Little Jing Kong said. A brother. I'll bring you to meet him someday. The young commandery princess was so shocked by Little Jing Kong's amazing skills that she forgot that they were doing a very dangerous thing. Little Jing Kong opened the door of the woodshed, took the young commandery princess to the yard, and found a suitable place to climb over the wall. He said to the young commandery princess, There's a tree here. Let's climb up the tree first, then we can climb over the wall. The young commandery princess lowered her head, touched her little fingers and said in a very low voice, But I don't know how to climb trees. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, ran back to the woodshed and came out with a rope. Grab the rope, I'll pull you up. The young commandery princess, I can't grab it. Little Jing Kong, okay then I'll have to tie you up first. Little Jing Kong tied one end of the rope to the young commandery princess's waist, and the other end to his own waist. Then he climbed up the tree, jumped over the wall and pulled the young commandery princess up. Ordinary 5-year-old children were not as strong as him. He practiced his basic skills every day, which built a very solid foundation. He also practiced the boxing skills that Little Chick Monkey taught him, which greatly improved his physical fitness. I'll put you down now. Little Jing Kong held the reins tightly, and put the young commandery princess on the other side of the wall little by little. The man in black and the peddler came out of the main house, and they both raised their hands and pulled their lapels. It was too hot. They were sweating profusely. The peddler said, Hurry up and check on the young commandery princess. It's so stuffy in the woodshed. I don't want her to faint from the heat. The two of them went to the woodshed together. However, they were surprised to find that the lock had been pried open, and the 2 little kids in the house were gone. The man in black suddenly changed his expression. Who let them go? The peddler frowned. Let them go? This yard is full of our people. You should be asking who rescued them. Damn it. The man in black gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his ears moved and he looked up at the wall. Who's there? The peddler jumped up the wall, looked around and found a rope in the grass not far away. It was the rope in the woodshed. The man in black jumped over the wall and came to the peddler's side. Did you find anything? The peddler looked at the large field of sorghum that was taller than a person, and finally found a child's footprint in a very hidden muddy puddle. Judging from the direction of the footprints, they were heading to the sorghum field. The peddler said coldly, Go after them. The peddler and the man in black chased after them to the sorghum field. Jing Kong, why did you run to the sorghum field just now? Why did you step on my shoes in the puddle? It's a camouflage, also known as the art of confusing the enemy. We made them think that we went that way, but in fact we went this way. The 2 little kids sneaked into the forest. The Jiao Jiao would definitely come to find him. Before that, he just needed to find a place to hide. The man in black and the peddler searched the whole sorghum field, and then they realized that they had been fooled. There was nothing in the sorghum field. There was no trace of anyone, and there were no traces of anyone rushing through it. In addition, the peddler also realized an even more annoying problem. No one came to save them, they ran away by themselves. The man in black asked, "Why do you say that?" The peddler snorted, "If someone really found that courtyard, do you think that the government wouldn't come to search it after so long?" The man in black suddenly understood. The peddler's eyes were full of murderous intent. "It must be that brat. When I catch him, I'll kill him." The two men chased into the forest. The forest was full of towering trees, and the branches and leaves blocked the sun. Even the temperature was much cooler than outside. The man in black said as he walked, "Actually, we don't have to find the young princess, we can let the other aristocratic families find her. After all, our goal is not to make a contribution in this matter." The peddler said, "We don't have to make a contribution, but we have to make sure that the Han family doesn't get it either. If they find the young princess and make a contribution to atone for their crime, then what's the point of doing all this?" The man in black said thoughtfully, "That's true." The peddler laughed, "At least we can't let the Han family take advantage of us. It's best if we take the credit ourselves." As they spoke, the two men walked further and further away. On a 100-year-old parasol tree, a middle-aged man in his early 40s flew down from the sky with a guard. The middle-aged man looked at a big tree opposite him. "Master Yang, isn't it hot up there? Why are you still hiding?" The branches were quiet for a moment, and then a man in his 50s in a navy blue brocade was brought back to the ground by two guards. He greeted the middle-aged man indifferently, "Master Dong." The middle-aged man called Master Dong smiled and looked in all directions. "Everyone come out. There are many mosquitoes in this forest, it's not worthwhile to hide behind the trees and get bitten." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more men came out from the trees or from behind the trees with their guards. Master Dong smiled and glanced at the 3 of them one by one, Lord Qin, Lord Du, Brother Feng Feng. The first 3 were about the same age as Master Dong and they were all in their prime. Only Master Feng was only 23 years old this year, and he was the youngest master among the top 10 families. It was not that he was very capable, but that the elders of the Feng family were all gone, and only he and his brother were left to support the unstable family. Master Dong smiled amiably and said, "It seems that everyone has been watching them since they entered the forest, so I'm sure you all heard what they said just now. I might as well tell you the truth. The man dressed as a peddler is a master invited by the Mu family from the underground martial arts arena a few years ago. He's good at lightness skill." Lord Qin said, "So this was done by the Mu family and the Mu family wants to deal with the Han family?" Master Dong smiled and said, "It seems so." Lord Du asked, "Why did the Mu family do this?" Master Dong smiled and said, "As soon as something happened to Consort Wan, the Mu family attacked the Han family. Don't you think there's any connection?" Lord Feng's temper rose. "Just say that Consort Wan was framed by Imperial Consort Han." Master Dong's smile did not change. "You said that, not me." "You," Lord Feng choked. Among the top 10 family heads, Master Dong was famous for being a smiling fox. It was easy to fall into his trap by talking to him. Master Dong smiled and said, "Except for the Mu, Wang, Su and Han families, all the other families are here. I have a suggestion but I don't know if you want to hear it." Lord Feng hated this the most. He could hold back several farts in one sentence, so he said, "If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to say, say it." Master Dong's eyes swept over everyone. The Mu family, Wang family and Su family are in-laws. If something happens to the Mu family, it will be difficult for these 2 families to get away with it. Even if the emperor does not take his anger out on them, they will not get any benefits. Lord Feng was annoyed. "What are you trying to say?" Master Dong put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "The Mu family has committed a capital crime by kidnapping the young princess, and the Han family is guilty of dereliction of duty for failing to protect the young princess. However, this alone is not enough to overturn these 2 families. But what if something happens to the young princess? Can these 2 families survive?" Lord Du frowned. "You mean?" The Dong family's master's smile gradually turned sinister. "What I mean is, instead of the 6 families fighting for the credit of finding the young commandery princess, it's better to eliminate the Mu family and the Han family, and directly divide their forces. This way it won't hurt the harmony and everyone can take advantage of it." Master Yang, who was the oldest at the scene, laughed. Smiling Fox, you are really ruthless. Master Dong glanced at him and said, the Han and Mu families are fat meat. Don't you want to take a bite? The Black Wind Cavalry and the supply camp. We also contributed back then, but why can't we get a share of the Xinyuan family's military power? The forest suddenly fell into silence. Yes, they had paid a great price to defeat the Xinyuan family, but in the end they didn't get a share of the military power. It was fine that the Nangong family got the lion's share, as they were originally military generals, but why did the Mu family, who had been educated for generations, get a share of the supply camp? They couldn't accept it. The people in the forest started to get restless. Let's go. The youngest family leader, Feng Wuxia, turned around and left without interest. Master Dong narrowed his eyes and looked at his handsome back. He sneered and asked, Feng, did you agree or not? Feng Wuxia waved his hand. No. Master Dong threatened. Then you can't just leave like this. Feng Wuxia glanced at him. You can stop me. Try. Master Dong's guard grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. Suddenly, a young Taoist priest in a blue robe descended from the sky like an unshakable god and stood in front of Feng Wuxia. Everyone was shocked. Master Yang said in disbelief, Taoist priest Qing Feng. Feng Wuxia was young, but his aura was not weak at all. I don't care what you want to do and I won't report you, but the Feng family will take this credit. All the masters on the scene are no match for Qing Feng even if they join hands. Patriarch Dong smiled. He said, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? All right, let's see who can save the young commandery princess first. They were so close. That despicable Feng Wuxia had messed up the situation. Brother, let's go, Feng Wuxia said to Taoist priest Qing Feng. Chapter 739. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The sky gradually darkened. The two little kids were hiding in a shady cave. The cave was not deep and was just big enough for the two little kids to hide in. The young princess had already eaten the last preserved fruit and the second last piece of osmanthus candy. The two little kids' clothes were torn and their faces were dirty. They didn't look like noble students at all. If he were to walk on the streets, he was afraid that people would think that he was a refugee from somewhere. The two little kids sat with their backs against the wall. Little Jing Kong sat outside and the young princess was blocked by his body. Are you still hungry? Little Jing Kong asked her. The young princess nodded, then quickly shook her head. She swallowed her saliva and said, I'm not hungry. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. She covered her small belly and said softly, I didn't ask it to growl. It growled by itself. The young princess had been kidnapped, locked in a small dark room, escaped with her friends and hid in this dark and damp cave. She was no longer the young princess she was in the morning. She was a young princess who could endure hunger. Little Jing Kong took out the last piece of candy, broke half of it and gave it to her. He carefully put the other half back into his pocket. There are fruits on the tree over there. I'll go and pick some. Little Jing Kong looked at the candy in the young princess' hand as he said, I'll be back when you finish this piece of candy. Okay. The young princess nodded obediently and held his little hand. You must come back. I will. Little Jing Kong sneaked out to pick the fruits. With his excellent tree climbing skills, he quickly climbed up the tree. The fruits were more plump and bright than when he looked from afar. It was too slow to pick them one by one. He hugged the branch and shook it violently. The fruits fell to the ground. He climbed down and used the hem of his clothes to pick up the fruits. He panted and ran back. However, when he ran back to the cave, he found that the young princess was gone. He frowned. Right at this moment, the young commandery princess screamed from the east, Let me go! Over there. Little Jing Kong decisively threw away the fruits that he had been carrying along the way and ran towards the direction of the sound. In an open space under the shade of a tree, two guards were fighting fiercely. The first person who found the young princess and carried her out of the cave was the Chen family's guard. However, the guards of the Chen family ran into the guards of the Dong family after walking for a short distance. The guards of the Dong family tried to kidnap the young commandery princess, but the guards of the Chen family would not let them succeed so easily. However, because he was carrying the young princess, his movements were restricted. After more than 10 moves, he gradually felt tired. However, he was not willing to hand over the young princess. The guard of the Dong family swept his leg over. The guard of the Chen family didn't manage to dodge in time, and was heavily tripped and fell to the ground. The young princess in his arms fell to the ground. Ah! The young princess screamed. The guards of the Dong family immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Who would have thought that just as his hand was about to grab the young princess, the Du family's guard would suddenly appear out of nowhere. The guards of the Du family also rushed over with their lightness skill after hearing the young princess scream. However, he was so lucky that he benefited from the fight between the Dong family and the Qin family. He had been waiting for the right moment to jump out and catch the young princess before the Dong family's guards did. The guards of the Dong family failed to catch the young princess. They slapped the ground with their palms and jumped up to stabilize themselves. The guards of the Dong family scolded angrily, "You are too evil." The guards of the Du family snorted, "It's all robbery. Don't make yourself sound so noble." The young princess was thrown around by them. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Her big eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to cry. She was a senior. She couldn't cry. The guards of the Du family comforted her, "Don't be afraid, princess. I will escort you back to the palace." The guards of the Dong family took the opportunity to smooth things over. "Young princess, don't listen to him. He is a bad guy." The guards of the Du family looked at him disdainfully and said, "How can you be a good guy?" The guards of the Qin family who were swept to the ground got up. The guards of the Dong family saw him rushing to the guards of the Du family, and they were not willing to be outdone. The original fight between the two of them became a three-way fight. In fact, if there were only 3 people fighting, it would not be too difficult. However, the young princess' voice was so loud that it attracted not only the Dong family and the Du family. Not long after, the guards of the Feng family and the Yang family also arrived at the scene and joined the fight for the young princess. The young princess was snatched by several people. Finally, the scene was too chaotic. No one knew who let go of the young princess, but she was thrown out fiercely. "Young princess." The guards of the Dong family went to pick her up. As soon as he jumped up, the guards of the Du family and the Yang family each grabbed one of his feet. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The young princess closed her eyes and screamed loudly. Then she fell to the ground heavily. It doesn't hurt." Huff huff huff. She opened her eyes and saw little Jing Kong who was hit by her. His eyes were rolling and his tongue was sticking out crazily. "Young princess." Little Jing Kong used 3 seconds to recover his HP. Then he got up quickly, grabbed the young princess' hand and ran away with her. The 5 people were fighting. Suddenly the guards of the Qin family shouted, "Stop fighting. She's gone." The 4 of them turned their heads at the same time. As expected, the young princess was gone. They were so focused on the fight that they did not notice which direction the young princess ran to. Why did the young princess run away alone? Is she so bold? The guard of the Qin family was surprised. When he found the young princess, she was clearly a frightened little rabbit. The guard of the Dong family asked, "Is it done by other families?" The guard of the Du family snorted, "What's the point of saying this now? The 5 of us fought so hard here, but now we've done all the work for someone else. I'm sure none of yous can take it lying down, right?" The guard of the Qin family gritted his teeth, "If I find out who did it, I'll kill him." Little Jing Kong ran with the young princess. The sky was getting dark and the forest was full of danger. They couldn't go any further. They had to find a way to get out. Just as this thought flashed through little Jing Kong's mind, a figure descended from the sky and blocked his and the young princess's path. "It's you." Little Jing Kong recognized him. He was the peddler who took the young princess away during the day. The peddler curled his lips playfully. "Boy, you have a good memory." "Oh, what is this called?" In the words of scholars, should it be called, "You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but find it without any effort?" Little Jing Kong looked at him vigilantly. You're not allowed to come over," the young princess said fearfully and fiercely. The peddler smiled and said, "Don't worry, princess. I don't mean to hurt you. As long as you follow me obediently, I promise I'll send you back unharmed." The young princess held little Jing Kong's hand tightly. "You're a bad guy, a stinky brat. I won't go with you." Little Jing Kong told the young princess about being a brat when they were in the cave just now. The peddler said patiently, "It's getting dark and the wolves, tigers and leopards in the forest are coming out. Do you want to be eaten by those wolves and tigers if you don't go with me?" I. The young princess trembled in fear. She didn't want to be eaten. Little Jing Kong pulled the young princess and ran back, but he saw the men in black on the other side. This was what it meant to be surrounded by wolves and tigers. "Don't talk nonsense. Those people will be here soon. I know you're good at martial arts, but I heard that Taoish Qing Feng from the Feng family and Qi Xian from the Han family have come out to look for the young princess. The peddler frowned. Okay, take the young princess and let's go. What about this kid? Don't care about him. Leave him here to feed the wolves. The young princess, who was so scared that tears rolled down her cheeks, opened her arms and stood in front of little Jing Kong. Don't let Jing Kong be fed to the wolves. The peddler smiled and obviously did not take the young princess's threat seriously. He swaggered towards the two little kids. Little Jing Kong suddenly grabbed something from his pocket and threw it at him. Then little Jing Kong threw a round object at him. The peddler caught it with his fingers and laughed. It was just a fruit. He was indeed a silly kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Little Jing Kong had picked up a lot of fruits. He threw away the ones in his clothes, but he still had some in his pocket. He took out 7 or 8 fruits and threw them at the peddler. The peddler didn't even bother to dodge. Just when he thought the last one was also a fruit, it exploded with a bang. Fortunately, he was good at Qinggong and dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been injured by the explosion. The peddler landed on the branch and looked at the frighteningly stubborn child with disgust. The little guy was very calm and didn't show any signs of panic. There was an indescribable determination in his eyes. The kid wasn't afraid of him. The peddler clenched his fists. He was just a kid. Why couldn't he look him in the eye? Moreover, he seemed to sense some kind of threat from a child. This was too strange. A thought flashed through his mind. I can't let this kid live. This forest can't kill him. One day when he grows up, he will become a terrifying existence. A strong murderous intent flashed through the peddler's eyes. He leaped into the air, stretched out his evil claws, and twisted little Jing Kong's neck mercilessly. The strength of this move was not something a 5-year-old kid could dodge. His evil claws grabbed little Jing Kong's throat. But at this moment something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a sharp eagle's cry came from the sky above, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. A red-tasseled spear glittering with silver light shot towards him like a bolt of lightning with irresistible force. What a fast weapon. He quickly dodged. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was sent flying by the huge force, and his entire arm was cut off by the red-tassel spear. He fell heavily at the feet of the man in black, and blood splattered everywhere. The red-tassel spear didn't lose its strength after cutting off his arm. It pierced deeply into the big tree behind them. The man in black broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the other side of the forest in disbelief and saw a 15 or 16-year-old boy galloping over on a horse. The boy was thin and his eyes were sharp. He didn't look like he came from the depths of the forest, but more like he came from hell for revenge. He was a killing god but also a demon. The boy's horse was not a good horse, but the horse seemed to feel the boy's fighting spirit and became very brave. It was strong and vigorous in the complicated forest as if it was walking on flat ground. When the horse ran past the two little ones, Gu Jiao swung her whip and rolled the two little ones up. "Close your eyes," she said. The two little kids raised their little hands and obediently covered their eyes. Gu Jiao clamped the horse's belly with her legs, held the two little kids with one hand, and used the other hand to ride the horse over the head of the man in black. The moment the horse's hooves fell, she coldly pulled out the red tassel spear from the tree. The red tassel spear that almost penetrated the tree was pulled out by her easily. She held the red tassel spear tightly, turned it over her head and swung it backward. The man in black and the peddler who had just stood up to attack her fell to the ground together. His head rolled out of his body. The 5 guards followed the clues and came here. They were all shocked by the bloody and cruel scene. What's going on? Who did it? They were all experts who had gone through hundreds of battles, but such a miserable situation was still too rare. If it was on the battlefield, it would not be too strange. But this was just a forest in Xingdu. The guard of the Dong family recognized one of them. This peddler is the master invited by the Mu family from the underground martial arts field. Everyone was even more surprised. The guard of the Qin family checked the surrounding situation. He was the most meticulous, otherwise, he would not be the first to find the young commandery princess. He touched the hole in the tree and said, "The other party used a long spear and there are children's footprints on the ground. The young commandery princess was taken away." The guard of the Yang family asked, "Who did it?" The guard of the Dong family said, "It's definitely not our 5 families. Although there are more than 5 of us, no one used a long spear. Everyone can agree on this point, right?" The other 4 nodded. Excluding the Dong, Yang, Qin, Feng and Du families, there were only the Wang, Han, Mu, Su, Feng families, as well as the State Preceptor Palace and the Nangong family. The Nangong family had just lost Nangong Li and was too busy to take care of themselves, so they did not seriously participate in the search and rescue at all. It was the Mu family who had the accident. The Wang family and the Su family were one with the Mu family, so they could be ruled out as suspects. Then there were only the Han family, the Feng family, and the State Preceptor Palace left. The State Preceptor Palace could be ruled out as suspects. With their status, they would not bother to deal with any aristocratic family. And this was not just dealing with them. This cruel method was obviously accompanied by a terrible murderous intent, as if they were here to take revenge. It was also impossible for the Feng family, because Taoish Qing Feng did not use a long spear. The guard of the Dong family frowned. Could it be the Han family? The Han family practiced spear techniques. The guard of the Qin family guessed. The Han family and the Mu family are the most hostile. They are very likely to be the culprit. The guard of the Yang family sighed. If the young commandery princess fell into Qi Xian's hands, we might not have a chance to get her back. That was Qi Xian of the Tang sect, the top 10 master in the underground martial arts field of the Yin dynasty. The guard of the Dong family sneered as cunningly as the master of the Dong family. Why don't we join hands to kill Qi Xian first, and then we can slowly compete with each other? Gu Jiao took the two little kids to a stream and little Nine was hovering in the sky. Gu Jiao carried the two little kids down the horse. The two little kids could still hold on when there were no adults around. But now that Gu Jiao was here, all the grievances came to their minds. The young commandery princess cried, "Teacher, I'm so scared. They took me here and there and I fell down. Boo-hoo." Gu Jiao put the red-tasseled spear on the ground aside and squatted down on one knee, like a knight guarding her. She gently wiped the tears on her face and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. No one will take you away again." The young commandery princess threw herself into Gu Jiao's arms and cried loudly. Little Jing Kong tried his best to hold back his tears, but his eyes were full of tears. Gu Jiao also held him in her arms. She knelt down on one knee and held the children in each hand. She did not do such a gentle thing often, so her movements were a little stiff. But this did not stop the two little kids from feeling a calming power from her. It was a kind of faith. The two little kids were tired after crying for a while. The young commandery princess was only 4 years old, and she was a weak girl in Jiaojiao. Once she felt safe, she fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and blamed himself. "I made Jiaojiao worry. I couldn't even beat a bad guy." Gu Jiao patted his little head and smiled. "No, you did very well. You protected your companions and yourself. You didn't make me worry. You're the bravest little boy. I'm very proud of you." Little Jing Kong felt a lump in his throat. "Jiao Jiao." Suddenly an eagle's cry came from above. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Over there. There were people coming from the forest. Not just one but a group of people. They were not the 5 guards from before, but the masters of the 5 aristocratic families who were surrounded by several guards. From left to right they were Master Dong, Master Yang, Master Feng, Master Du and Master Qin. Gu Jiao had seen their portraits in the library of the State Preceptor Hall. Gu Jiao gently put the sleeping commandery princess on the ground and said to little Jing Kong, "Cover your ears and don't look back." "Okay." Little Jing Kong answered obediently. He sat facing the stream and raised his hands to cover his little ears. Gu Jiao picked up the red-tasseled spear and walked towards them step by step. Little Nine spread its wings and hovered above her head with high fighting spirit. It was as if it was waiting for her order, and then it would swoop down to its prey. Everyone looked at the teenager who was walking towards them with a murderous look under the moonlight and the eagle who was escorting the teenager. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. A guard drew his sword and walked forward shouting, "Who are you? Hand over the commandery princess if you know what's good for you, or you will die a horrible death." Before he could finish, the teenager shot him with a spear. He knelt on the ground and looked at the teenager in shock. The teenager kicked him in the chest and coldly pulled out the red-tasseled spear. Blood splattered on the teenager's face, and one of the drops hit between his eyebrows. It looked like a drop of red cinnabar. Master Dong's eyes trembled. "Xinyuan Cheng?" The teenager raised his hand and casually wiped the blood off his face. He looked at the crowd with a murderous look in his eyes. "Who's next?" Chapter 740. That was a guard from the Feng family. The ones who came out to carry out this mission were not ordinary guards. They were all carefully selected elites. Being able to kill him with one shot was enough to prove this young man's ability. However, this alone was not enough to shock everyone present. The murderous aura and wolf-like nature emitted from the young man's body was faintly familiar to everyone, but only the Dong family head thought of Xinyuan Cheng. Go! The Dong family head and the others all gave the order. The other 5 guards drew their swords and rushed towards Gu Jiao. Everyone watched the fight between the young man and the guards intently. The young man knew that he did not have the advantage in numbers. He had to conserve his strength to the greatest extent, so every move he made hit the opponent's vital points, not giving the opponent a chance to make a comeback. Who do you think of? The Dong family had asked. A name flashed through everyone's mind at the same time: Xinyuan Cheng. Xinyuan Cheng went to war with his father when he was 10 years old. At the age of 12 he achieved military merits. He was the bravest young man on the battlefield, the Blood Wolf. If he met a god he would kill a god. If he met a devil he would kill a devil. Even if he could not kill the other party he would ruthlessly bite off a piece of flesh from the other party. Therefore, even if they defeated Xinyuan Cheng's enemy, they were not willing to fight with Xinyuan Cheng again. The price was too high. Feng Lao-san asked, "Who is this young man?" The Dong family head said with a complicated expression, "I've never seen him before. I don't know him." When the last guard fell, the battle was over. It was much faster than expected. This young man did not look like an expert, but why was every move so deadly? Feng Lao-san narrowed his eyes and jumped. "I'll fight you." His weapon was a long sword, similar to the red-tasseled spear in Gu Jiao's hand. It was heavier, but not as heavy as Xinyuan Li's red-tasseled spear. He chopped down with his sword. Gu Jiao blocked with her spear with both hands. Her arms were slightly numb. Feng Huai, the Feng family patriarch's legitimate son, was the third in the family, and was known as Third Brother Feng. He was skilled in the saber and possessed boundless strength. Feng Lao-san looked at Gu Jiao, who caught his saber and unexpectedly sneered, "Brat, to be able to catch my saber, your strength is not small. Let's see if you have the ability to withstand my second attack." He only used 30% of his strength in the first strike. When the second slash came down, Gu Jiao's feet sank half a foot into the ground. If he continued fighting like this, he would sooner or later run out of energy. Gu Jiao decided to turn defense into offense. When Brother Feng's third blade came, Gu Jiao didn't meet it head-on. Instead, she used her spear to jump up, and with a flip, she jumped over Brother Feng's head. The moment she landed on the ground, she pulled out the red-tasseled spear from the ground. She turned around and swept it across Feng Lao-san's waist, which he didn't have time to protect in time. Feng Lao-san was shocked. "You?" He looked at his wound in disbelief and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was holding the red-tasseled spear and panting slightly. "Brat. You just used the Xinyuan family spear technique." "What?" Lord Shen was shocked. Dong family head had already seen through the trick. This brat used a normal spear technique to deal with the guards. Since Brother Feng was more difficult to deal with, she changed her spear technique. That move just now was the 4th style of the Xinyuan 7 styles. It was a perfect move to turn defense into offense. It was not easy to use the Xinyuan family spear technique. First, one had to completely channel their internal energy into their dantian. Without using any internal energy, they had to rely on the body's endurance and explosive power to use it. This spear technique was created by Xinyuan Li. To be honest, he didn't understand why Xinyuan Li created this spear technique. Everyone in the Xinyuan family had internal energy. Wouldn't it be better for him to create a spear technique that could also be used with internal energy? As a result, the experts of the Xian family couldn't steal it even if they wanted to. His thoughts wandered. How did this brat obtain this spear technique? How did he learn it with his amazing willpower and physique? Other than Xinyuan Li and Xinyuan Cheng, only the tempered body monks of the Shaolin Temple could withstand this kind of force. This brat was a Shaolin monk? No, even a monk couldn't learn it. The two techniques were contradictory. The head of the Dong family had a headache. He was suddenly very curious about this brat and wanted to know his origin. After Feng Laosan was injured, he began to use his full strength. His attacks were faster and faster, so Gu Jiao couldn't dodge. Feng Laosan kicked Gu Jiao's shoulder. Gu Jiao was forced to retreat several feet. Her feet drew a long ditch on the ground until she stabbed the red-tasseled spear deep into the ground. When she stopped, she was only half a foot away from little Jing Kong. "Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong felt her breath, but little Jing Kong remembered Gu Jiao's words. He couldn't turn back. Gu Jiao stared at Feng Laosan in front of her. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and said softly, "Count the stars." "Okay." Little Jing Kong sat cross-legged on the cloak and looked at the vast starry sky. 1, 2, 3, His childish voice was the peace she wanted to protect. Gu Jiao straightened up and walked toward Feng Laosan with the red-tasseled spear in her hand. Feng Laosan was confused. What was going on? After being kicked by him, she could still stand up and walk toward him. Very well, if you want to die, then don't blame me for being rude. Feng Laosan raised his long knife and slashed toward Gu Jiao's neck. Gu Jiao, who should have been beheaded, disappeared. Feng Laosan was shocked. Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear was still on the ground, but where was she? In the next second, Gu Jiao appeared behind Feng Laosan. Feng Laosan felt a chill run down his spine and realized something. Just as he was about to turn around, Gu Jiao grabbed the hair on the back of his head. Gu Jiao grabbed him with one hand and held the dagger with the other, cutting his throat. This was not the Shen Yuan family's spear technique, but a killing move from her previous life. She had not used it for a long time, but fortunately she remembered it. Feng Laosan fell to the ground with a dumbfounded expression. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Gu Jiao's violent nature was stirred up, but she did not lose control for the time being. She held the bloody dagger and looked at the remaining 4 people indifferently. There was no ruthlessness in her eyes, nor was there a trace of satisfaction or joy from defeating her opponent. She was very calm. But this was the most terrifying thing. Brat, you just killed a big shot, okay? You just cut a bag of cabbages. Gu Jiao raised the dagger. I'm tired of fighting, all of you come at me together. On the other side, Mu Qingchen and a bodyguard also entered the forest. The bodyguard looked up and said, "Young master, look, that eagle is flying so high." Mu Qingchen raised his eyes and looked around. He had been watching that eagle for a long time, and it had been hovering in a certain direction. Mu Qingchen looked away and said, "Don't worry about that eagle. Finding the person is more important." The bodyguard replied, "Yes, young master." After walking for a while, the bodyguard said in a low voice, "It's already dark. If we can't find the young princess, I'm afraid she's going to be in trouble." Mu Qingchen frowned and did not say anything. He did not want to see this happen, but he had to admit that the longer they waited, the less likely the young princess would be to survive. They entered the forest from another direction and did not see the peddler's corpse. Therefore, they did not know that the young princess had been found and taken away. The bodyguard asked again, "Young master, why didn't you let young master Mu Chuan come with you?" Mu Qingchen said, "It's useless even if he comes. He was still a child." While they were talking, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the dome. The gerfalcon hovering above the forest suddenly swooped down as if it had found its prey. Then a series of shrill screams came from the depths of the forest. "Ah!" the bodyguard said vigilantly, "Young master, someone is here." Mu Qingchen looked at the map in his hand under the moonlight and said, "It's in the direction of the stream. Let's go and have a look." Their horses could not go any further because the road was too bad. Riding a horse was not as fast as lightness skill. At this moment they were both walking. They rushed over with lightness skill. There was a scuffle going on by the stream. The masters and pillars of the aristocratic families present were all martial artists. Otherwise, how could they enter the forest in person? Only Master Yang was watching the battle alone. He was the oldest person present, more than 50 years old. He even relied on the bodyguard to climb up and down the tree. Master Dong caught Gu Jiao's spear. He turned his head and gritted his teeth. "That's enough, old Yang. Stop pretending. If you continue to pretend to be weak, none of us will be able to leave." Among these people, old Yang, who pretended to be weak, was the best at martial arts. Master Dong, Master Qin and Master Du could only fight to a draw with Gu Jiao when they joined forces. Gu Jiao was too difficult to deal with. This was out of everyone's expectations. However, old Yang had not watched the battle for so long for nothing. He had been observing Gu Jiao's martial arts, trying to find Gu Jiao's flaws. This young man did have flaws, but those 3 flaws were even more. No wonder he was beaten so badly. He jumped out and said, "Okay, I'll help you." After Master Yang joined the battle, Gu Jiao obviously felt the pressure. This little old man who had no sense of presence was a real master. While they were fighting, several bodyguards came out from the other side of the forest. They were very smart. They did not participate in the battle between the masters. Instead, they went straight to the stream to catch little Jing Kong and the young commandery princess. The main reason was that it was dark. Their clothes were the same, their hair was the same, and their faces were dirty. They could not tell who was the young commandery princess, so they had to catch both of them. Gu Jiao shouted, "Little Nine." Little Nine swooped down and pecked the eyes of the bodyguard who was leading the battle. The scream that Mu Qingchen and the bodyguards heard came from his mouth. At this moment Little Nine was no longer an ordinary gerfalcon. It was Gu Jiao's war eagle. Little Nine had also started its own battle. One of the bodyguards pretended to be injured and fell into the stream, but in fact he was eyeing the two little people by the stream. Little Jing Kong looked at the bodyguard who was crawling towards him. Well, Jiao Jiao only said that he was not allowed to look back, but he did not say that he was not allowed to move. The bodyguard rushed towards Little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong jumped up and stretched out his little iron hand. Monkey steals peach. The bodyguard knelt on the ground and was in so much pain. Mu Qingchen, who had rushed to the scene and witnessed this scene, tightened his legs and took a deep breath. Gu Jiao was not any better. She staggered and almost fell. Monkey steals peach? Where did he learn such dirty martial arts? Don't tell her that it was taught by that little chicken monkey. Her innocent little Jing Kong was led astray just like that. When she returned to Zhao country she would beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him up. Gu Jiao misunderstood. This move was not taught by Marquis Xianping, but by the strongest little bad friend, Su Tsong Tsong, who was the head of the 3 scumbags in the Imperial College. Chapter 741. The battle between Gu Jiao and Dong family head and the others was very fierce. With the addition of Yang family head, the other side's fighting strength had indeed increased a lot, but Gu Jiao was definitely a tough bone. She fought as if she didn't care about her life, but Dong family head and the others couldn't do the same. On one hand they didn't want to be injured, but on the other hand they wanted to easily kill Gu Jiao. As a result, the more they fought, the more chaotic they became. In the end, except for Yang family head, the other 3 were all injured. Dong family head was an old fox. He always shouted the fiercest and hid the furthest, letting his companions take the damage, so his injuries were the lightest. Chen family head's injuries were the most serious. His right leg and left abdomen were bleeding non-stop, and he fell unconscious on the ground. Gu Jiao's physical strength was also very exhausted. If the two sides continued to fight, it would only be a situation where both sides were injured, and because of that surnamed Yang, Gu Jiao glanced at Yang family head. This person was too unfathomable. The book pavilion had the least information about him. If she hadn't fought with him today, who would have thought that he was a hidden master? Dong family head said to Yang family head, "His physical strength is almost exhausted. Old Yang, old Du and I will hold him back. You look for an opportunity and kill him in one move." Yang family head looked at Gu Jiao with a malicious gaze. Okay. Dong family head and Du Darren exchanged glances and tacitly came to Gu Jiao's 2 sides, launching a pincer attack on Gu Jiao. Yang family head looked at the battle without blinking, waiting for Gu Jiao to show a flaw. When Dong family head restrained Gu Jiao's lower body, and Du Darren blocked Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear, Yang family head narrowed his eyes. The youth's physical strength decreased, and his speed slowed down. This speed was nothing to an ordinary master, but in front of his realm, it was a great flaw. Now is the time. Patriarch Yang raised his hand and sent an iron palm towards Gu Jiao's back. Almost at the same time, a masked man in white appeared in a flash, and stood in front of Gu Jiao and the others. His palm met the Yang family's patriarch's attack. When the time was up, Dong family head and Du Darren's restraint reached its limit. Gu Jiao forced the 2 of them back with a single spear strike. She looked back. The white-robed man leaped up and flew towards her. He grabbed her slender waist and brought her up into the air. "It's me," he whispered. Gu Jiao looked towards the stream, but she didn't see little Jing Kong and little Commandery Princess. He said, "Up ahead." Gu Jiao did not resist anymore. Just when Mu Qingchen thought that Gu Jiao was going to be taken away by him, Gu Jiao suddenly turned around and threw a dagger at him. "Are you all okay? Be careful." Patriarch Dong shouted. The dagger was aimed at Patriarch Yang. Patriarch Yang dodged sideways, but the angle Gu Jiao chose was very tricky. Even if he dodged, the one behind him could not. Patriarch Du was stabbed by the dagger, and his whole body was sent flying by the terrible force. He hit the big tree behind him and fell heavily to the ground. Patriarch Dong hurried over and held his shoulder. "Old Du." Gu Jiao's action was beyond everyone's expectation. Like Mu Qingchen, they thought that Gu Jiao had left, but they did not expect her to do such a thing. What kind of stubbornness was this? There were 11 of them when they came and 6 of them were guards. Now more than half of them were dead. Feng Laosan was dead, old Du and old Chen were not sure if they were still alive. Patriarch Dong was also slightly injured. Patriarch Dong said, Old Yang, you're so powerful. You're fine. Fine. Patriarch Yang looked in the direction where the young man and the masked man in white went. He silently clenched his right hand, and a drop of blood slipped from his sleeve. Mu Qingchen took Gu Jiao to the place where they agreed to meet with the guards. Gu Jiao saw the horse tied under the tree. A round little head poked out from behind the big tree. Jiao Jiao? The vigilance in Gu Jiao's eyes completely disappeared. Little Jing Kong trotted over. Gu Jiao took his little hand. Are you scared? No. Little Jing Kong shook his head, looked at Mu Qingchen and said, It's brother Qingchen. Little Jing Kong thought that Gu Jiao could not recognize Mu Qingchen, who was masked. Yes, I know. Gu Jiao touched his little head and said to Mu Qingchen, Thank you. Mu Qingchen thought that Gu Jiao was referring to him saving her, so he said calmly, You're welcome. The guards came out from behind the big tree with the sleeping little princess in their arms. Just now, Mu Qingchen asked the guards to take little Jing Kong away, but he was almost attacked by little Jing Kong. Mu Qingchen had no choice but to show up. Only when little Jing Kong saw that it was him did he let down his guard. Gu Jiao sat down against the big tree. Little Jing Kong walked over and nestled in her arms. Mu Qingchen carried the sleeping little princess over, paused for a moment, and sat down on the other side of little Jing Kong. He looked at the two of them strangely and said, You haven't seen each other many times. Why are you so close? Little Jing Kong could pretend that it was the first time he and Gu Jiao met each other in the boxing field. But in this dangerous forest he could not hide his dependence on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said calmly, Because I'm born with affinity? Mu Qingchen was speechless. Mu Qingchen thought that little princess only met once and recognized Gu Jiao as her teacher. It could only be attributed to Gu Jiao's affinity with children. Gu Jiao leaned against the big tree with little Jing Kong in her arms and asked, Are you hungry? Little Jing Kong hesitated for a moment, and nodded honestly, I'm hungry. Gu Jiao asked, How long have you been hungry? Little Jing Kong thought for a moment and said, One day. Gu Jiao never let Jing Kong go hungry and neither did Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao did not bring any food with her, but there were a few glucose bars in the first aid kit. Gu Jiao opened the small box, took out a piece and handed it to him. Little Jing Kong did not eat it but fed it to Gu Jiao first. Luleng, eat it. I'm not hungry, Gu Jiao said. He told Light Shui the same thing, but he was actually very hungry, so Jiao Jiao must be hungry too. Little Jing Kong insisted on feeding Gu Jiao first. After Gu Jiao ate a piece, he happily took a piece of candy and put it into his mouth. Mu Qingchen frowned inexplicably. Why didn't he ask brother Qingchen to eat it too? No way. There was only so little candy. He only ate one piece and the rest must be given to Jiao Jiao. Go and pick some fruits. Mu Qingchen ordered the guard. Yes. The guard went to pick some fruits nearby. Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao distantly, This place is very secluded and no one will come here for the time being. We'll leave after you recover some strength. Gu Jiao did not care much about his deliberate alienation. Okay. Mu Qingchen frowned. Little Nine fluttered its wings and landed on the branch above Gu Jiao's head. Mu Qingchen looked up at Little Nine, paused and asked, This eagle is yours? Gu Jiao said, Sort of. What did she mean by sort of? Forget it, it was unnecessary to ask about this with their current relationship. Mu Qingchen was not surprised that Gu Jiao came out to look for someone. Gu Jiao was the little princess's teacher, and it was reasonable for her to help when the little princess was missing. But he didn't understand how he managed to get into a fight with those people. Mu Qingchen took off the veil on his face and told Gu Jiao the doubts in his heart. Little Jing Kong was lying comfortably in Gu Jiao's arms with the candy in his mouth, enjoying Gu Jiao's embrace and breath. He felt so happy at this moment that he even swayed his little feet and hummed a little tune. Gu Jiao looked at him with amusement. Mu Qingchen thought that Gu Jiao did not hear him, so he was going to ask again. Gu Jiao said, They want to take the little princess away and I don't want to hand her over. Mu Qingchen frowned. You? Gu Jiao said lightly, Yes, I want to take the credit. Who doesn't want such a big credit? Mu Qingchen was angry when he heard this. You are really this kind of person. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Mu Qingchen looked away angrily. He did not know why he was angry, but he felt like there was a ball of fire in his heart. It's not like that. Little Jing Kong raised his little head from Gu Jiao's arms and said seriously, They are bad people. They all want to take the light shui and no one wants to give in. They even caused the light shui to fall. They don't care if the light shui hurts or not, they just want to take her away. Mu Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Gu Jiao and opened his mouth. You, humph. Gu Jiao looked away. Mu Qingchen was speechless. Gu Jiao was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She did not care if people misunderstood her and she never defended herself. However, little Jing Kong cared. Jiao Jiao was the best Jiao Jiao in the world. He did not want anyone to misunderstand her. Little Jing Kong said to Mu Qingchen, Brother Qingchen, they started it. They wanted to hurt Lu Lang and they also wanted to take the light Shui and me. If they took us away they would not give us anything to eat. Mu Qingchen was here to look for the young princess with sincerity. Judging others by their own standards, he assumed that the others were the same as him. However, after listening to little Jing Kong's description, it was clear that this was not the case. The one who wanted to take the credit was not Xiao Lu Lang, but the aristocratic families. However, couldn't this brat explain it to him nicely? Would he rather be misunderstood than to explain himself? Was he so insignificant in his heart? He did not care about his misunderstanding at all, did he? Mu Qingchen's face was frighteningly dark. Little Jing Kong scratched his little head with both hands. Brother Qingchen seemed to be angrier because he did not explain himself clearly. The guard came back with a pile of fruits. I've tasted it. It's not poisonous. It's sweet and sour and it's quite delicious. Gu Jiao took a big and red fruit, wiped it with a handkerchief and handed it to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong sat up straight in Gu Jiao's arms, held the big fruit with both hands and took a bite. Little Jing Kong was so sour that he almost made an emoji. Gu Jiao, oh, I forgot that Jing Kong just ate candy. Little Jing Kong moved his little butt and continued to eat the sour fruit. He took a bite and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him curiously. You're not sour anymore? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and tilted his head. He turned into a romantic prince in a second. Because you're my candy. Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen. After eating 7 or 8 fruits, little Jing Kong burped and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. The night was quiet and the night wind was blowing. Gu Jiao ate another piece of glucose and waited for her strength to recover. Mu Qingchen could not help but ask, do you know who those guys are? Gu Jiao, yes I do. Mu Qingchen was slightly surprised. You know? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, I saw their portraits in the library of the State Preceptor Palace. Mu Qingchen was stunned for a moment before he remembered this. He said, I heard that His Majesty summoned you to treat the former crown princess. How's the treatment going? Gu Jiao, fortunately the operation was successful. She's awake now. Mu Qingchen sighed. You're really amazing. Gu Jiao said calmly, it's just an operation. I'm talking about what happened just now. Mu Qingchen raised his hand and waved away the mosquitoes biting the young princess. Since you know who they are, how dare you treat them so cruelly? Aren't you afraid of their revenge? Gu Jiao, is it useful to be afraid? Mu Qingchen choked. Yes, it was useless to be afraid. However, ordinary people would not have such courage. Even if they knew that it was useless to be afraid, they still could not do anything. This was normal. Mu Qingchen suddenly felt that he had underestimated his classmates' courage and boldness. Even as the legitimate son of the Su family, he could not openly challenge the 5 great aristocratic families. Otherwise he would not have covered his face just now. Gu Jiao stood up with little Jing Kong in her arms after she recovered some strength. Okay, can we go now? Mu Qingchen reminded her, the forest may not be very peaceful tonight. Are you sure you don't want to rest for a while? I can't rest anymore. Gu Jiao said and signaled to the south of the forest with her eyes. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked in that direction. He saw Qi Xian, who was wearing a silver robe, strolling in the night. Qi Xian looked at Mu Qingchen happily and greeted him with a smile. Young Master Qingchen, long time no see. How are you? Mu Qingchen asked warily. Qi Xian? What are you going to do? Qi Xian smiled and said, kill people and save people. When he said this, his eyes paused for a moment on Gu Jiao and the young princess. His meaning was obvious. The one he wanted to kill was Gu Jiao, and the one he wanted to take away was the young princess. In your dreams. Mu Qingchen stepped forward and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Qi Xian patted his palm with the folding fan. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Mu and Su families. This has nothing to do with young Master Qingchen. Young Master Qingchen, hand over the young princess and Xiao Lulang and I won't stop you from leaving. Mu Qingchen said coldly, you have a big appetite. Qi Xian pondered for a moment and said with a smile, ah, it seems that my appetite is indeed a little too big. How about this, I'll let you take the young commandery princess away. I won't fight with you for this credit for the time being. You can leave Xiao Lulang behind. Mu Qingchen handed the young princess in his arms to the guard beside him and said to him and Gu Jiao, "You two go first." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "You are no match for him." Qi Xian was a master of the Tang sect and had more than 10 years of internal energy than Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen said in a low voice, "I will hold him back. As long as you escape, he won't dare to kill me. Otherwise, once the news of Mu Qingchen's death spread, the Han family would not be able to protect Qi Xian." With Qi Xian's hearing, he heard every word. He laughed until he was convulsing. After laughing enough, he looked at Mu Qingchen sympathetically. "Young Master Qingchen, why do you have to do this? Do you know who he is? Listen to me. He is not worth it." Mu Qingchen said, "Cut the crap." Qi Xian stopped laughing. "He killed Nangongli." Mu Qingchen's pupils shrank. Qi Xian raised his eyebrows. "You really don't know." As he said, he looked at Gu Jiao, who was beside Mu Qingchen. "He is a spy from the Zhao kingdom. He is the one who killed Nangongli. He approached you just to use you. Don't be fooled by him. I know that the big families are secretly competing with each other, but General Nangong is a famous general of the Yan kingdom. Shouldn't we work together to fight the enemy now that he was killed by a spy from a lower country?" Mu Qingchen clenched the long sword in his hand. Of course, the national enmity came first. The guard looked at his young master worriedly. "Young master won't." Whoosh! Qi Xian made a move. But it was not aimed at Gu Jiao but at Mu Qingchen. He wanted to defeat Mu Qingchen with one move and make him lose all his resistance. However, his hand did not touch Mu Qingchen at all. Mu Qingchen was pushed away by Gu Jiao in time. Qi Xian smiled in surprise. "Boy, you have been watching. Take this." He waved his folding fan, and a row of hidden weapons with cold internal force flew toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong and stepped on a big tree. She somersaulted to avoid the attack, and the hidden weapons were nailed into the tree. The tree withered rapidly. The hidden weapons were poisonous. Mu Qingchen pulled out his sword and stabbed at Qi Xian. Qi Xian waved his fan to block it, and a hidden weapon shot out from his fingertip. Mu Qingchen blocked it with his sword. The force was so great that the hidden weapon and the sword actually made sparks in the night. Mu Qingchen's eyes darkened. Qi Xian was too powerful. They were no match for him. Mu Qingchen gritted his teeth. When he raised his long sword again, a white hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Let me," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen frowned slightly. "I know you are powerful, but you are no match for him. He has some scruples when fighting with me, but he won't be polite to you. It's not certain who will be rude." Gu Jiao handed little Jing Kong to Mu Qingchen, grabbed the red-tasseled spear and walked forward calmly. "I'll fight with you." Qi Xian smiled. Gu Jiao said, "But I have a condition." Qi Xian said, "Go ahead." Gu Jiao said, "You have to give me 3 moves." Qi Xian said with amusement, "No problem. I can give you 30 moves, let alone 3. "That's not necessary." Gu Jiao said generously, "I'll count to 3 and we'll start. I'll prepare some hidden weapons. You're not allowed to launch a sneak attack." "Okay." 1. Gu Jiao stabbed his thigh with her spear. Qi Xian. Chapter 742. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. The night was dark. In the purple bamboo forest of the State Preceptor Hall, a small bamboo house was lit by a weak oil lamp. The State Preceptor sat on a cushion. "Master." He just opened the curtain to report the progress of finding the young princess to the State Preceptor. Senior Yi Qing still hasn't found anything, so he didn't know if he should send more people. When the words reached his lips, he saw the State Preceptor sitting motionless in front of the small table. His voice suddenly swallowed. There were 3 teacups on the table. One in front of the State Preceptor, one in the seat next to the State Preceptor, and one in front of the State Preceptor. Is Master waiting for a friend? Master doesn't have any friends. He entered the State Preceptor Hall for 10 years and never saw his master close to anyone. Oh, except for the chess game with old Mr. Meng. But the friendship between his master and old Mr. Meng was limited to chess. The position of the teacups was also very strange. Why was there someone sitting next to his master? Shouldn't it all be on the opposite side? This wasn't the first time he saw this scene. He always didn't understand what his master was doing. He privately asked Senior Yi Qing, but Senior Yi Qing just told him not to ask too much and not to disturb his master at this time. He carefully put down the curtain and silently left. Thinking of the scene of his master sitting there, Who knows if he was waiting or reminiscing? Yuhi's expression paused. Master has two very important friends. Yuhi thought. In the forest, Qi Xian was stabbed with a face full of confusion. What happened to the 1, 2, 3? Did you eat 2, 3, 3? Young people don't talk about martial ethics. Qi Xian lived for more than 30 years and really never saw such a sinister and cunning person. What kind of dirty tricks are not as ruthless as this? Qi Xian was so shocked that even his instincts were slowed down for a second. He stared at Gu Jiao in a daze. Gu Jiao looked at him innocently and turned the red-tasseled spear in his thigh. Fuck. Qi Xian was in so much pain that all the hair on his body stood up and his facial features almost escaped from his face. You stab is enough, you still turn. You think you're stirring meat? Qi Xian finally regained his senses. He sent a palm strike towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had already predicted this move of his. She kicked his palm and borrowed the force of his attack to send herself flying. The red-tasseled spear was also pulled out. Blood spurted out from Qi Xian's thigh. He had never seen such an infuriating person. Qi Xian gritted his teeth and sealed the major acupoint on his leg, sealing the spurting blood. He quickly tore off a piece of his clothes and wrapped it around his wound. His series of movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was obvious that he had suffered many injuries when he practiced martial arts in the past. No one was born an expert. Although talent was important, if one didn't train hard, it would be impossible to reach a realm that ordinary people couldn't touch. Gu Jiao steadied herself 10 steps away from Qi Xian. The red-tasseled spear was truly a good item. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could be used to fight openly and covertly. If necessary, it could be used for a sneak attack. Gu Jiao looked at Qi Xian provocatively. Didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves? Why did you go back on your words? Qi Xian angrily said, You said you'd only start when you counted to 3. Gu Jiao said, I didn't say I'd count with my mouth. I counted to 3 in my heart. Qi Xian's mouth twitched. Qi Xian decided not to waste any more words with Gu Jiao. Otherwise, he would die from anger before the fight even started. Qi Xian directly attacked. However, as soon as Qi Xian raised his hand, he sensed that something was wrong. What was going on? Why couldn't his arm exert any strength? Qi Xian glared at Gu Jiao fiercely. Brat, what did you do to me? Nothing, I just smeared something on the tip of the spear. Gu Jiao had already noticed that there was someone in the forest. Her intuition told her that it was a very powerful expert, so she did something to the tip of the spear. She did it very secretly. Even Mu Qingchen and the guards beside her thought that she was just cleaning the spear. Qi Xian felt the internal force in his body. It was terrible. He could barely feel it. What is it? Gu Jiao said, Neurotoxin. Qi Xian was puzzled. What kind of toxin? Gu Jiao shrugged. Forget it if you don't understand. Damn it. He was a member of the Tang sect. There was actually a poison in the world that he had never heard of. Gu Jiao did not give Qi Xian a chance to breathe. She held the red-tasseled spear and rushed toward Qi Xian. I'll take your life when you're sick. There was not much neurotoxin. She had to seize the opportunity. However, just as Gu Jiao approached Qi Xian, a man of sacrifice from the Han family rushed out from the forest. The man of sacrifice blocked the spear for Qi Xian. Mu Qingchen handed little Jing Kong to the guard beside him. The guard held one in each hand and looked at his master in confusion. Leave him to me. Mu Qingchen forced the man of sacrifice to take a few steps back. Gu Jiao attacked Qi Xian again. Qi Xian grabbed Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear. He used all his internal force to snatch the spear and threw it into the depths of the forest. The red-tasseled spear was not heavy, so he could still throw it. If it was Xian Yuan Li's magical weapon, he would not be able to pick it up. As expected of Qi Xian from the Tang sect, he could still fight in this state. Gu Jiao clenched her fist and punched Qi Xian's face. Qi Xian's head was tilted and a tooth flew out. Gu Jiao raised her leg and kicked him into the sky. She leaped onto a tree branch, and when Qi Xian fell from the sky, she flew up and stomped down on Qi Xian's dantian. Qi Xian accelerated and fell to the ground, creating a large crater on the spot. Gu Jiao grabbed the tree branch with one hand and landed beside the hole. Gu Jiao raised her leg again and mercilessly stomped on Qi Xian's head. Unexpectedly, a bony hand grabbed her leg. Under the dust, Qi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. It's time to end this. Gu Jiao instantly felt Qi Xian's majestic and vast inner strength. It only numbed him for a short while. Gu Jiao tried to pull her leg back. She could not. Qi Xian was full of murderous intent. He said word by word, I said it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Gu Jiao's ankle and twisted it. You broke Han Ye's hamstring. Fine, I'll break one of your legs first as interest. With a loud bang, Qi Xian was blasted flying by a strand of sword qi that was like a graceful swan. He stood on the tree branch and steadied himself. This familiar sword energy was... He took a closer look. Under the moonlight, Gu Changqing held a cold sword and stood in front of Gu Jiao like a cold-faced demon. What a powerful sword energy. Qi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Changqing. He then looked at the 100-foot-long gully on the ground caused by the sword energy. He clenched his fists. Why was it this person again? He was the one who broke Han Ye's hamstring last time. Damn it. He still had poison in his body and was injured by that brat's sneak attack. He snorted coldly. I'll let you go today. The next time I see you, it'll be the day you die. He used his qinggong to leave. Gu Changqing did not chase him. His sister was more important than the enemy. Gu Changqing turned around and asked Gu Jiao, "Are you hurt?" No. Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Changqing was still worried. He handed the sword to Gu Jiao and let Gu Jiao hold it. He knelt down on one knee and held up his sister's leg. He pinched it to make sure it was not swollen or cracked. Only then did he feel relieved. On the other side, Mu Qingchen also finished his battle. He was not used to killing people, so he knocked the men of sacrifice out. He walked over. Gu Jiao raised her dirty hand and wiped Gu Changqing's face. His sister's face was covered in dirt. Well, he would not wash his face today. Mu Qingchen looked at the two of them and asked about Gu Jiao's condition. Are you okay? I'm fine, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Changqing. He is, I don't know him. He's from the same hometown. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing said in unison. He's from the same hometown. I don't know him. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing said in unison again. Mu Qingchen was speechless. Do I look gullible? Mu Qingchen snorted. Don't say it if you don't want to. I don't have to know. Gu Jiao did not say anything. Mu Qingchen was speechless. Gu Changqing's arrival made Gu Jiao feel much more relaxed. They encountered several groups of men of sacrifice and guards, but they were all taken care of by Gu Changqing alone. Gu Changqing fought, fed his sister and hugged little Jing Kong. Throughout the whole process Gu Jiao ate and ate. Gu Jiao finished the last piece of dried meat and burped. We are almost out of the forest. There shouldn't be any masters who can fight, right? Mu Qingchen pondered for a moment. There is one who may be more troublesome than Qi Xian. Gu Jiao asked, who is it? Mu Qingchen said solemnly, Taoist Qing Feng from the Feng family. He is a real martial arts genius. He is only 26 years old, but his inner strength is much stronger than Qi Xian's. If we encounter him, we can only wait to be beaten up. Somewhere in the forest, Feng Wuxia squatted on the ground and drew circles. He looked hopeless. Brother, are you sure you are in the right place? Taoist Qing Feng nodded. Yes. But we have already walked around 7 times. Feng Wuxia looked up and pointed at an old locust tree. I will leave a mark here every time I come here. There are already 7 marks now. Taoist Qing Feng stood in the air under the moonlight. He looked like a celestial being. His slender fingers pinched a hand-drawn sheepskin map. He studied the map carefully and said confidently, this is how I walked. I've been to this forest before and even walked out. Feng Wuxia asked, how long did it take you to walk out last time? Not long. Taoist Qing Feng said, a month. Feng Wuxia was speechless. Feng Wuxia clenched his fists. He was so angry that his teeth almost broke. He stood up and roared like a lion, that's the reason why you only came home after 3 years. Chapter 743. Gu Jiao and the others finally walked out of the forest at dawn. Only then did they realize that they were in the opposite direction from where they came in. Mu Qingchen looked ahead and said, the official road is after crossing the ridge in front of us. Keep going south and you'll see a courier station. If there was a courier station, there would be carriages and horses. The horse that Gu Jiao brought out from the state preceptor hall was so tired that Gu Jiao didn't ride it anymore. Mu Qingchen's bodyguard led the horse. Gu Changqing carried little Jing Kong while Mu Qingchen carried the young princess. They continued on their way. However, when they were crossing the ridge, a small incident occurred. The young Canton princess suddenly had difficulty breathing. Not long after, her face turned pale and her lips turned black. Let me take a look. Gu Jiao walked over and leaned over to listen to the young princess's heartbeat and breathing. Mu Qingshan's breath stopped when he saw her suddenly approaching. He looked at the young princess in his arms and then looked at Gu Jiao's face. He couldn't help but cough. How is she? It seems that she has an asthma attack. Gu Jiao took off the first aid kit from her waist and took out a bottle of asthma aerosol. Young princess. The young princess opened her eyes and looked at Gu Jiao sadly. Gu Jiao carried her over and found a place to sit down. She shook the aerosol and pulled out the cork. Breathe out the air first and hold it in your mouth. Breathe in when I tell you to. Don't spit it out after you wash. The young princess nodded weakly. It was said that chronic illness made the doctor. The young princess who suffered from asthma had been taking medicine since she was a child. She was more cooperative in treatment than other children. Breathe out, Gu Jiao said. After the young princess breathed out, Gu Jiao put the nozzle into her mouth and pressed the switch of the aerosol. Breathe in. I'll hit you 10 times before you exhale. The young commandery princess held the spit in her mouth obediently. Although she felt uncomfortable holding it, she could only look at Gu Jiao. 10 done, Gu Jiao said. The young princess heaved a long sigh. Are you feeling better? Gu Jiao asked her. The young commandery princess took a few deep breaths. Phew, not feeling any discomfort. The young princess opened her eyes wide in surprise. Did she recover so quickly? The imperial physicians regularly treated the young princess. In addition, Yan Shanjun and the monarch had taken good care of her these past few years, so her asthma rarely flared up. Gu Jiao suspected that the young princess had inhaled some allergens in the forest, which caused her to have an acute attack. What kind of medicine is this? It's so effective. In the past, it would take a long time for the young princess to recover from her relapse. The imperial physician said that she would not recover every time. Therefore, prevention was the most important thing and they tried their best not to let her relapse. Gu Jiao asked, "This is a special medicine for asthma?" Mu Qingshan asked confusedly, "You still have this medicine with you? Shouldn't a martial artist carry gold sore ointment, hemostatic ointment and detoxification pills? Didn't you tell me that the young princess has asthma?" Since Mu Qingshan told her, she had prepared a bottle of asthma aerosol in the first aid kit. Mu Qingshan took a deep look at Gu Jiao and suddenly fell silent. "Go and get some water," Mu Qingshan said to the guard. Yes. There was a stream on the road they just walked on. It might be the stream they saw in the depths of the forest. It kept winding to the nearby area. Mu Qingshan wanted to carry the young princess over. The young princess clung to Gu Jiao's neck tightly and did not want to let go. "I want teacher to carry me. Your body is hard. Teacher's body is soft." Gu Jiao covered her little mouth and said to Mu Qingshan, "Let me carry you. Little girl, don't go too far by rubbing my chest." Young master. Young master." The guard came back in a hurry. Mu Qingshan saw that the guard did not get any water and knew that something had happened. "What's wrong?" Mu Qingshan asked. The guard said, "I went to get some water. On the way, I met people from our family and the Mu family. The Su family and the Mu family." Gu Changqing did not have a good impression of the 10 great families. He was ready to kill one of them if 2 came. Mu Qingshan looked at the back of the forest and frowned. It seemed that he was struggling in his heart. Finally he said to Gu Jiao, "You go first. Don't walk on the ridge. It's too wide and easy to be found. You can take a detour and go out from the other side of the forest. Or I can take them back first. You can come out later." It was not easy to make him say such words. In his heart, he did not believe that the Mu family and the Su family would take the young princess away. But, he did not know why, but he felt that it was right to let them leave first. Maybe he already had a guess in his heart that he did not want to face. "Then we'll go." Gu Jiao turned around with the young princess in her arms. "Goodbye, Mu Qingshan." The young princess waved her hand obediently. "Goodbye, Mu Qingshan." Gu Changqing followed her with little Jing Kong in his arms. They walked a few steps to the east and entered the forest. When they were far away they could still hear the conversation there. "Qingshan, why are you here? Have you found any clues?" "No, second uncle. But I heard that the young princess has gone back." "What? Gone back?" "Yes. I met an injured guard just now. I don't know which family he belongs to. He said that he saw someone take the young princess out of the forest and walk in the direction of the ridge. The young princess is safe. She's fine. Then we came here in vain. I don't know if it's too late to go after them now." Mu Qingshan looked at his second uncle with disappointment in his eyes. The young princess lay in Gu Jiao's arms for a while and fell asleep again. Gu Jiao looked at the little girl in her arms and said, I didn't expect that the disappearance of a little girl would cause all kinds of monsters to come out. Gu Changqing said, the top 10 aristocratic families are not on good terms. This day will come sooner or later. In the past, everyone was jealous of the Shenyuan family and wanted to get rid of them. But when the Shenyuan family really died, they all wanted to be the next Shenyuan family. Gu Jiao asked, by the way, why are you here? Gu Changqing said, Xiaoheng told me. He had planned to go out of the city to see Gu Yan, but Xiaoheng caught up with him when he reached the gate of the inner city. Gu Jiao asked, did you tell him that you were going out of the city? Gu Changqing said, no. He guessed it himself. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows, my husband is so smart. Gu Changqing's face darkened. The forest was against the mountain and the light was not very good. The two walked very carefully. Gu Jiao asked again, by the way, is everything going well with the crown prince? Gu Changqing said, it's going well. Gu Jiao said, he's so trusting of the people sent by the underground martial arts arena? Gu Changqing explained, he gave me a kind of poison. I have to take the antidote once a month or I'll die. Gu Jiao looked at him, you drank it? Yes. Gu Changqing nodded and looked at Gu Jiao, I think you can cure it. Gu Jiao said, I don't think I can cure it. Gu Changqing was speechless. Gu Jiao's ears twitched. She turned her head and looked into the depths of the forest, there seems to be some movement over there. Gu Changqing looked over, I heard it too. Should we go and take a look? Gu Jiao thought for a while, let's go and take a look. Gu Changqing carried little Jing Kong with one hand and wrapped his other hand around Gu Jiao's waist. He used his qinggong to bring her over. The two hid behind a big tree with the child in their arms. About 100 steps away, a young man in a Taoist robe was fighting with two masked men in black. In the middle of their fight there was a handsome, young man. It's Feng Wuxia and Taoist Qing Feng, Gu Jiao whispered. You know them? Gu Changqing asked in a low voice. Gu Jiao nodded, I've seen Taoist Qing Feng in the Grand Preceptor Hall. I've seen Feng Wuxia's portrait in the library. Why is Feng Wuxia younger than in the portrait? Feng Wuxia was 23 years old, but he looked less than 20 years old in the portrait. Now that she saw the real person, he looked 3 years younger. Feng Wuxia's age was not a lie. He was just naturally young. Taoist Qing Feng and the two men in black were fighting fiercely. The men in black were not much weaker than Qi Xian. The two of them together were equivalent to Qi Xian too. 0. Gu Jiao sighed, the Yan kingdom is really full of masters. Who do you think will win? That Taoist priest, Gu Changqing answered without hesitation. The two men in black used their killer moves. Taoist Qing Feng held back. In order to prevent his inner energy from affecting Feng Wuxia, he split each move into two. One move was used to defend against the enemy, and the other was used to remove his inner energy from a certain part of his body. It was the first time Gu Changqing saw such a fighting style. It was an eye-opener for him. Gu Jiao watched intently, it seems that Mu Qingshan was right. Luckily we didn't meet this Taoist priest from the Feng family. The fight is almost over. Let's go. They were only halfway through the fight, but Gu Changqing could already tell how long it would take for Taoist Qing Feng to defeat the two men in black. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing returned to the State Preceptor Hall at noon. The two children had woken up and had eaten at the relay station. However, their bodies and faces were still dirty and they looked a little miserable. Gu Jiao could not check their injuries at night. When she got on the carriage, she found that they had different degrees of bruises and abrasions. They were all bruises and abrasions from the road. Xiaoheng had been waiting at the entrance of the State Preceptor Hall for a long time. Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao got off the carriage with the children in their arms. Xiaoheng quickly walked over and looked at the two little fellows who were in a terrible state. His eyes turned cold. He looked at Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing, are you okay? We're fine. This time she and Gu Changqing were really fine. Only the two little ones had suffered a lot. Let me do it. Xiaoheng reached out and took little Jing Kong from Gu Changqing's arms. For the first time little Jing Kong did not protest. Although his face was ugly, his body was very honest. He lay in Xiaoheng's arms obediently and breathed in Xiaoheng's scent. He came to the family when he was 3.5 years old. 2 years had passed. He not only relied on Gu Jiao deeply, but also relied on Xiaoheng from the bottom of his heart. It was just like a child who loved his mother the most, but he would not abandon his father. Xiaoheng looked down at the little boy lying in his arms. Are you scared? He was too weak to be a demon. No. Little Jing Kong snorted and said, I'm just tired. He could still argue with him, so it should not be a big problem. Xiaoheng laughed. Okay, you're tired? I'll let you rest today. I don't do homework. Okay. And I want to eat candy. Okay. Little Jing Kong rolled his grape-like big eyes. It was rare for his bad brother-in-law to be so reasonable. He decided to ask for a small benefit for himself. Xiaoheng saw through his little brother. He pinched his little face and said, "Don't overdo it. Otherwise you'll confiscate the ones in front of you." Little Jing Kong's face darkened in a second. He was indeed a bad brother-in-law. Xiaoheng suppressed the smile on his face and said to Gu Jiao, "I'll take Jing Kong to take a bath first. If someone asks, I'll say that he saved my aunt. I have to let him stay in the State Preceptor Palace for a few days." This was a good reason. "I have a question. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Shouldn't he call her aunt?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng smiled gently and said, "His Majesty's surname is Shangguan. According to the custom of the Great Yan Dynasty, people with the same surname should be called aunt." Gu Jiao suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. Then I'll send little princess back to the palace first." Xiaoheng looked at little princess who was holding Gu Jiao's neck and said, "No, the monarch is on his way." Speak of the devil. The monarch heard that little princess was sent back to the palace, but she was nowhere to be seen. So, he wanted to go to the State Preceptor Palace to ask about the situation. When he learned that little princess was in the Qilin Hall, he rushed there without hesitation. "Your Majesty, please slow down." Zhang Dequan almost couldn't catch up with him. "Your Majesty, you're so old. Do you think you're still young? Aren't you afraid of falling?" Light Shua. Before the monarch arrived, his voice came first. Little princess raised her little head from Gu Jiao's arms and looked at the door. The moment the monarch rushed in, little princess cried, "Oh, Uncle, Your Majesty, there's a bad guy who wants to catch me." It was inconvenient for Gu Changqing to show up, so he left after sending Gu Jiao. They were in the room next to Shangguan Yan's. Other than little princess, there were only Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong in the room. The monarch looked at the two wretched children and was instantly enraged. Gu Jiao didn't mind adding oil to the fire. This morning little princess had an asthma attack. Her condition is very critical. The monarch looked at little princess who was crying and gasping for breath. Little princess sobbed and nodded. "I can't breathe, it's so uncomfortable." The monarch asked with heartache, "Are you still unable to breathe?" Little princess sobbed and shook her head. "I can't breathe now, my teacher gave me medicine." The monarch asked Zhang Dequan to take the two children next door to eat something. Then, he looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression and asked in a deep voice, "You were the one who found the young princess?" Gu Jiao said bluntly, "Yes." The monarch asked suspiciously, "How did you find her? Are you suspecting me of embezzlement?" Gu Jiao said, "I have an eagle. It found her." The monarch was skeptical. "Your eagle can find people? It has been trained." Gu Jiao said. "That's strange." Gu Jiao said in her heart. "I've seen that eagle." Xiaoheng said, "The two children have also seen it. That eagle knows them." The monarch trusted Shangguanqing very much. He didn't dwell on this but asked Gu Jiao, "Where's the person who took little princess?" "I didn't see him," Xiaoheng said first. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, "Yes, I didn't see him. The two children escaped into the forest from where they were imprisoned. I found them in the forest." "I see." The monarch went next door to ask little Jing Kong and little princess. After all, little princess was only 4 years old. The clues she could give were limited. She only remembered that she was caught again and again, but she couldn't remember what those people looked like. Little Jing Kong remembered the appearance of the peddler, the man in black, and the master of the Dong family. But Xiaoheng just told him not to say that he didn't remember because he didn't see clearly. Zhang Dequan said, "Your Majesty, the two children are still young. It's normal that they can't remember clearly after such a big scare." The monarch left the Kylin Hall with a gloomy face. Gu Jiao looked at the monarch's receding figure and asked Xiaoheng, "Why didn't you tell Jing Kong and me?" Xiaoheng took her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. "Because we don't have enough evidence even if we tell them. Maybe the aristocratic families will join hands and accuse us." Gu Jiao asked, "So we'll just let it go like this?" Xiaoheng combed her hair. "No. The monarch won't. Little princess has suffered so much this time and almost lost her life. The monarch won't let it go. Those who are scheming behind our backs will soon realize that they have overestimated their abilities." On the third floor of the book collection pavilion, the monarch and the state preceptor sat opposite each other and drank tea. The state preceptor poured tea for the monarch and himself. Your Majesty, do you really want to do this? The monarch said seriously, that's right. The state preceptor smiled faintly, picked up the teacup and took a sip. We agreed at the beginning that the state preceptor hall will not intervene in the affairs of the imperial court, will not participate in the struggle for power, and will not ask about the aristocratic families. The monarch said earnestly, I am not ordering you as the monarch of a country, but as an old friend asking you to help me. The state preceptor stopped drinking tea. Yi Qing. Yi Qing stepped forward and saluted. Disciple is here. The state preceptor asked, what time is it? Yi Qing replied respectfully, it's just past noon. The state preceptor said faintly, Master wants to see the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the little princess. Yi Qing's expression was solemn. Disciple accepts the order. Chapter 744. The Mu family. Old Master Mu sat on the main seat. All the people who went to do things had returned. It was his second son, Mu Hong, who came to report to him. Father. Mu Hong stood in front of Old Master Mu and reported what happened in the forest truthfully. The families are fighting fiercely. I don't know who sent the young commandery princess back. Old Master Mu snorted coldly. They all look aloof from worldly affairs, but they are secretly more powerful than anyone else. Mu Hong said, I heard that there were many casualties. The specific situation depends on what the major families say. Old Master Mu frowns and says, I didn't expect so many things to be involved in this. Mu Hong said with shame, it wasn't so troublesome. If that little bastard hadn't escaped with the young commandery princess, we wouldn't have gone all the way to look for them. In the end, we led the people from the major families there. If they had stayed in that house quietly, who would have found out? But things had come to this point. It was useless to say these regretful words. It's all that little bastard's fault. Mu Hong couldn't help but complain. Who would have thought that a 5-year-old little bastard would mess up the Mu family's overall plan? Old Master Mu exhaled deeply. Have you dealt with everything that should be dealt with? Mu Hong said, Father, don't worry. All the evidence has been destroyed. Old Master Mu said again, what about the people who caught the young commandery princess? The young commandery princess has seen their faces. Mu Hong replied, they are dead. I don't know which family killed them. Dead men tell no tales. No one will find out that it was the Mu family. Old Master Mu said thoughtfully, the fox of the Dong family seems to know a lot of things. Mu Hong said indifferently, he's not afraid even if he knows unless he can show evidence. But the Dong family is not clean. He doesn't have the guts to bite the Mu family. Although the undercurrents between aristocratic families were turbulent, there were some shady dealings that no one would reveal to the surface. If the Han family and Mu family hadn't acted against Consort Wan first, the Mu family wouldn't have thought of using this kind of method to suppress the Han family. Grandpa Mu closes his eyes and sighs. That's it. Don't mention it again. Tell your men to keep their mouths shut. Mu Hong cupped his hands and bowed. Yes, father. I understand. What are you doing here? Mu Tao's shout suddenly came from outside the door. Grandpa Mu frowns warily. Mu Hong turned around and quickly walked to the door. He opened the door and bumped into Mu Chuan, who was shaking outside the door. Mu Chuan looked at Mu Hong in horror. Mu Hong also looked at him in surprise. The two of them had different feelings of shock. Mu Chuan's had a hint of unfamiliarity and fear, as well as a slightly complicated feeling. Mu Hong quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Mu Tao, who was striding forward, and greeted him. Big brother. Mu Tao grabbed Mu Chuan's wrist and walked out. Brat, who allowed you to enter your grandfather's courtyard? Didn't you go to school? Why didn't you say hello when you came back? Mu Chuan's feet were nailed to the ground. Is it true? He asked. Mu Tao paused. He looked past Mu Chuan and at Mu Hong, who was inside the door. Mu Hong took a deep breath and asked slowly, Xiao Chuan, how much did you hear? Mu Chuan's eyes turned red. I heard everything. Mu Hong looked at Mu Chuan and said, listen to second uncle and forget what you heard. Mu Chuan shook off his father's hand, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and quickly walked out of the door with red eyes. Mu Tao frowned. Where are you going? Mu Chuan choked. I'm going to tell fourth brother. Mu Tao's face darkened. Brat, come back here. Mu Hong looked at Mu Tao. Big brother. Mu Tao nodded knowingly. I know what to do. I will let Xiao Chuan stay at home for the next 2 days. Mu Tao grabbed Mu Chuan back and locked him in his own courtyard. He let the guards and the Mu family's men of sacrifice take turns to watch him. The Mu family, which was thought to be foolproof, was approached by people from the state preceptor's hall. The leader was Yi Qing, the chief disciple of the state preceptor. Yi Qing was wearing a dark blue robe of the state preceptor's hall. The white edge of the lapel and collar were embroidered with light blue bamboo leaves, which was the symbol of an inner disciple. Yi Qing held a long sword and stood outside the gate of the Mu family with a stern expression. Under the orders of the state preceptor, I invite family head Mu to the state preceptor's hall. Mu Tao and Mu Hong went out to greet him. Mu Tao was shocked and guilty at this scene, but he still said politely, My father is not well. I don't know what the state preceptor wants to say. Why don't I go with you? Yi Qing held his long sword horizontally. You are not qualified. Mu Tao frowned. Yi Qing, I'll say it again. Under the orders of the state preceptor, I invite family head Mu to the state preceptor's hall. The Mu family's guard said disdainfully, Are you inviting or arresting people? Don't you know some etiquette? My master is someone you can take away if you want to. He was stunned by Yi Qing's internal force. Yi Qing didn't even use his sword. At this time, Yi Qing was no longer the modest and gentle senior brother of the state preceptor's hall. He was an unsheathed sword with a sharp edge. Mu Tao suppressed his anger and asked, When did your state preceptor's hall start to intervene in our family's affairs? Yi Qing, no comment. Mu Tao took a deep look at Yi Qing and said to Mu Hong, Go and inform father. No need. Old Master Mu walked calmly from the Mu family's residence. Mu Tao and Mu Hong turned around and saluted Old Master Mu. Father. Old Master Mu stood on the high steps and looked down at Yi Qing. Since the state preceptor has invited you, this old man will go with you. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. This old man doesn't believe that your state preceptor's hall can wrong this old man's innocence for no reason. Yi Qing said lightly, I didn't say anything bad or good. Why do you say that? Family head Mu shouldn't be guilty. Old Master Mu snorted coldly. Don't argue with this old man. When this old man worked for the imperial court, you were still reincarnated in some place. Yi Qing sneered. Is that so? Please. Mu Tao and Mu Hong said in unison, Father. Old Master Mu gave them a reassuring look. What should be cleaned up has been cleaned up. Even the state preceptor's hall can't find any evidence. Qilin Hall. Little Jing Kong took a bath comfortably in the next room. In order to comfort his injured little heart, he didn't have to bathe himself. He lay in the small bathtub all the time. Ahing. He raised his little arm, revealing his little dimples. I also need to wash here, ahing, and here. He raised his little feet again and scratched them with his toes smugly. The feeling of ordering a bad brother-in-law is too good. I feel that my child has reached the peak. Xiaoheng looked at him with a fake smile. Fine, you can show off. When Jiao Jiao is gone, see how I deal with you. Chapter 745. Xiaoheng took very good care of the little, sick egg. Ghost. He took a bubble bath the whole time, and after washing he even gave him a full-body massage and applied the baby's prickly heat powder in the small medicine box. Here, and here. Wow, I smell so good. I want to let Jiao Jiao smell me. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. Nonsense, it's clearly me. Gu Jiao was also bathing and could not be seen for the time being. A certain white and tender little wax gourd rolled on the bed and supported his head with one hand. Lying down like a little Buddha, he said with an accent, Ahing, bring me some tea. Xiaoheng, I think you're asking for a beating? Little Jing Kong was crazily testing the edge of death. He did not realize that his bad brother-in-law's gaze was becoming dangerous. After taking a bath he felt refreshed all over. Not long after he fell asleep on his back. There was wind today so it was still cool. Xiaoheng called a disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall and had him look after little Jing Kong. The corridor on the right side of the Qilin Hall was a rather special place. There were no unrelated people living in it. The room closest to the operating room was Shangguan Yen and Gu Jiao's room. He lived next door. The room opposite was empty. Xiaoheng had the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall clean up a room for Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng arrived in front of the room. Just as he was about to knock on the door was opened from the inside. Gu Jiao had just finished bathing and changed into a clean young man's robe. Her long hair was wet and draped over her shoulders and back. There was also a strand of hair that fell on her forehead. The water droplets trembled at the tip of her hair. They were sparkling and translucent, reflecting thousands of rays of light. Her black hair was black and shiny, which made her skin look like jade. Her long eyelashes also had water droplets hanging on them. Her eyes were moist and her lips were soft and bright red. Xiaoheng's throat moved. Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. Xiaoheng realized that he had lost his composure. He cleared his throat and said, "I came to see you. Is it convenient for me to come in?" Gu Jiao stepped aside to let Xiaoheng in. Xiaoheng closed the door and went to the table. He poured himself a large cup of herbal tea and gulped it down. Only then did he feel the fire in his heart subside a little. Then he looked at Gu Jiao. "It's not like you're drying your hair." "Oh," Gu Jiao said indifferently. "The weather is hot. It'll dry in a while." She went to the small table by the window and opened the small medicine box. Xiaoheng looked at the ointment she took out and asked, "Are you hurt?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, I was just bitten a few times by mosquitoes. The mosquitoes in the forest were too poisonous." She didn't feel anything when she was bitten, but when she took a bath she found that she had several big bumps. "Was Jing Kong bitten by a mosquito?" she asked. "He's fine. There are only a few small red spots," Xiaoheng said as he walked over to her with a cotton towel. "Let me see. Where are you bitten?" Gu Jiao looked up and pointed to her neck. "Here." She rolled up her sleeves and pointed to her wrist. "And here." She didn't have any other thoughts. She just wanted to show him the big bumps caused by the mosquito bites. However, an indescribable thought flashed through Xiaoheng's mind. Thinking about it carefully, they hadn't been alone together for a long time. Even if she changed into a young man's robe and spoke in a young voice, as long as she was still her, he couldn't hide the impulse in his heart. "You." Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. Xiaoheng lowered his eyes. "I'll help you apply the ointment." "Okay." Gu Jiao handed him the cotton swab and ointment. Xiaoheng lowered his head, dipped the cotton swab in the ointment, and applied it little by little on the big bumps caused by the mosquito bites. He tried to get rid of all distracting thoughts, but a certain someone didn't give him a chance to calm down. "Lord Xiao, your heart is beating so fast." Gu Jiao put her hand on his chest. She had bathed in cold water, so her palm was cold. However, when she touched it, his heart became boiling hot. He grabbed her wrist and sighed helplessly. "Gu Jiao, I can't concentrate on applying the ointment if you're like this." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Xiaoheng let go of her hand and continued to apply the ointment. Gu Jiao stopped and just stared at him. Then Xiaoheng heard the sound of saliva swallowing. Xiaoheng, applying ointment was a common thing, but in this atmosphere, it became a very private thing. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Xiaoheng took a deep breath and calmly pulled her hand over. He rolled up her sleeves and applied the ointment evenly on each of her wounds. He finished slowly and the entire process was done with ease and calmness. But the moment he placed the ointment on the table and threw the cotton swab into the basket, he suddenly clasped Gu Jiao's neck with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. He had been so calm earlier, like an old monk in meditation. Gu Jiao thought that he wouldn't do anything. This was too exciting. Gu Jiao's little heart contracted, and then she was swallowed by his domineering strength. He had really grown up. Were all men self-taught in this area? He was too good at it. It wasn't too hot today and a cool breeze blew into the room. It was quite comfortable. "Your Highness Changsun, I cut some fruits." "Ah. I didn't see anything." He covered his eyes with one hand and quickly turned around while holding the tray with one hand. He planned to leave, but after thinking about it, he still walked in and put the fruits on the table. Then he closed his eyes and walked out. He didn't dare to open his eyes and even bumped into the wall. After he blindly stepped over the threshold. He blindly closed the door for the two of them. You two continue." Gu Jiao couldn't help laughing. Xiaoheng's ears turned slightly red. Gu Jiao looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Will Xiaoqing beat you when he comes back?" She kissed a man in broad daylight and was caught by a disciple of the State Master Hall. Her 19 years of chastity were really ruined. Xiaoheng thought for a while. It was Sheng Wanqing who was caught, not him. It was no longer awkward. "We'll talk about it when he comes back." He lifted her delicate chin and kissed her again. Little Jing Kong was so tired that he still hadn't woken up at 5 o'clock. Yi Qing, the eldest disciple, took old Master Mu to the 3rd floor of the book pavilion. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng went to the 2nd floor of the book pavilion to eavesdrop. They leaned against the window and pressed their ears against the wall. Gu Jiao asked, "Did you hear anything?" Xiaoheng shook his head. "No, what about you?" Gu Jiao said, "Neither did I, it shouldn't be." She saw that they were upstairs right above her head. Why couldn't they hear anything? Was the book pavilion so soundproof? "Keep a lookout for me," Gu Jiao said to Xiaoheng. She was referring to the two disciples of the State Master Hall who were guarding the entrance of the second floor. "Okay," Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao climbed out of the window on the second floor, grabbed the reliefs on the wall and climbed to the third floor little by little. When she finally climbed to the window on the third floor, she saw a man of sacrifice of the State Master Hall with a very high realm standing in the window and looking at her expressionlessly. "Gu Jiao, hello master." "Goodbye." Gu Jiao climbed down quickly. Xiaoheng carried Gu Jiao in. "Why are you so fast? Did you see them?" After Gu Jiao landed, she clapped her hands, took a long breath and said, "Yes, I saw them. They were quarreling." On the third floor. Old Master Mu said confidently, "What evidence does the State Master Hall have to prove that the Mu family did it? We have never offended the State Master Hall. Why should we be slandered like this?" The State Master Hall said, "The divination has made it very clear that it was your family who did it." Old Master Mu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Divination? Ah, what a joke. Does the State Master Hall arrest people based on divination? You don't need evidence." The State Master Hall said calmly, "It is the method of the rearguard commandery and the yamen of 3 departments to arrest people based on evidence. The State Master Hall relies on divination." What divination? The old faker must have heard something from somewhere, but he couldn't show any conclusive evidence, so he used divination to cover it up. He thought that the State Master Hall had the courage to arrest him because they had something on the Mu family. In this way he was not afraid. Old Master Mu sneered, "State Master, I don't doubt your ability. It's just that if you put the blame on the Mu family based on divination, I'm afraid that the people in the world will not believe it." The State Master Hall fell into deep thought. The State Master Hall really had no evidence. Grandpa Mu said fearlessly, "If you can show me the evidence, I'll give you my life." The State Master Hall said, "Yi Qing." Yi Qing said, "Yes, Master." The State Master Hall said, "Call the witness." Old Master Mu's face changed. Yi Qing went downstairs in person. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng looked at the direction of the stairs from behind the bookshelf. Not long after, the two of them saw Yi Qing bring a middle-aged man with a fat figure upstairs. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. "It's him?" Xiaoheng asked. "Do you know him?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. The State Master Hall looked at Old Master Mu. "Master Mu, do you know him?" Old Master Mu frowned. "No. His name is Pang Hai, the manager of the underground martial arts arena in Chengdu. Manager Pang happened to come to Chengdu." The State Master Hall said slowly, "Yi Qing, give me the portrait." Yi Qing took a portrait and handed it to Pang Hai. "Do you know this person?" The person in the portrait was the peddler who took the young princess. Pang Hai carefully stared at the portrait for a long time. "Ah, isn't this Tongfai? I almost didn't recognize him after changing his clothes. He is a master of our underground martial arts arena, but he has been away from the arena for several years." Yi Qing asked again, "Do you remember which family invited him away?" "Well." Pang Hai hesitated. Yi Qing said seriously, "In front of His Majesty, I advise you not to hide anything." Pang Hai braced himself and said, "The Mu family." Like a bolt from the blue, Old Master Mu's whole body froze. Chapter 746. The novel will be updated more quickly. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had been waiting on the second floor of the library until the disciples came to close the door, but they didn't see Patriarch Mu come down. Xiaoheng said, "They may work until very late. Let's go first and ask Yuhi later." Gu Jiao responded, "Okay." The two went out of the library and returned to the Qilin Hall. Little Jing Kong had just woken up and was sitting cross-legged on the bed in a daze. He slept for a long time and became muddle-headed. But as soon as Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold, he came to life in an instant. He jumped out of bed, stepped on his shoes and ran over, shouting in a very low voice, "Jiao Jiao." He couldn't let others hear him. Gu Jiao touched his little head. "Did you sleep well in the afternoon?" "Yes." He nodded. Children are full of energy. Even if they experienced a day and night of running around, they can basically recover after sleeping for a whole day. "Where's the light Shua?" he asked. Gu Jiao said, she's with her uncle. When she was in the library, she saw Zhang Dequan carrying the sleeping little commandery princess to the third floor. She should be sleeping next to the king now. The little commandery princess doesn't have the energy of Jing Kong. Gu Jiao estimated that she would sleep until tomorrow morning. Are you hungry? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Little Jing Kong said. Xiao Hing came in, glanced at the little guy and said, What do you want to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it. Little Jing Kong's face darkened in a second. If you didn't say anything, Jiao Jiao would have made food for me just now. Xiao Heng looked at Jing Kong's angry appearance, which made him look like a chubby pufferfish. Xiao Heng curled his lips and said, Oh right Jiao Jiao. Help Jing Kong take a look at his teeth. What's wrong? Do you have a toothache? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong quickly covered his mouth and mumbled, It doesn't hurt. Xiao Heng said, Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Didn't you say that you had a toothache 2 days ago? I don't have any. He put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Little Jing Kong did say that he had a toothache 2 days ago, but that was because he did not want to spoil his brother-in-law's extra homework. Gu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong was 5.5 years old. It was indeed the age for him to lose his teeth. It was time to check his oral cavity. Let me see, Gu Jiao said. Little Jing Kong gave his bad brother-in-law a resentful look. He could reject anyone in the world but not Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong opened his mouth helplessly. Ah! Gu Jiao gently turned his little body to face the light outside the window. Then he took a cotton swab from the small medicine box and checked his baby teeth one by one. One of your front teeth is loose. Gu Jiao said, Pay attention to brushing your teeth during this period. Don't eat candy and don't use your tongue against it. Little Jing Kong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could brush his teeth properly and not use his tongue against it, but it was too pitiful to not be able to eat candy. Xiao Heng walked over and patted his little shoulder pretentiously. You must have loosened your teeth from biting that man's tooth. This is a heroic act. You should be proud. Why do you look so sad? That's because of you. Bad brother-in-law did it on purpose. He had no candy to eat. Xiao Heng sighed to Gu Jiao. I just promised to give him candy. Gu Jiao said sternly, Don't give it to him. Xiao Heng looked at little Jing Kong and raised his eyebrows. Oh! Little Jing Kong roared in his heart. Ah! Bad brother-in-law is too hateful. The kitchen made porridge and egg noodles with vegetables. Firstly, it was to take care of Shangguan Yan's injury. Secondly, little Jing Kong couldn't eat meat. They ate in Shangguan Yan's room. Although it wasn't the first time little Jing Kong came to Qilin Hall, he was always late. If Shangguan Yan wasn't asleep, then he was asleep. Now they were officially meeting. Xiao Heng already had a princess mother, and now he had a crown princess mother. Xiao Heng thought little Jing Kong would ask, but little Jing Kong accepted it very smoothly. Little Jing Kong walked out of Bai Shui Alley with his hands behind his back. He said with the same accent as Uncle Zhao, I know. You have a new identity. You're quite familiar with it. Xiao Heng, you can think of it that way. Gu Jiao also told Shangguan Yan about little Jing Kong's origin. He was a little monk adopted from a temple in the countryside of Zhao country. He didn't have parents, only a white-haired master who couldn't move. Gu Jiao put on protective gear for Shangguan Yan and helped her to sit down at the table. On the other side, Xiao Heng held little Jing Kong's hand and entered the room. It wasn't the bald little monk. It was a big cute baby with a small ponytail. He had a small round face, delicate and handsome facial features, big eyes and long eyelashes. Little Jing Kong came to Shangguan Yan like a gentleman and said politely, Hello, Your Highness, my name is little Jing Kong. Shangguan Yan didn't speak, she just stared at little Jing Kong. She stretched out her hand and gently touched little Jing Kong's face. Gu Jiao, what's the situation? Xiao Heng, I don't know. After the two finished their eye contact, they continued to observe Shangguan Yan's reaction. Little Jing Kong was also dumbfounded. Why did this beautiful auntie touch him the moment she came up? Shangguan Yan opened her mouth and asked softly, What's your name? Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong repeated his name. Shangguan Yan asked again, How old are you? Little Jing Kong stuck out his small chest and said, 8 years old. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. You're 3 years younger? Don't you know you only look 4 years old? No one would believe this kind of nonsense, okay? Jing Kong. Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong spread out his hands and said, Well, I'm 5.5 years old. Xiao Heng, 6 months is also counted? You. Shang Guanyin wanted to say something but stopped. She smiled and said, "You're so cute." Little Jing Kong said with a smile, "You're also very beautiful." After the two complimented each other for a while, the family began to eat. Little Jing Kong was too small, so there was no special stool for him in the state preceptor hall. Xiaoheng specially brought a high chair for him. Little Jing Kong sat opposite Shang Guanyin, while Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng sat opposite each other. During the meal, Shang Guanyin glanced at Little Jing Kong from time to time. She seemed to like Little Jing Kong very much. Little Jing Kong felt the kindness from Shang Guanyin and was very happy to get close to her. He also generously shared his vegetarian meatballs with Shang Guanyin. After dinner he took Gu Jiao to the yard to catch fireflies. Xiaoheng and Shang Guanyin stayed in the room and watched the two playing from the window. Xiaoheng expressed his doubts. "You seem to be very interested in Jing Kong." Shang Guanyin, who was sitting on the official's chair, looked at Little Jing Kong and laughed. She said, "No, it's just that when I saw him I thought of someone." Xiaoheng paused and asked, "Who?" Shang Guanyin said, "Your uncle." Xiaoheng said, "I have many uncles." Xin Yuanli had 6 sons in total. Shang Guanyin said, "Your youngest uncle. When your grandaunt was pregnant with him, she was old and her body was seriously damaged. Your youngest uncle was much smaller than ordinary children when he was born. He could only walk when he was 2 years old and could only speak when he was 3 years old. He was weak since childhood and was the only one in the Xinyuan family who didn't practice martial arts. He was also the least known to the world. The men of the Xinyuan family were all outstanding in martial arts and had a lot of achievements. Only Little Six always stood behind the door weakly and couldn't do anything. He even fell ill when he went out to bask in the sun. Little Six often laughed that he didn't look like a child of the Xinyuan family. In the entire Xinyuan family he was the most useless one. He couldn't do anything for the Xinyuan family. He was really ashamed of the Xinyuan family's bloodline. Xiaoheng said, "Jing Kong is as strong as a calf. He could eat, sleep and do evil. He rarely got sick, and even if he got sick he would recover faster than ordinary people." "I caught it. I caught it." Little Jing Kong caught a firefly and ran around the yard excitedly. However, he didn't look at his feet. Extreme joy turned to sorrow and he fell down with a bang. The sound of him falling to the ground made Shang Guanyin feel pain for him. Who knew that in the next second Little Jing Kong got up and continued to run forward. "Oh!" It flew away again. "Oh, I must catch it." Shang Guanyin sighed, "It really doesn't look like it. If Little Six fell like just now he would die on the spot." Little Jing Kong was sweating profusely. Xiaoheng said to Shang Guanyin, "I'm going to change to a Jiao Jiao. This child was too energetic. If he really played he could make the whole family collapse. Besides, Gu Jiao didn't rest well last night." Xiaoheng wanted to let Gu Jiao go to bed early. Jing Kong. As soon as Xiaoheng came to the yard, the young princess ran over with her little dress. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. "Light Shui." The two little kids met in the yard. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Why are you here?" The young princess sighed, "They were quarreling and woke me up, so I came to find you." Zhang Dequan came over with a smile and saluted Xiaoheng, "His Highness Zhang-sun." Then he turned around and politely bowed to Shang Guanyin behind the windowsill. "Teacher." The young princess greeted Gu Jiao. Then she raised her little head and looked at Xiaoheng, waiting for Xiaoheng to greet her. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little auntie?" The young princess nodded with satisfaction. "N. Good nephew." Little Jing Kong suddenly whispered to her, "Wow. You're so awesome. You're my bat, his auntie. Then can you order him around?" The young princess was puzzled. "My nephew is so good. Why should I order him around?" "Because I want to order him around. I also want to turn my bad brother-in-law into Little 8 and play with him every day." "Forget it, this plan doesn't seem to work at the moment." Little Jing Kong asked the young princess, "I'm catching fireflies. Do you want to join me?" The young princess played with her fingers, and "I can't catch them." Little Jing Kong patted his small chest. "It's okay. I'll catch them for you." In the library. Except for 2 men of sacrifice from the state preceptor's palace, the emperor asked everyone else to leave, leaving only him, Old Master Mu, and the state preceptor. Yi Qing was guarding the aisle. No one knew what the emperor said to Old Master Mu. They only knew that Old Master Mu was taken away by the people of the rearguard commandery. "You can leave too," the state preceptor said to the men of sacrifice. The two of them nodded and left the study. The state preceptor looked at the emperor, who was at his wits' end, and asked, "Your Majesty, Are you worried that the rearguard commandery can't find evidence that the Mu family ordered Tong Wu? Although Pang Hai's testimony could prove that Tong Wu was an aide of the Mu family, it couldn't prove that it was the Mu family who ordered it. Maybe Tong Wu was bribed by someone else. The emperor snorted. If Wang Su can't even find evidence, he might as well resign. The state preceptor poured a cup of tea for the emperor. Your Majesty, why are you at your wits' end? Are you thinking about how to deal with the Han family? The Han family couldn't escape the crime of dereliction of duty. The emperor didn't speak. The state preceptor said, in fact, Your Majesty has long wanted to take back the Han family's Black Wind cavalry and the Mu family's military power. With all due respect, the young princess's suffering is distressing, but this matter came at the right time. The emperor looked at him. It's rare for you to talk about the imperial court with me. The state preceptor smiled. I don't want to talk about it, but Your Majesty is waiting for me to talk. The emperor stood up and paced in the room for a long time. He came to the window and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly he said, 25 years ago today was the day you divined the divination for the Shenyuan family. The state preceptor's hand that was drinking tea paused. The emperor recalled, you said that the North Star appeared and the emperor came out of Shenyuan. The state preceptor slowly held the teacup. Your Majesty. The emperor said, I'm thinking that I have already killed everyone in the Shenyuan family. I can sit back and relax, but why do I always feel uneasy in my heart recently? Are the people of the Shenyuan family really dead? No. The state preceptor said. The emperor frowned. The state preceptor said indifferently, there is also the crown princess and the emperor's grandson. They also have the blood of the Shenyuan family in their bodies. Your Majesty, if you want to eliminate all future troubles, you should kill them together. The emperor turned around and looked at the state preceptor coldly. Their surname is Shangguan. The state preceptor met his gaze indifferently. Jing Yinin is also surnamed Jing. The two people's eyes were in a stalemate in the air for a while. The emperor turned around and continued to look at the sky. I don't want to quarrel with you. The state preceptor picked up the teacup. Yi Qing, see the guest out. Yi Qing pushed the door and entered. The only person in the whole Great Yen who dared to ask him to leave was the person in front of him. The emperor frowned and said, you tell my divination again. See if there is still the North Star appearing and the emperor comes out of Shenyuan. The state preceptor said, no. The emperor said coldly, are you going to defy the decree? The state preceptor said neither humbly nor overbearingly, revealing the secrets of heaven will shorten my life. I have already lost 10 years of my life. If I calculate again, I am afraid I will lose my life. What's more, the same divination can't be calculated twice. The emperor flicked his sleeves and left. Where is the little princess? The emperor asked the eunuch outside the library. The eunuch said, Your Majesty, the little princess went to the Qilin Hall. Why go to the Qilin Hall again? The emperor frowned impatiently and strode toward the Qilin Hall. Chapter 747. All the little Jing Kong was playing happily with the little princess when he heard the laughter of the two little kids from afar. The little princess wasn't so childish in the palace. She always put on the airs of an elder and acted like an elder. The two little kids were chasing the fireflies in the courtyard and didn't notice that someone was coming towards them. Zhang Dequan was the first to notice the monarch. He quickly bowed to him. The monarch raised his hand and signaled him to step aside. Zhang Dequan stepped to the side. The two little kids were chasing the fireflies. The little princess was running in front and accidentally bumped into the monarch's thigh. Little Jing Kong didn't stop in time. In order to avoid bumping into the little princess, his little body swayed to the side and bumped into the monarch's other thigh. The monarch had met little Jing Kong twice before. The first time was when little Jing Kong and little princess stood outside the Qilin Hall and sang something like "You love me, I love you," and so on and so forth. Until now, those sweet words were still echoing in the monarch's mind. As for the appearance, the monarch didn't take a closer look. The second time was at noon. The two little kids were sitting in the Qilin Hall. Their faces were dirty and he couldn't see their faces clearly. Now that little Jing Kong was in front of him, he finally had the chance to look at his young and tender face. There was no doubt that he was good-looking. Little Jing Kong's excellent appearance didn't diminish because of his tan. Whether it was his fair and tender appearance in the Zhaogui kingdom or his current tanned appearance, he was extremely cute. But there was a trace of heroic spirit in his delicate eyes. More importantly, There was no trace of fear in his eyes when facing the monarch of the Yen dynasty. When this child grows up in the future, he would definitely be extraordinary. Uncle. The little princess hugged the monarch's thigh. Little Jing Kong responded with an "oh," and took a step back. He politely greeted the monarch. "Uncle Light Shui, how are you?" The monarch's gaze fell on little Jing Kong's face. As he looked, he couldn't help but frown. It was a very strange feeling, and even he couldn't tell what it was. "Your Majesty." Xiao Heng walked over from the other side of the old locust tree. His Majesty shifted his gaze away from little Jing Kong's face and looked at Xiao Heng. "Did they disturb your rest?" Xiao Heng was now setting up a weak and sickly persona. He would pass away in half a year. He adjusted his breathing and said weakly, "No, it's too hot. I can't sleep." The monarch looked at him and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, ask the imperial advisor to get you some medicine." Xiao Heng smiled bitterly. "Don't waste the herbs." For a dying person, taking medicine was just a psychological comfort. Xiao, black-bellied, Heng had a good grasp of his character setting. The king's gaze was still unconsciously attracted to little Jing Kong. He frowned. "This child?" Xiao Heng said. "Dr. Xiao said that he had just come back from the forest. It's best to observe him in the imperial advisor's palace for a day or two. After making sure that his body and mind are fine, we'll send him back. I've already sent someone to inform his family." After all, he was the child who risked everything to save Shangguan Shui. It was reasonable for him to rest in the imperial advisor's palace for a few days. The monarch looked deeply at little Jing Kong and didn't say anything more. "Light Shui, we should go back to the palace." The young princess reluctantly waved goodbye to them. "Goodbye, Jing Kong. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, little nephew. Goodbye, cousin." Shangguan Yin waved at her from behind the window. The monarch looked at Shangguan Yin and frowned. In the end, he didn't say a word. After getting on the carriage, the young princess happily played with the light-colored glass bottle in her hand. The glass was translucent. There were fireflies caught by little Jing Kong inside. They were flashing like stars in the sky. But the monarch thought of that child. A 5-year-old child actually dared to bite a human trafficker in the middle of the street, and calmly brought little Snow out of the place where they were locked up. He even found a hiding place and hid for an entire afternoon. He was hungry and gave all his food to Light Shui. Brave, witty, calm, kind, all the good qualities in the world seemed to be applied to that child. "Uncle, can I come to Jing Kong again tomorrow?" The young princess interrupted the monarch's thoughts. "You're not afraid?" the monarch asked her. "Afraid of what?" the young princess asked him. The monarch said with a smile, "Didn't you say this afternoon that you won't go out in the future? You're afraid that you'll meet bad people when you go out." "Oh, this I just told Jing Kong." The young princess said, "But Jing Kong said that we can't. Grandpa Gray Stone." The monarch was confused. "What Grandpa Gray Stone?" The young princess tried to explain. It's you choked on your food. You can't stop eating because you're afraid of choking in the future. So, I can't stop going out because I'm afraid of meeting bad people. The world is so big, I want to see it. I think you just want to go to the state preceptor palace. Also, it's called stopping eating because of choking." The monarch asked, "Did he really say that?" The young princess nodded and said, "Yes." The monarch sneered, "You know a lot." He coaxed her in the afternoon until his throat was dry, but the little girl didn't listen to a word he said. What? Her little friend said something and she immediately took it as the truth? Zhang Dequan smiled and said, "He must have a good family education. It's a good thing that the young princess can make such a friend." The monarch said, "Humph." Little Jing Kong slept too much during the day and didn't feel sleepy at night. He sat on the chair and swung his legs in boredom. "Jiao Jiao, I want to eat 1,000-layer pastry, the kind without sugar." 1,000-layer pastry was sweet and salty, but usually a little lard would be added to enhance the taste. Only an old shop in Daxing Alley had 1,000-layer pastry made with lard. Gu Jiao said, "Okay, I'll buy it for you." Xiao Heng said, "I'll buy it." Little Jing Kong jumped on the ground. "I want to go too." Xiao Heng said, "No, you don't." Little Jing Kong insisted on going with them. Considering that he had just been frightened, it was normal for him to be clingy. Gu Jiao took him with them. Daxing Alley was not far from the state preceptor palace. It was windy tonight and the temperature was cool, so the family decided to walk. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong in the middle. Little Jing Kong jumped up and down excitedly. The inner city of Chengdu was very busy when there was no curfew. It was late now, but the streets were still crowded with pedestrians. Wow, it's so beautiful. Their lanterns are made of gold. Can I go and have a look? No, that's a brothel. Wow, it's so lively. So many people. Can I go in and have a look? That's a gambling den. Then what about this? That's a funeral clothes shop. There are so many children there. I want to go too. That's a place where the poor send their children to the palace to be eunuchs. What's wrong with you, kid? Xiao Heng decisively carried the little guy on his shoulder. Little Jing Kong struggled. Put me down. Put me down. Xiao Heng said, no. Little Jing Kong's face turned red. I want to pee. I can't hold it in anymore. Xiao Heng was speechless. Children's pee really came at a whim. Xiao Heng's body shook. Don't pee on me. Then he said to Gu Jiao, I'll take him to the toilet. Then I'll line up. The shop is in the alley ahead. Gu Jiao pointed to the direction for Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng said, okay, I'll find you later. Gu Jiao went to line up in the alley ahead. The business of this dessert shop was very good, and the line was very long. Gu Jiao stood at the end, and the line almost extended to the alley across the street. While she was waiting, she suddenly felt a strong aura flashing over her head. It was so fast that the people around her didn't notice it at all. Gu Jiao didn't take it seriously at first, but the next second, another strong aura flashed over her head. These two people's auras were comparable to Qi Xian's, and seemed to be even stronger. The two people fought in another alley nearby. Gu Jiao could clearly feel the collision of their internal forces. She decided to take a look. It was an alley that sold coffin shops and shrouds. The shops had long been closed, and only the signboards of the shroud shop and the coffin shop fluttered silently in the night wind. Under the moonlight, there was a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. Gu Jiao stood outside the alley and blocked the view with her body. She only stuck her head out to take a peek. It was a Buddhist disciple and a Taoist disciple who were fighting. The Buddhist disciple tapped his toes and somersaulted in the air, landing on the roof at the side, facing Gu Jiao's direction. Gu Jiao took a closer look. Ah, a handsome monk? At this moment, the Taoist disciple jumped and hit him with his palm. He turned around and calmly retreated half a foot in Gu Jiao's direction. This time, the Taoist disciple's face was also revealed. Gu Jiao was even more surprised. Taoist Qing Feng? Why were these two people fighting? Was Taoist Qing Feng the Taoist disciple who chased after the handsome monk last time? A handsome monk and a Taoist priest. This was what it meant to be a fight between immortals. It's so eye-catching. Gu Jiao's eyes were wide open. Taoist priest, be reasonable. If I hadn't brought you out of the forest, you might have been trapped there for a year or so. Why don't we write off the grudge between us? In your dreams. Taoist Qing Feng hit the monk's chest with his palm in the air. His robe fluttered in the night wind. His eyes were like jade, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. The monk's figure flashed and dodged his attack. There weren't many people in the world who could avoid Taoist Qing Feng's palm. Under the moonlight, the monk was as beautiful as a demon god. He smiled and caught a falling leaf with his fingertips. He sighed and said, Alas, I just peeked at you taking a bath once. Why did you hold a grudge for so many years? Taoist Qing Feng's handsome face flashed with anger, and he unleashed a killing move. The monk sneered and waved his arm. The leaf on his fingertips turned into a knife and shot toward Taoist Qing Feng's eyebrows. This was also a killing move. Are you done peeing? Xiao Heng looked at little Jing Kong who came out of the toilet. Go wash your hands. Little Jing Kong came to the well to wash his hands with a sulky face. Xiao Heng looked at him with amusement. Who are you trying to show your sulky face to? Little Jing Kong snorted. The bad brother-in-law who won't let me eat candy. Xiao Heng raised his eyebrows. Jiao Jiao won't let you eat candy. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. That's because you told Jiao Jiao that my teeth are broken. Xiao Heng said innocently, your teeth are broken. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and turned his face away. This was a shop that sold dried meat. Xiao Heng bought some dried meat for Gu Jiao on the way. Then Xiao Heng took little Jing Kong to the shop that sold thousand-layer pastry. There were many people in the queue. Xiao Heng looked from the front of the line to the end of the line, but he still couldn't find Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong asked seriously, Did you remember wrongly? Jiao Jiao didn't come here to buy thousand-layer pastry? Xiao Heng held a bag of dried meat in one hand and little Jing Kong in the other. He said, It's here. I didn't remember wrongly. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. Did Jiao Jiao also go to the toilet? I want to find Jiao Jiao. Xiao Hing said, don't run around. Just wait here. Little Jing Kong refused to cooperate. I don't want to. I want to find Jiao Jiao. If you don't let me find Jiao Jiao, I'll cry. I'll say that you're a human trafficker. He was not afraid of children arguing with him, but he was afraid of children having IQ. This was the little guy's last stubbornness. Who asked him to lose his candy? Xiao Heng was angry and amused. Okay, I'll take you to find Jiao Jiao. They went around and came back. Xiao Heng held little Jing Kong's hand and walked in a random direction. Gu Jiao went out from the end of the alley while they went out from the front. In the creepy alley, Taoish Qing Feng and the monk had fought for more than 10 rounds. Gu Jiao hated that she did not have a bag of dried meat with her. She felt sorry for the fierce fighting scene. Although the two were fighting fiercely, their moves were only aimed at each other. They did not destroy a house, a door, a brick, or a tile. This was the cultivation and realm of a master. Those who blasted holes in other people's houses often did not consider the cost of repairing the houses. I still have something to do. I don't want to fight with you anymore. Let's end it. The monk stood on the roof. His inner strength suddenly surged. His gray monk robe fluttered without wind as if his sea of qi was rolling. Taoish Qing Feng frowned. What a strong murderous aura. The monk flew up with a strong murderous aura. Like a Buddha who had fallen into the devil's path, he suddenly attacked Taoish Qing Feng's vital point. Master. A crisp voice tore through the murderous aura in the alley. The monk's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 748. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. The monk had seized the right opportunity to make this move. He had sealed off all of Taoish Qing Feng's escape routes before making this move. It was supposed to be foolproof. But when he heard the word master, all of his true qi was reversed. His body stopped in the air and he suddenly lost control of his body. He fell from the air and hit the ground with a thud. He fell face first onto the ground. Brat, do you have to trick me like this? His posture was unsightly, so he quickly got up. But just as he propped himself up with his arms, Taoish Qing Feng punched him hard in the face. He was sent flying on the spot. Brat, you really tricked me. But it was good that he was sent flying. He could take the opportunity to slip away. The monk didn't come back to fight with Taoish Qing Feng. Instead, he leaped onto a nearby roof and disappeared into the boundless night. The monk used his Qing Gong to the extreme as if he was in a rush to reincarnate, leaving the eerie and strange alley far behind him. He wanted to run 800 miles in one breath and finally stopped at a deserted street corner. He had never been so tired even when fighting a war. Huff. Huff. He leaned against the wall with one arm, supporting his body slightly, and grabbed his clothes with the other hand, fanning himself. I finally got rid of him. This little demon is too scary. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes and breathed heavily. Suddenly, a long shadow pulled by the moonlight quietly approached, eerily projecting at his feet. The owner of the shadow raised the devil's hand. A sense of vigilance rose from the bottom of his heart, and he quickly turned around. No one. Master. The little demon jumped out from behind him. His body stiffened again. The little demon walked in front of him, raised his little head and said cutely, Master, it's really you. The monk wanted to cry but had no tears. Why can't I get rid of you after running so far? How did you catch up? There was a shortcut in this world. The monk looked at the innocent little Jing Kong and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was rubbing her chin and looking at him in deep thought. Suddenly he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Little Jing Kong said excitedly, Master, Master, Master? Why did you come to Chengdu? Are you here for me? Have you read the letter I wrote to you? Why don't you reply to my letters? Has the abbot returned to the temple? How are Jing Fan, Jing Shan, and Jing Xin? Senior brothers, did you miss me? Little Jing Kong blasted, turning into a little loudspeaker spirit in a second. To tell a joke, all the monks in the temple would not be able to recite scriptures better than him. The monk had a look of despair on his face. If you want me to answer, at least let me interrupt first. Master, Master. Let me introduce you to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong could not wait to introduce his master to Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over and stood beside the two of them. She tilted her head and looked at the beautiful monk. She narrowed her eyes and said, So you're the old man with the white beard. The monk was confused. What old man with the white beard? Gu Jiao looked at the little guy beside her. Jing Kong, Didn't you say that your master is an old man? Little Jing Kong said seriously, yes. I'm a little guy, but isn't my master an old man? He said it himself. If you don't do it, do you want me to do it? Little Jing Kong imitated him perfectly. The monk who always found all kinds of excuses to order his disciples to do this and that in order to slack off was speechless. Ahem. He cleared his throat and made a Buddhist salute with one hand. Ba, my Buddhist name is Liaochen. Gu Jiao chuckled. On the other side, Xiaoheng met Taoist Qing Feng. He recognized that this was the young Taoist who saved him on the street last time. However, Xiaoheng did not know his true identity because there was no portrait of Taoist Qing Feng in the library of the State Preceptor Palace. Xiaoheng greeted him. Taoist. Taoist Qing Feng looked at Xiaoheng and nodded slightly. Then he turned and walked away. Xiaoheng was speechless. Xiaoheng looked at Taoist Qing Feng's back and said thoughtfully, it seems that he doesn't remember me. He did a good deed and never took it to heart. What a virtuous Taoist. Xiaoheng waited for a while at the entrance of the alley. Gu Jiao led little Jing Kong to him. Little Jing Kong was jumping up and down even more happily than when he came out. Behind them was the young monk who fought with the young Taoist just now. He was wearing a gray monk's robe. He was tall and handsome and held a string of Buddha beads in his right hand. At this moment he looked like a merciful monk. When he fought with Taoist Qing Feng just now he looked like a murderous demon. The three of them stopped in front of Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong, introduce him to your brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong nodded. He came between Xiaoheng and Liaochen and stretched out his gentlemanly hand. Brother-in-law, this is my master, Liaochen. Master, this is my brother-in-law, Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao agreed to introduce Xiaoheng's true identity. Gu Jiao used her original voice to talk to Liaochen just now. Now that there were many people on the street, she changed her voice to that of a teenager. Xiaoheng was mentally prepared. He greeted politely, Master Liaochen. Liaochen made a proper Buddhist salute. Benefactor Xiao. The intersection was not a good place to talk. Coincidentally, there was a stall selling dumplings nearby. Little Jing Kong looked at the stall and drooled. They decided to go and have a seat. A bowl of dumpling wrappers, Gu Jiao said to the stall owner. The stall owner was stunned. This was the first time he met someone who wanted to eat dumpling wrappers. Gu Jiao said, use water. The stall owner said, okay. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng were not hungry. Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen. Master Liaochen, what kind of filling do you want to eat? Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao strangely. No matter what kind of filling a dumpling, there was meat in it. It was not a glutinous rice ball. Liaochen chuckled. Cabbage and pork filling. Gu Jiao said to the stall owner, a bowl of cabbage and pork dumplings, a big bowl. The stall owner looked at the monk in front of him and was even more confused. They sat down at a small square table. Little Jing Kong wanted to sit next to Gu Jiao, so the two of them sat on one side. Xiaoheng and Liaochen each sat on one side, facing each other. The stall owner boiled a bowl of dumpling wrappers with water and brought it over. Gu Jiao dripped more than half of the soup, leaving less than a third. She mixed it with vegetable oil, vinegar, and some pickles and handed it to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Liaochen smiled and said, Benefactor Gu, you take good care of Jing Kong. It was the kind of kindness that came from the heart. No wonder he did not return the little guy. Gu Jiao said lightly, it's okay. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Did this monk offend Jiao Jiao? Xiaoheng thought carefully. Jiao Jiao was willing to let Jing Kong introduce their real identities, which meant that they were on the same side. Maybe they had offended Jiao Jiao in some small way. Xiaoheng continued politely, by the way, Master Liaochen, do you have any grudges or misunderstandings with the Taoist just now? Liaochen narrowed his eyes and smiled. You mean Qing Feng? Qing Feng? Xiaoheng felt that this name was familiar. Gu Jiao said, he is Taoist Qing Feng of the Feng family, Feng Wuxia's brother. With that said, Xiaoheng had an impression. It's that 26-year-old martial arts prodigy, the young expert who defeated Han Yi. Han Yi was known as the best master among his peers, but that was only because Taoist Qing Feng did not leave the mountain. Plus, the Han family was used to bragging, so even Han Yi himself believed it. He really thought he was the best. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, that's him. Why do you seem to care about him? With Xiaoheng's temperament, he would not care about the personal affairs of someone he met for the first time, even if one of them was a master from Jing Kong. Xiaoheng said, we met once. Once, I fell down on the street and almost got hit by a carriage. It was that Taoist who saved me. Really? Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. She had never heard Xiaoheng mention this before. Xiaoheng nodded to Gu Jiao. He didn't leave his name and I didn't have anything to do, so I didn't mention it. I just went to say hello to him, but he didn't seem to remember me. Maybe he forgot. Liaochen laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiao asked curiously. He didn't forget your husband, he didn't remember him at all. Liaochen smiled gently, his charming peach blossom eyes curving into beautiful arcs. That Taoist, he's face blind. Brother? Around the corner, Feng Wuxia, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw his brother. He hurried forward and asked his brother, Brother, was that man the stinky monk from back then? Yes, it was him, Taoist Qingfeng said. Feng Wuxia said angrily, that guy still dares to come to Xing City. Isn't he afraid that the Feng family will tear him apart? Taoist Qingfeng did not speak. Thinking of something, Feng Wuxia asked again, Brother, did you get the thing back? The thing? Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen. Are you saying that you stole something from Taoist Qingfeng? First of all, I didn't steal anything from him. Liaochen spread his hands. It's not his. Xiaoheng, Gu Jiao, Liaochen sighed. All right, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Master, here are your dumplings. The owner brought a bowl of steaming dumplings over and placed it on the table. Liaochen picked up his chopsticks and put one into his mouth. He smiled with satisfaction. Tastes good. It's nothing special. It's just a book. The Letter of Credence of the Yan Kingdom. It all started a few years ago when Taoist Qingfeng went to the Grand Preceptor Hall to borrow a book. Before Taoist Qingfeng became a monk, he was a student of Canaan Academy. Because of his outstanding talent in martial arts and spells, he attracted the attention of the Grand Preceptor. But because the Grand Preceptor Hall never accepted disciples from aristocratic families, they did not become master and disciple. Later, Taoist Qingfeng became a Taoist priest. The Grand Preceptor still liked him very much and even made an exception to lend him one of the letters of credence of the Yan Kingdom. He was carrying the letter when Liaochen bumped into him. While he was bathing in the stream at the foot of the mountain, Liaochen secretly took the letter. It would have been fine if he had just stolen something, but to prevent Taoist Qingfeng from catching up, Liaochen even took away his clothes. Without his clothes, Taoist Qingfeng could only sit in the water and wait. When night fell, not a single disciple passed by. That was not strange. Taoist Qingfeng was relieved to change and bathe because he knew there would not be any disciples or villagers here. Taoist Qingfeng could not stay in the water like a fish for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to go up the mountain in a relaxed manner. His lightness skill was good. As long as he flew fast enough, no one could see him. The Taoist temple had strict rules. They rose at 5 o'clock and rested at 7 o'clock. To be safe, he entered the Taoist temple after 7 o'clock. Everything went smoothly. There was no one in the courtyard or on the path. However, Taoist Qingfeng forgot that it was his birthday that day. In fact, no one in the Taoist temple slept. They knew that senior brother Qingfeng was coming back today, so they all went to Qingfeng's yard and decided to give him a surprise when he came back. They wanted him to feel the warmth and care of his fellow disciples. So, when Taoist Qingfeng passed all the checkpoints and finally flew back to his courtyard, the disciples who had been waiting for a long time lit up the fireworks in the open space. With a loud bang, the fiery trees and silver flowers danced in the nightless sky in the cool breeze. The disciples in the Taoist temple all witnessed the celestial light reward. Taoist Qingfeng turned around and left. No one saw his handsome face covered by his long hair. But everyone knew that it was embarrassing. However, although the height resembled, the figure resembled, the length of the hair, the aura, the lightness skill that flew over their heads, resembled, everything resembled. But even if his toes were exactly the same, he could not be the purest and most flawless Taoist Qingfeng of the Baiyun Temple. It must be some shameless pervert who deliberately blasphemed their Taoist Qingfeng. They were very angry. The consequences were very serious. So, the Baiyun Temple posted a wanted poster with a high reward on the Jianghu website. The kind with a picture. Chapter 749. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at Liaochen. I don't believe that you just stole a book. You must have done something else to make them remember you and come all the way to kill you. Liaochen put his palms together. Amitabha, monks don't lie. Gu Jiao looked at his empty bowl. There was not a single dumpling left with cabbage and meat fillings. Even the dumpling soup was gone. Gu Jiao thought, "Are you a monk?" "Master." "Where do you live?" Little Jing Kong asked. "Master." Liao Chen paused and smiled. "I have a place to live. You don't have to worry about me." Little Jing Kong said, "No, I just want to ask where you live. If I want to see you, I'll go to you." Liao Chen smiled. "No, I'll come to you." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. "So, will you stay in Xingdu for a long time this time?" "I'm going to school in Xingdu and I don't know how long it will take." At the mention of this, Xiao Heng remembered that Liao Chen asked the abbot to bring their admission documents. Who was he? How did he get so many admission documents from the Yan Kingdom? Was he from the Yan Kingdom? So, why did he become a monk in the Zhao Kingdom? Little Jing Kong was present, and the adults were very restrained. They didn't ask anything that they shouldn't ask, and they just silently complained in their hearts. Little Jing Kong finished his food. He picked up the small bowl and drank the soup. Not a drop was left. "No way you ate it so cleanly?" Liao Chen was shocked. He looked rounder than when he was in the temple. It didn't look like he wasn't fed well. Little Jing Kong put down the bowl and said to Liao Chen seriously, "Every grain is hard work. Jiao Jiao said that we can't waste food." Liao Chen curled his lips. After all, she was 2 years older and didn't want to be a cullender anymore. In the past, when he was in the temple, he would eat all the way and spill all over the table. Little Jing Kong was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and asked, "Are you full?" Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and pointed at his little fingers. "Jiao Jiao, can I have another box of 1,000-layer pastry?" "No." Gu Jiao refused immediately. "You'll get indigestion if you eat too much at night." This bowl of dumpling wrappers was given to him because he had exhausted his energy from playing with the young princess. Liao Chen looked at his little disciple with interest. "Little disciple, quickly recite the scriptures, quickly reason with them, quickly use your 3-inch tongue to make your opponent dizzy. Can't you talk from dawn to dusk?" Little Jing Kong nodded cutely. "Okay, Jiao Jiao. Then I'll eat it tomorrow." Liao Chen. "Why can't you be so obedient under my name?" Gu Jiao touched his round belly. She wanted to see if he could eat a small piece, but she decided against it. He was already a little watermelon. They sat at the stall for a while, then got up to walk on the street to help little Jing Kong digest his food. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and walked in front. Xiao Heng and Liao Chen followed behind. Little Jing Kong was still the most clingy to Gu Jiao, but Liao Chen's arrival made him feel happy. Liao Chen suddenly said, "It's getting late, you should go back." Little Jing Kong stopped and looked back at him. "But master, you haven't asked me where I live." Liao Chen smiled gently. "Oh really? Where do you live?" Little Jing Kong said, "I live in the State Preceptor Palace now. I may go back to the academy in a few days. My classes are in the prodigy class of Lingbo Academy, and I eat and sleep in the Ling Long Pavilion of Kanglan Women's Academy next door." He explained in detail as if he was worried that his master would not be able to find him. Liao Chen smiled. "Okay, I'll remember it." Liao Chen said goodbye to the three of them, then turned and walked into the alley opposite. Xiao Heng said, "Let's go back too." Gu Jiao nodded and looked at little Jing Kong, who was yawning. "Can you still walk? Let me carry you." Little Jing Kong touched his round belly, and his eyes flashed with a little hesitation. Finally, he turned around and stretched out his little arms to Xiao Heng. "Brother-in-law, carry me." He had eaten a lot and was already a little chubby boy. He must not tire himself out in Jiao Jiao. Xiao Heng was annoyed and amused at the same time. He carried him with one hand and held Gu Jiao's hand with the other as they walked back to the State Preceptor Palace. "You're so heavy. You should change your name to Little Steel Weight." "No way. You're the one who's weak. You're blaming me for not being able to carry you. Are you an adult or not?" "If I'm an adult, then do you admit that you're a child?" "No, I'm an adult. You're an old man." "Then you should carry me." In the alley, Liao Chen did not go far. He stood quietly in the dark, looking at the backs of the three people and listening to the bickering of the father and son. Did you see that? Jing Kong was very happy. He had a complete family. The moon was beautiful tonight. The half-moon hung high above the Milky Way. Liao Chen left the noisy market and came to a quiet long street. In sharp contrast to the bustling streets of Xing City, this place was particularly desolate. This was a place that even the night watchman did not want to come to. It was like a path in the underworld, full of ghosts and vengeful spirits. Liao Chen came to a sealed mansion. He stared at it for a long time, then walked up the stairs to the door. The seal had long been broken and the iron lock was rusty. There were also bloodstains on the door. Liao Qin frowned. He looked up at the cracked plaque covered in cobwebs. His fingertips moved as if he wanted to take it down and wipe it clean, but he resisted. He went around to the side of the mansion and used his lightness skill to easily cross the weeds growing in the cracks of the courtyard wall. He landed on a piece of slippery moss. But he did not fall. He walked unhurriedly over the moss. The yard was full of weeds as tall as a person. Even the cracks in the tiles were cracked by the weeds. The corridors on 3 sides were all blocked by the weeds. The only thing that was not attacked by the weeds was a large round white marble table under Liao Chen's feet. But it was also covered with a thick layer of dust. Every step Liao Chen took left his footprints in the dust. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it made people sad. Liao Chen took a few steps and stopped in the middle of the round table. He looked straight ahead, empty and unfocused. "Come out," he said. A small figure jumped down from the east wall. "When did you find out?" Gu Jiao came up behind him. "I was very careful." Liao Chen did not turn his head. He looked at the vast galaxy and said indifferently, "Do you have something to ask me?" Gu Jiao patted the dust off his body and spat out the weeds in his mouth. "Did you know who I was a long time ago?" he asked. Liao Chen said, "How long do you mean?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Last time on Mount Guan you must have recognized me a long time ago. But I don't know if you purposely fell into a trap the first time in the countryside and waited for me to save you." Liao Chen said indifferently, "Falling into the trap was an accident. Pretending not to know you was intentional. You adopted my apprentice. I had to see what kind of family adopted him. I went to your village and saw your family. That's all." Gu Jiao walked to his side and turned his head to look him up and down. His mood now was not the same as before. His peach blossom eyes were no longer evil, and the indecent smile on his lips was also gone. His entire person was shrouded in an invisible aura. Gu Jiao pulled back his gaze and looked in the same direction as him, the vast expanse of the starry sky. "Fine, I'll believe you for now. But why did you pretend not to know me?" Gu Jiao asked. "Wasn't it because I was afraid that you would occasionally bring back little troublemakers to show your filial piety to me?" Liao Chen said seriously, "I'm not used to interacting with people. I'm more comfortable with strangers. Otherwise, I'd be annoyed if you secular people kept interacting with me." That's a barely acceptable reason. Mainly because Gu Jiao didn't think this question was very important, so Gu Jiao didn't care whether he lied or not. But Gu Jiao needed him to answer the next question honestly. Gu Jiao turned his head to look at him. "Do you know where this place is?" "The training field," Liao Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Gu Jiao wasn't asking about the empty space under their feet, but the entire mansion. Gu Jiao turned around and stared at his profile. "You even know that this is the Shen Yuan family's training field. What is your relationship with the Shen Yuan family? Don't say that you don't know. The spear technique you taught me is the 7 styles of Shen Yuan. I already know." Liao Chen looked at the half-moon and clenched his fingers. He didn't speak. Gu Jiao said, "It's fine if you don't want to answer this question. After all, you're not related to me. You don't have to tell me anything about yourself. Then let me change the question." Her expression became serious. She asked in a tone that brooked no refusal, "Is Jing Kong related to the Shen Yuan family?" Chapter 750. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao's question was not without reason. She had thought it through on the way here. Before Gu Yan was injured by Nangong Li, the admission papers had been sent to little Jing Kong. In other words, Liao Chen did not know that Gu Yan would be in trouble. He only hoped that they could come to the Yan Kingdom to study. Or more precisely, they accompanied little Jing Kong to study in Chengdu. Little Jing Kong was the most clingy to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was arranged to study in the Kanglan Women's Academy. This way they would not have to be separated. Although Chenxiong Academy was in the outer city, it was the academy with the simplest background. Except for Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan, no one from the 11 aristocratic families came to study. And Mu Qingchen had not come for a long time. Their classes were separated from Mu Chuan's. This greatly reduced their chances of meeting the aristocratic families. It could be said that all the arrangements were meticulous and perfect. Was he sending little Jing Kong to study or bringing little Jing Kong home? Liao Qin retracted his gaze and turned around. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao's childish but heroic face. Before I answer your question, I also have a question to ask. Gu Jiao said, I asked first. Liao Qin said, I know, so you don't have to answer me. Gu Jiao looked at him. He said solemnly, can the current you really bear the whole truth? If you can't, then it's better for you not to know. In the latter half of the night, it was drizzling in Xingdu when Gu Jiao returned to the State Preceptor Hall. There was a thin layer of water on her clothes. Xiao Heng was waiting for her in the room. When he saw her come in, he quickly took a towel to wipe the water on her face and head. Gu Jiao said, it's fine, just a light drizzle. It stopped before it started raining. Is Jing Kong asleep? Xiao Heng looked at the little fellow behind the curtain. She fell asleep before we reached the State Preceptor Hall. How's your situation? Gu Jiao came to the bedside and looked at the little fellow. She said, he went to the Xinyuan family and is very familiar with that place. Xiao Heng said thoughtfully, is he related to the Xinyuan family? I'm pretty sure. Gu Jiao told Xiao Heng about her 2 encounters with Liao Qin. Xiao Heng fell silent. When Liao Qin was eating dumplings, he already felt that Liao Qin was very strange. He didn't expect Liao Qin's martial arts to be so strong. He didn't show any mercy when he killed people. This didn't seem like something a merciful monk would do. On top of that, he also knew the Xinyuan family spear techniques. What about Jing Kong? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao said, I also asked Jing Kong. He said that if I can't bear the truth, it's better not to know. Of course, she didn't mean that she could bear the shock psychologically. If little Jing Kong was really related to the Xinyuan family with their current strength, it was very likely that they couldn't protect little Jing Kong. So it was better not to know and not to worry about it. On the long street, 2 figures were moving forward quickly. Master, please slow down. Where's that stinky monk? How did we lose him in the blink of an eye? Master Mingyu stopped and looked at the empty street in front of him. He said unhappily, where did you see him go just now? The guard in gray scratched his head. I think he went in this direction. We didn't go in the wrong direction. Master Mingyu said angrily, if we didn't go in the wrong direction, how could he disappear? Did he disappear into thin air? Is he a ghost? The guard in gray shrunk his neck and whispered, Master, don't talk about people in the day and ghosts at night. You'll run into ghosts, Master Mingyu said coldly, don't talk about strange things. Meow. A wild cat's meow came from the roof beside them. The 2 of them shuddered at the same time. The guard grabbed Master Mingyu's arm in fear and said in a trembling voice, Master Titi, this place is too eerie. It's obvious that no one has lived here for many years. It's a haunted house, and it's the kind where vengeful spirits linger. Let's go. Master Mingyu said sternly, what vengeful spirits linger? Do you think I'm afraid of that? The guard in gray lowered his voice as if he was afraid that a ghost would hear him. He said fearfully, this is the old site of the Xinyuan family. The whole street used to belong to them. I heard that on the day they were executed, this street was covered in blood. The resentment was so strong that even the crows didn't dare to come close. I also heard that those who came to this street in recent years were all possessed. Even the night watchman took a detour. Master Mingyu felt a chill down his spine. Why? Don't listen to hearsay. He subconsciously took a step back. The gray-robed guard curled his lips and said, if young master insists on looking, then I can only sacrifice my life to accompany you. Tell me, where should we start looking? The Xinyuan family's mansion is right in front of us. If not, we'll go there. Do you think we should climb over the wall or break in? Master Mingyu's throat moved. He said seriously, the dead. The dead are the most important. What do you mean by climbing over the wall or breaking in? Let's go. After saying that, young Master Mingyu turned around and walked back with quick steps. His pace was so fast that it was as if there was a ghost chasing after him. In the rearguard commandery, Wang Su hadn't been home for a few days. The main reason was that he had to deal with one thing after another. He had just finished dealing with the dethroned princess and the young princess. Now he had to deal with a tough nut to crack, Old Master Mu. Although Old Master Mu was a civil official, his stubbornness was even worse than a general. Wang Su couldn't really torture him. After all, he was old and he was afraid that he would die if he was beaten. Old Master Mu couldn't deal with the state preceptor, but couldn't he deal with Wang Su? No matter how Wang Su interrogated him, he wouldn't say anything. It wasn't the Mu family. I don't know who bribed the Mu family to frame us. No matter how he asked, it was the same question. It was already dawn. Wang Su felt a headache coming on. Commandant Guan, His Highness Zhang's son is here. Outside the watch room a guard reported. Wang Su hurriedly stood up, tidied up his clothes, and went to the commandant of the left's mansion to greet Xiaoheng. Greetings to His Highness Zhang's son. Xiaoheng politely raised his hand. You don't have to be so polite, Lord Wang. Didn't you rest last night? Ah yes, I'm investigating a case. Wang Su said, His Highness Zhang's son, please come inside. He knew how to behave. Xiaoheng followed him to his watch room and sat on the main seat. A servant served tea. Wang Su asked, May I know why His Highness Zhang's son suddenly visited the commandant of the left's mansion? Xiaoheng looked at Wang Su and said, I'm here for you. Lord Xiao is busy taking care of my mother, so I have to ask you how your injury is. Wang Su, who was suddenly cared for, was moved. He cupped his hands and saluted. I'm fine. Come to the state preceptor's palace in 3 days to remove the stitches. Xiaoheng said. Yes. Wang Su responded respectfully. Xiaoheng asked curiously, Lord Wang's brows are furrowed. Is the progress of the case not going well? Well. Wang Su couldn't casually mention the details of the case to outsiders. Xiaoheng smiled. Lord Wang has taught me martial arts for several years. Although I haven't learned a single move, this is my personal problem. It has nothing to do with Lord Wang. For the sake of our friendship, I'll give Lord Wang some advice. Wang Su pricked up his ears. Xiaoheng said faintly, His Majesty already knows the result. He only wants the details of the process. Lord Wang can fill it in. There's no need to be too serious. Wang Su frowned suspiciously. Does His Highness Zhang's son mean? Xiaoheng picked up his teacup. Does your Wang family have spies in the Mu family? Can't you just find one to testify against the Mu family? Wang Su's expression changed. Isn't this making a false testimony? So there really were spies. Xiaoheng said calmly, This isn't a false testimony. This is a reasonable exercise of power. I take the Emperor's salary and bear the Emperor's worries. I will follow His Majesty's wishes. In June, there was no shortage of conversations before and after tea in Chengdu. First, the deposed crown princess and the emperor's grandson returned to the capital one after another. Then, the Mu and Han families met with trouble one after another. Consort 1 being banished to the cold palace was a small matter. The Mu family's commander's seal was gone. It was said that the Mu family took the initiative to hand it over. No one knew what was wrong with the Mu family. They had worked so hard to get the commander's seal, so why did they hand it over just like that? The second master of the Mu family, Mu Hong, was involved in a bribery case. The amount of money involved was huge, causing the national treasury to suffer heavy losses. He was removed from his position and exiled. The Han family wasn't any better. Zhang Feng and the others who were promoted by heir Han, failed to protect the young princess and caused her to be kidnapped. Zhang Feng and the others were severely punished. Heir Han was also removed from his position as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. What was worse was that it was unknown who had informed the monarch that Han Shizi's legs were crippled. The emperor sent Zhang Dequan and the imperial physician to check on him. They found that Han Ye's hamstrings had been cut off and there was no possibility of recovery. In the throne room, the emperor said sternly, Since heir Han can no longer command the Black Wind Cavalry, the Black Wind Cavalry should choose a new leader. Elder Yang held the ceremonial tablet and asked, Still choose from the Han family? Wasn't this nonsense? Since the Black Wind Cavalry was given to the Han family, it should be inherited by the Han family. However, the Han family had been in trouble one after another. The emperor was already disappointed in the Han family. The emperor thought for a moment and said seriously, The Han family's disciples are the first choice. However, if there is someone who wins, he can also become the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. When this news came out, the aristocratic families were excited. The Black Wind Cavalry was the strongest cavalry in the 6 countries. They were definitely going to be the new commander. Chapter 751. At night, the state preceptor's hall gradually lit up. Little Jing Kong went to play cards with Shangguan Yen. He was bored and so was Shangguan Yen. So, he taught Shangguan Yen and 2 other disciples of the state preceptor's hall the card skills he learned from his grandaunt. The 4 of them sat at the table. In Xiaoheng's room, 4 people and a bird gathered. The bird was little Nine, who was responsible for keeping watch. Although no one in the state preceptor's hall was watching them, they still had to be vigilant. Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng sat around the table. Gu Changqing said, "Have you heard about the Mu and Han families?" The three of them nodded together. It was hard not to hear about it with such a big movement. What's more, Xiao Heng was now the eldest grandson of the emperor. It was easy for him to inquire about this kind of news. The Mu family handed over the commander's seal to protect Old Master Mu. Xiao Heng said, "The consequences of kidnapping a commandery princess are so serious?" Gu Qingfeng was a little speechless. Even when the emperor of Zhao country was hunted down, they didn't make such a big fuss. Gu Changqing said, "It's not the same. The emperor of Zhao country was a benevolent ruler, while the emperor of Yan kingdom was a tyrant. The two men's styles were completely different. Moreover, the emperor of Yan kingdom did this to make an example of them. The 10 great families had been pretending to be peaceful for many years, but a small commandery princess had exposed all kinds of bad characters. If the emperor didn't suppress them with a ruthless move, these people would probably take advantage of him. Anyway, the price of making a demon was not high, so they could take turns to make a demon." Xiao Heng said, "Neither too fast nor too slow. The Mu family's commander's seal is in the hands of the emperor of Yan kingdom. He won't give it to any family in the short term. He may assign a competent commander other than the 10 great families and the Nangong family." Gu Changqing nodded in agreement and said, "Let's put the Mu family's military power aside first. The only hope to fight for it is the Black Wind cavalry of the Han family." As soon as he finished speaking, the three people all looked at him. He was slightly stunned. "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Gu Qingfeng asked, "Big brother, did we say that we were going to fight for the Han clan's Black Wind cavalry?" Gu Changqing asked, "Shouldn't we fight for it?" "Fight for it?" Gu Jiao said, her eyes filled with determination. "What?" Gu Qingfeng looked at her in confusion. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and said, "No reason. I just feel that we should fight for it. Otherwise we might regret it." This was a very strange intuition. Ever since he suspected that Jing Kong was related to the Xinyuan family, his intuition had become stronger. Fighting for it might be dangerous, but not fighting for it would only be more dangerous. Xiao Heng analyzed, other than Han Yi, the Han family also has many outstanding disciples. There are many talented people in the family, so their chances of winning are still very high. Moreover, the rules this time are clearly in favor of the Han family. To become a Black Wind cavalry, one had to go through 3 competitions. 2 of them were related to horsemanship, and horsemanship and war horses were the Han family's strengths. Even if the advantage was in the Han family's favor, His Majesty still wanted to win against many of the Han family's disciples. What did many mean? It meant that a narrow victory was not enough, it had to be a complete victory. A victory that everyone was convinced of. A victory that no one could say anything about. He paused and looked at Gu Changqing. "What's the Han family's plan?" Gu Changqing answered, "The Han family has chosen 10 disciples. Some are from the main family and some are from the collateral family." Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened. "So many? Isn't it said that each family can only have 2 spots?" Xiao Heng said, "It should have been inherited by the Han family in the first place. It's already unreasonable to have everyone compete. No matter what, we have to take care of the Han family." Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. He's a tyrant. Why would he be afraid of others talking about him? He's tyrannizing while setting himself up as a benevolent ruler. Everyone was puzzled by the ruler's actions. Gu Changqing said, "The Crown Prince gave me a spot to participate as a collateral descendant of the Han family. My mission is to exhaust the opponent and ensure that the Han family advances." Gu Qingfeng snorted. "Dream on." Gu Jiao thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, this is possible." Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao. "You're going to participate?" Gu Jiao, "Yes." Gu Qingfeng said seriously, "Then I'll go too." Gu Jiao said lightly, "You'd better not. With your mediocre skills, you'll be knocked off the stage in 2 moves." Gu Qingfeng was furious. "Who are you looking down on?" "I'll go," Gu Jiao said. Gu Changqing glanced at his sister and wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Jiao asked strangely, "What's wrong?" Gu Changqing said, "Have you been in the Yan kingdom for too long and forgotten that you're actually from the Zhao kingdom? The Yan kingdom only allowed its own people to participate in the cavalry selection." Gu Jiao, "Oh, I really forgot." Purple bamboo forest. A disciple was sweeping the fallen leaves in the front yard of the small bamboo house. Gu Jiao walked over. She looked around the yard for a while and didn't see anything special. She called the disciple, "Little master." The disciple stopped his work and turned around. Seeing that it was Gu Jiao, he greeted politely, "Young Master Xiao. You still remember me?" Gu Jiao smiled. "Is the state preceptor here?" The disciple smiled shyly. "He just went out." It was strange. It was a man smiling at him. Why was he shy? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh, when will he be back?" The disciple said, "It won't be long. The state preceptor didn't let us take away his chessboard. He should come back later." Gu Jiao said, "Thank you." Then she didn't say anything and waited silently. The disciple swept the fallen leaves and said again, "Young Master Xiao, are you waiting here for the state preceptor?" Gu Jiao said, "Yes, I have something to ask him." The disciple said, "Then please come in and wait." "Wait in the room?" Gu Jiao walked into the yard and left her shoes on the steps. Wearing white footwear, she stepped on the spotless floor and entered the central room. The disciple invited her to sit on the guest cushion and poured her a cup of herbal tea. "Young Master Xiao, please have some tea." Gu Jiao took the cup. "Thank you. You don't have to serve me. I'll wait by myself. You can go." "Young Master Xiao, please." After that, the disciple opened the curtain and walked out. Gu Jiao touched her chin. He didn't even say anything. Why did he trust her so much? It would be strange if Gu Jiao sat here obediently. It wasn't easy to come to the state preceptor's nest. How could she not pay a deep visit? At present there was only one disciple in the yard. He was carefully sweeping the yard. He had only swept a small part of the yard and couldn't finish it in a short time. Gu Jiao stood up quietly and walked around the central room. The central room was empty. There was nothing to provide any information. However, there was a small study on the east side. Gu Jiao quietly pushed open the door of the study, and the smell of books assailed her nostrils. The window was open and the light was good. The furnishings were simple. There was only a row of bookshelves, a bookcase, a desk, and a cabinet. Gu Jiao learned the language of the Yan Kingdom well. She could read it without any difficulties. However, these were all the Analects of Confucius and the Book of Songs, which gave her a headache. Soon she was attracted by the toys on the cabinet. Yes, they were toys. There were mini wooden knives, wooden swords, small bows and arrows, small meteor hammers, small 9-section whips, and small red-tasseled spears. No way. Even the exclusive small weapons she made for little Jing Kong didn't have such a complete set. Was the state preceptor so childlike? Who did he make them for? Not long after, Gu Jiao found a picture album nailed up beside the small weapons. She thought that the state preceptor collected famous paintings and calligraphy. However, when she opened it, she found that it was all children's doodles. What's this? Gu Jiao put down the small book and picked up a picture scroll in another cabinet. She took off the ribbon and spread it out. It was a picture of a baby girl. She was fair and clean. Her facial features were delicate and cute. Gu Jiao admired it for a moment. Oh, it's quite pretty. There were more than 10 picture scrolls in the cabinet. Gu Jiao looked at them all and found that they were the same person. From the baby girl to the girl, Gu Jiao seemed to see this person grow up in front of her. Why do I feel that this little girl is a little familiar? Have I seen her before? The picture ended when she was about 7 or 8 years old. Did the state preceptor have a female disciple? Gu Jiao was very confused. If she was not the state preceptor's disciple, then who was this little girl to the state preceptor? Could it be that the state preceptor secretly had a daughter with her? Otherwise, it was hard to explain why there were so many things here. In addition to the little girl's picture, Gu Jiao also found a picture in the biggest cabinet of the cabinet. It was a picture of a soldier in black armor. He was tall and valiant. He was holding a red-tasseled spear in his hand. The facial features of the person in the picture were not filled in. However, Gu Jiao recognized the red-tasseled spear. It was Xin Yuan Li's heavenly weapon. So, this person was Xin Yuan Li? There was a line of words below the picture, remembering an old friend, February 19th of the Bingxian year. The state preceptor and Xin Yuan Li were old friends? In addition, Gu Jiao found another interesting thing, a courtyard made of clay. There were 3 clay figures sitting under the peach tree in the courtyard. They were drinking and drinking. The 3 of them did not make their faces. Their clothes were men's robes that could be seen everywhere on the street. Gu Jiao touched her chin. She thought, one is the state preceptor, one is Shen Yuanli, and the last one can't be the monarch, right? These 3 people were sworn brothers in the past? State preceptor. A disciple's voice suddenly came from the door. Chapter 752. Gu Jiao quickly put down the things. When the state preceptor entered the room, she had already calmly sat back on the cushion. She calmly glanced at the state preceptor while tasting the tea. "You're back." Why did he say it as if this was his own home? Gu Jiao smiled. She was not embarrassed, but the others were. The state preceptor sat down opposite Gu Jiao. It was hot outside and he was sweating. Without waiting for the disciples to pour tea, he poured a cup for himself. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I'm here to talk to you about a cooperation," Gu Jiao said. He took a sip of tea. "What cooperation?" Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile. "Does the state preceptor hall want the Black Wind Cavalry?" "No," he answered without hesitation. Gu Jiao blinked. "Don't be so impulsive." The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao. "Give me a reason not to refuse?" The state preceptor hall did not need the Black Wind Cavalry. Its unique way of survival was destined to be an irreplaceable existence. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. "Black Wind Cavalry, is it cooler to ride it?" The state preceptor was speechless. The state preceptor took a big sip of herbal tea. The anger in his heart was a little strong. The state preceptor hall does not participate in the imperial court's political affairs. "You're guilty and don't dare to do it, right?" The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled face. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and hinted at the small study in the east. "I saw it all. You, the Emperor of Yan, and Shen Yuanli were close friends. You were like brothers and you colluded with one brother to kill the other." The state preceptor stopped drinking tea. "Are you very angry?" Was he admitting it in a disguised way? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "The North Star has appeared, and the Emperor has come out of Shenyuan. You and the Emperor are really daring. One dares to speak while the other dares to believe." Shen Yuanli definitely didn't expect that he would die in the hands of his two most trusted brothers. The state preceptor was silent. Gu Jiao rested her chin on one hand and rested her elbow on the table. She looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "State preceptor, if it wasn't for your face, I would have already made a move on you." Both Shangguan Yen and Xiao Heng had the blood of the Shenyuan family flowing in their veins. Little Jing Kong might also have a relationship with the Shenyuan family. The enemy of the Shenyuan family was her enemy. Most people would ask Gu Jiao, "What happened to my face?" But the imperial tutor didn't ask. After a moment of silence, he looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Why do you want to compete for the Black Wind Cavalry?" The topic changed so quickly that Gu Jiao almost couldn't connect her emotions. Who doesn't want good things? Gu Jiao was wary of the state preceptor, especially after discovering the 3 clay figurines. She didn't intend to confide in the state preceptor. The state preceptor stared at her and said, "Do you know that once you take this step, there is no turning back?" "I don't have a turning back." The state preceptor saw that Gu Jiao didn't speak, but her attitude was very firm. He sighed and put down the cup in his hand. "I'll take you to a place." Gu Jiao thought that the state preceptor was going to take her to visit somewhere in the state preceptor hall. Who would have thought that they would come to a military camp? Gu Jiao got off the carriage and stood at the entrance guarded by soldiers. The military camp was located at the foot of the mountain. The summer wind blew gently from the valley, bringing a little bit of coolness, but it couldn't get rid of the hot summer heat. From time to time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard on the training ground in the military camp. Gu Jiao suddenly had an illusion that she had been here before. Yi Qing said a few words to the soldiers guarding the gate, and the soldiers respectfully let them go. The state preceptor took Gu Jiao inside. Yi Qing followed behind the two. What caught her eyes was a huge training ground, and the cavalry on the field was in formation. There should be a martial arts platform in the east, and the horse camp in the west. Gu Jiao thought. There was a martial arts platform there, but it was demolished. The state preceptor said. "What about the horse camp?" Gu Jiao asked subconsciously. "The horse camp is still there." The state preceptor pointed to the west of the training ground. "It was blocked by the cavalry. I can't see it now. I'll take you there." Gu Jiao looked around as if she was in another world. "This is the cavalry camp of the Han family?" The state preceptor said, "Yes." Gu Jiao said, "It used to be the Shenyuan family." The state preceptor paused. "You can say that." Gu Jiao was still immersed in the sudden strange feeling, so she didn't care about the words, "You can say that." The two arrived at the horse camp. The horse camp was the place where the Black Wind Cavalry was trained. Every Black Wind Cavalry had to go through a strict physical selection and physical training. Only then could they be assigned to the cavalry and undergo further training. The Black Wind Cavalry was very hard. Do you see it? The state preceptor pointed. Gu Jiao looked over and saw a horse trainer instructing 2 ponies to cross the fire bridge. They were going to cross the fire that was burning on both sides. The bridge was also the unstable type. One of the ponies was scared. It stood in the fire and didn't dare to move, letting out a pitiful cry. The state preceptor said, "What you see is only the tip of the iceberg. The intensity of the pony's training is very low, so it's relatively safe." Gu Jiao muttered, "You call this safe?" The state preceptor didn't say anything, but signaled for Gu Jiao to look to the other side. There was an adult Black Wind Cavalry that was also crossing the fire bridge. The fire was bigger and fiercer. Not only were the 2 sides burning, but the 2 ends of the bridge were also burning. The Black Wind Cavalry had to rush into the fire without hesitation. Not only did the Black Wind Cavalry have to overcome their fear of the fire and endure the high temperature, but they also had to hold their breath to prevent themselves from breathing in the poisonous gas. The Black Wind Cavalry had protective measures. As long as they were fast enough, they wouldn't get burned. But this was only in principle. In fact, there were often unexpected situations. The state preceptor said again, "The first test is to cross the fire bridge." Gu Jiao took a while to realize that the test he was talking about was the test to become the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. "Are you telling me the test in advance?" The state preceptor led Gu Jiao forward. No horse can cross the fire bridge in the state preceptor hall. Fear of fire was an animal's instinct. Only specially trained horses could overcome the fear in their hearts temporarily. The horses in the state preceptor hall obviously didn't have such training requirements. There was a loud bang as if something had exploded. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the sound. It was another batch of Black Wind Cavalry that was undergoing explosive training. They had to maintain a calm formation under the threat of the explosion. Some of the new horses were so scared that they ran in all directions. The scene was chaotic. The state preceptor pointed and said, "They have been trained since 3 months ago. But look, even they are so scared." Gu Jiao asked strangely, "Don't tell me the second test is about explosives?" The state preceptor didn't admit or deny it. It seemed to be the case. If the fearless horse king could come for the first 2 tests, then the third one was definitely not. "Ride for 300 miles. The state preceptor said. The horse king was still a baby. Riding for 300 miles would kill it. The state preceptor stopped and looked at Gu Jiao. He said seriously, "We don't have a single horse that can reach this standard. So do you know how difficult it is for the Black Wind Cavalry? Also, let me tell you a secret. The Han family has a new Black Wind King. He is 5 years old and a male horse. He is the strongest Black Wind King I have ever seen. You have no chance of winning. Including the Nangong family, none of the 11 families have won. Do you have the ability to accept the truth now? If you don't, then it's better not to know." Gu Jiao's mind flashed with Liu Chen's words. Explosions sounded in her ears, as well as the startled cries of the horses and the angry roars of the cavalry. The flashing of swords and shining of spears made her feel like she was in a real battlefield. Liu Chen's voice and the sounds of the battlefield intertwined endlessly in her mind. Her chest swelled as if there was some strong emotion that wanted to rush out. She clenched her fingers and said, "I want to go." The state preceptor's eyes flashed with complex emotions. "Tomorrow, I will let Yi Qing choose the best horse for you." "No need." Although the state preceptor's horse was good, it was not a war horse that could fight side by side with her. Willow Lane. Madame Nan was drying poison. She was sleepy. While drying, she was like a chicken pecking at rice. Suddenly, she pecked her head into the sieve. Madame Nan, damn, she was poisoned again. Madame Nan looked up with blood flowing out of her 7 orifices and looked at the door. "No way my poison can cause hallucinations?" "Madame Nan." Gu Jiao walked over. Madame Nan raised her hand and pinched her face. There was warmth. It was hot. It was not a hallucination. Jiao Jiao really had returned. Madame Nan immediately forgot that she had been poisoned and said with a smile, "Why have you returned so quickly? Wasn't it said that Aheng's mother's injuries had not yet healed and that she would need to stay in the state preceptor's hall for a few more days?" What had happened in the state preceptor's hall, Gu Qingfeng had already come to tell them about it. The things that needed to be shocked had already been shocked. They were more concerned about the future situation of the 2 children. Gu Jiao said, I came back for a few matters. Are Yen and the others not here? Madame Nan said. Elder Meng went to walk his horse. Yen and Xiaoshen went with their master to cut wood. I'm the only one at home. They just left and will not be back so quickly. Are you hungry? I will go make something for you to eat. Madame Nan, you. Gu Jiao pointed at the poisonous blood on her face. Madame Nan was bleeding from all 7 orifices and smiled. Do you want to eat noodles or dumplings? My cooking skills have improved greatly recently. How about I bake a cake for you? Just as she said this, Madame Nan fell to the ground with a thump. Gu Jiao facepalmed. You've been poisoned, Madame Nan. Gu Jiao helplessly shook her head and carried Madame Nan back into the room. She picked up the antidote on the table and gave it to her. She pulled out a bottle and placed it on the bedside table. Inside was Gu Changqing's blood. She had left a note. She opened the drawer and counted the nutrients that she had left for the Black Wind King. There were less than 2 left. The Black Wind King still refused to eat. Was it only relying on nutrients to maintain its body? Gu Jiao arrived in the backyard. The red tasseled spear stood under the scorching sun. The Black Wind King at the side had become much thinner. It lay on the ground and had completely lost its will to fight. It was like an old horse waiting for death. It saw Gu Jiao arrive, but it was indifferent. It had lost its passion and interest in everything. Gu Jiao knelt down in front of it like a knight and patted its head. I need you. I need you to stand up. I need you to return to the battlefield. I need you to fight by my side. Not master and mount, but comrades and companions. The Black Wind King did not respond. It wanted to die for its master. It could no longer hear anything from the outside world. Gu Jiao felt sorrow from the bottom of her heart. How strange. She actually had the emotions of a normal person. She gently patted the Black Wind King's head and no longer forced it. Everyone could make their own choices. Horses were the same. Gu Jiao thought that she should send the Black Wind King away. She patted the Black Wind King's head comfortingly and unconsciously began to sing a war song. Jiwa Wui? Together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. Jiwa Wui? Together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. On the roof of the Xian Yuan family. Liao Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the boundless sky. He muttered, Jiwa Wui, together with you. Wang Yu, fix my armor and soldiers. Together with you. In the military camp. The soldiers sat on the ground eating cold steamed buns. Someone spoke first, Jiwa Wui? Together with you. The hoarse voice was like a broken bellows. It was not pleasant to hear. But soon, someone else started to sing with him. In the tent, General Han frowned. What's going on? The deputy general said in shock. It's the Xian Yuan family's war song. The Xian Yuan family always sang the war song before going to war. They also sang the war song when sending off their comrades. But ever since the 4 great families took over the Xian Yuan family's forces, they never allowed the soldiers to sing the Xian Yuan family's war song. Jiwa Wui? Together with you. Wang Yu, fix my spear. Together with you. The entire military camp was filled with the Xian Yuan family's war song. The hoarse voice was choked with emotions. It soared into the sky and shook the vast ocean. Gu Jiao said goodbye to the Black Wind King and pulled out the red-tasseled spear. Regardless of whether the Black Wind King was there or not, she had to return to her battlefield. When she walked to the door, she suddenly heard some movement behind her. Gu Jiao was stunned. She turned around and saw the Black Wind King, who had lost her will to fight, slowly stand up. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She was the only female horse in the Great Yen, the Black Wind King. She had a legendary life. Her achievements were far beyond the reach of thousands of horses. At 16 years old, she was old and should retire from the stage of history. Her time was over. But no one knew that her legend had officially begun at this moment. Chapter 753. The Han family. Old Master Han went to the family to discuss the selection of competitors with the elders. Han Yi was left in the room to recuperate. Han Yi sat in a chair with a terrible look on his face. Qi Xian pushed the door open and said to the servants, "You can leave now." The servants felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Qi Xian sat down beside him and said, "I heard that it will start tomorrow." The two of them knew what it was going to start. Han Ye's hands, which were placed on the armrest, were tightly clenched into fists. His eyes, which had not closed for the entire night, were bloodshot. Qi Xian sighed and said, "You're upset. I understand." Han Yi was furious and his eyes were like torches. "No, master, you don't understand. You don't know how it feels to be called a good-for-nothing. You don't know how painful it is to fall from the clouds. You don't know how humiliating it is to let the Black Wind Cavalry be taken away from me." Qi Xian opened his mouth but didn't refute him. Han Yi said coldly, "Who leaked the news?" Qi Xian said, "The Han family has kept your injury a secret. It can't be from the Han family. It should be from Xiao Lulang and the Emperor's grandson." Han Yi frowned. "It's so annoying. The Emperor's grandson is real." Wang Su had confirmed it himself. It couldn't be fake. The question was, how did he get involved with Xiao Lulang? Qi Xian didn't have an answer to this. But he was sure that the Emperor's grandson had caused them a lot of trouble and would continue to do so in the future. Han Yi gritted his teeth. "If I lose the Black Wind Cavalry, I'll be the sinner of the Han family." Qi Xian said, "It won't happen." Han Yi frowned and looked at Qi Xian. "Why not?" Qi Xian smiled and said, "The Black Wind Cavalry won't be taken away by other families." Han Yi snorted. "Master, are you so confident in the Han family?" Qi Xian said, "Your fifth uncle is back." Han Yi was shocked. "Fifth uncle?" Qi Xian nodded. "He's back with a new Black Wind King. It's stronger, younger, and more agile than your previous mount." Han Yi could hardly believe it. "More powerful than my Black Wind King. How is that possible?" He found it hard to accept this fact. Qi Xian was much older than Han Yi, so how could he not know what Han Yi was thinking? On one hand, he sincerely hoped that the Han family could win, but on the other hand, he didn't want to see the Han family having a disciple who was more outstanding than him. In short, it was very contradictory. Qi Xian didn't expose his thoughts and simply said, "You should know that the Han family has been trying to use a new method to train the Black Wind Cavalry since a long time ago." Han Yi asked suspiciously, "That method worked?" Qi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, it was a success. So you can rest assured that no one can take away the position of commander. The Black Wind Cavalry belongs to the Han clan." "Madam Nan, Master Lu, old Mr. Meng, I'm leaving." In the house, Gu Jiao said goodbye to the three of them. Master Lu looked at the dark sky and said, "It's so late, why don't you leave tomorrow morning?" Gu Jiao said, "Tomorrow is the day of the primary selection. If I go today, I can let the Black Wind King rest more and wait for him to be exhausted." Madame Nan glared at her husband and said, "Who can bear to run all the way from here tomorrow morning and then start the competition right after?" Moreover, the Black Wind King hadn't eaten well recently and had lost a lot of weight. He wasn't at his peak condition. Master Lu smiled and said, "That's true. Jiao Jiao, be careful on the road." "I'll send you off," Gu Yan said. "Sister, I'll send you off too," Gu Shaoshan said. "All right." Gu Jiao curled her lips. Old Mr. Meng calmly stopped her and said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Gu Jiao looked at old Mr. Meng as she fixed the saddle for the Black Wind King. Old Mr. Meng took the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms from his waist and handed it to her. "Take it." After knowing that he was the real chess sage, Gu Jiao returned the token to him. Gu Jiao said, "I don't need the token to enter the inner city now." The State Master Hall gave her a token of the inner city. Old Mr. Meng said with a sour face, "Take it. If there's anything you can't handle, just tell him. I, old Mr. Meng, owe him a favor." Gu Jiao didn't refuse and took it. "Okay, thank you, old man." Old Mr. Meng coughed and said, "Call me master." Gu Jiao left. Old Mr. Meng thought, rebellious disciple. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan walked Gu Jiao all the way to the entrance of the alley. Gu Yan hooked Gu Jiao's finger and said, "You have to win." If it were others, they might say that winning or losing was not important and that one should act according to one's ability. But Gu Yan could feel that in the depths of her soul, there was something more important than her life. "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Shaoshan secretly gave his sister a mechanical box. This time it's been modified so it won't attack indiscriminately. You can use it without worry. Last time even Gu Jiao herself was hit by it. Gu Jiao tested it once in the State Master Hall and almost turned herself and Yi Qing into sieves. Gu Jiao took the mechanical box and said, "You guys go back, I'll be back as soon as I'm done with this." Gu Shaoshan pulled Gu Yan away. Even when they were far away, he still turned around and waved at Gu Jiao. "Sis, be careful on the road." Gu Jiao also waved back, "And I will." Only when the two entered the courtyard, Did Gu Jiao get on the horse? This was her first time riding the Black Wind King, and it was indeed different from other horses. She raised her eyebrows. Am I riding a horse? It's a Lamborghini. Too flashy. Considering the Black Wind King's condition and stamina, Gu Jiao didn't ride too fast. Halfway through she faintly felt that she was being followed. She looked at the shadow on the ground and slightly rubbed her chin. She told the Black Wind King to stop. That shadow also stopped. She left. That shadow also followed. Her fingertips tapped on the saddle a few times, then she suddenly got off the horse and walked towards that shadow. The horse panicked and buried its head into the grass on the side of the road. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me, Gu Jiao? Little Jing Kong refused to sleep. He wanted to wait for Jiao Jiao to come back. He wasn't satisfied with waiting in the Qilin Hall, so he directly ran to the State Master Hall's entrance. Xiaoheng helplessly followed. One big and one small waited in front of the State Master Hall's entrance like a rock. Finally Gu Jiao came. With 2 horses. The Black Wind King and the Horse King. The moment little Jing Kong saw the Horse King, his eyes lit up. Wow! Little Shi. Jiao Jiao, you brought little Shi here. The Horse King's body trembled. It was so frightened that its legs almost fell off. Why is this little brat here? Is it too late to escape now? Little Jing Kong's gaze was attracted by the Black Wind King. He realized that this was not the horse from his family. The horse at home was not so tall and majestic. Little Jing Kong was like a small spore in front of the Black Wind King. He looked at a towering tree and exclaimed, "Wow!" He looked at the Black Wind King in amazement. The Black Wind King also looked at him curiously. After a while, it took 2 steps towards him and sniffed his scent. It was just like how it sniffed the red-tasseled spear in the backyard. It likes you very much, Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. It doesn't have a name yet. Do you want to give it a name? The Horse King's morale was immediately boosted. I have a little brother now. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, Boss. The Horse King's face immediately fell. Xiaoheng reached out to Gu Jiao and Gu Jiao jumped off the horse. Xiaoheng looked deeply at the Black Wind King. It is, Gu Jiao nodded. It is. Little Jing Kong led the 2 horses happily into the State Preceptor Palace. Xiaoheng looked at the back of the Black Wind King and said, It has been starving for too long. Seems to be a bit weak. Is it really okay? Gu Jiao looked at the Black Wind King walking silently in the dark and said with certainty, I believe in it. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao saw Yi Qing in the Qilin Palace. Yi Qing first greeted Xiaoheng who sent Gu Jiao here, Your Highness Zhangsun. Then he said to Gu Jiao, Master asked me to send Mr. Xiao to the primary election. I have already signed you up. This is the token. Oh, Gu Jiao replied, took it and put it into her pocket. Yi Qing was stunned. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King out of the State Preceptor Palace. The location of the primary election was the Han family's Black Wind camp that the State Preceptor took Gu Jiao to yesterday. There were many people who came to participate. In addition to the children of the aristocratic families, there were also many children of poor families who had letters of recommendation. Most of the letters were from the academies or the government offices in Xingdu. Most people would be eliminated in the primary election, but most of them were not the children of the top 10 aristocratic families or the Nangong family. First, the background of the aristocratic families was a consideration. Second, the children selected by the aristocratic families were indeed not ordinary people. They were all the pillars of the family that spent a lot of money and resources to cultivate. In the case of talent and diligence, how could they lose to 10 years of hard work after 100 years of foundation and several generations of accumulation? If the children of poor families wanted to stand out, ordinary talent was not enough. They had to be talented, 1 in 10,000, and they had to put in unimaginable effort. Gu Jiao saw Gu Changqing from afar. Gu Changqing was with the crown prince, so it was not convenient for him to come over. He only exchanged glances with Gu Jiao for a moment, then followed the crown prince into the camp. The children of the Han family had privileges. Therefore, while others were waiting in line, Gu Changqing went to familiarize himself with the venue first. Yi Qing said to Gu Jiao, I won't go in. I will wait for Mr. Xiao outside. The people of the State Preceptor Palace did not participate in the military power. Sending Gu Jiao to the door was already the limit. If he went in to accompany Gu Jiao, he was afraid that he would be criticized. Gu Jiao nodded. After Yi Qing left, Gu Jiao rubbed the head of the Black Wind King and said, Are you ready? The The Black Wind King impatiently took a few steps forward and let out 2 heavy breaths as if responding to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's lips curled up. She tightened the reins and looked forward. Let's go. The preliminary selection was on a training ground in the west of the Black Wind camp. The selection process was not complicated. In the center of the ground, there were 6 man-made iron bridges, 5 feet wide and 2 feet long. The iron chains on both sides of the bridges were burning. At first glance, they were 6 blazing bridges of fire. The candidates needed to ride a horse across the fire bridges, walk on a small path buried with black gunpowder, and make a sharp turn onto a wooden platform about the height of a person. The last person to stay on the platform would advance. It was worth mentioning that during the whole process, the cavalry could not dismount in any way, otherwise they would be disqualified. Gu Jiao went to draw lots. 6 people in a group. She was number 36, the group in the morning. Gu Changqing was number 6. When Gu Jiao entered, he had just finished his competition. He rode a Black Wind mount, and his riding and martial arts skills were excellent, so he advanced without any suspense. Gu Jiao was not so lucky. She met both the Han family and Feng family in the first round. The Han family sent Han Che, who rode a fierce and vigorous Black Wind mount. The Feng family sent a branch family member who was also a rare expert. Although his horse was not a Black Wind mount, it was still very fierce and fierce. Adding on his strong internal energy, he could use his own internal energy to stabilize his mount when necessary. The other 3 were also top experts. 2 of them even spent a lot of money to borrow the Han family's Black Wind mounts. Everyone else's preliminaries were normal, but Gu Jiao's first round was hell. Gu Jiao had a toothache. Han Che stood on the first track and arrogantly said, "Is there one more person who's not coming? How long do we have to wait? I don't think he's scared and wants to forfeit. I advise you guys to forfeit as well. How confident are you to compete with the Han family for the Black Wind mount? No, how big of a misunderstanding is there?" The Feng family expert coldly said, Stop talking nonsense. We'll see later." Han Che snorted, "You overestimate yourself. The Black Wind mount he chose was the fiercest horse other than the new Black Wind King. This challenge was not as difficult as the usual training. He was definitely going to win. As soon as he thought about it, he felt his mount move a few times without him giving any orders. The Feng family expert's horse also moved a few steps. The other 2 Black Wind mounts also moved uneasily. "Don't scare my horse," the Feng family expert said to Han Che. Han Che unhappily said, "If you're afraid of being scared, then stay away from me. I even suspected that you used your internal energy to scare my horse." The restlessness of the horses began to increase. Not only were the horses like this, but Han Che also noticed that the horses waiting or resting were also restless, as if they felt some kind of suppression from their bloodline. Han Che frowned. In the next second, a strong murderous aura enveloped him from behind. Almost at the same time he heard someone exclaim, "Black Wind King? The Han family's Black Wind King is here." Black Wind King? His 5th uncle was here? Han Che quickly turned around. However, he did not see his 5th uncle, but a young man that he would recognize even if he turned into ashes. The young man was riding the Han family's previous Black Wind King. Like a returning king, his eyes were piercingly cold as he walked towards them step by step. Chapter 754. The rest of the people present didn't know that Black Wind King had retired, but Han Yi knew very well. This horse was old and couldn't fight anymore. Plus, it went crazy looking for its previous owner and was judged to have no military value by the Han family. The Han family announced that it was retired. In reality, they didn't want it anymore and left it to fend for itself. According to Chu Nan, when it found out that its previous owner was never coming back, it wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice itself. After so many days it was starving to death. Why was it standing in front of him all of a sudden? No, it wasn't all of a sudden. It had lost a lot of weight. Han Che had always envied his elder brother's mount and dreamed of riding it himself. He went to see it every few days, so he was very familiar with its appearance. He suddenly understood that Xiao Lulang must have picked up the horse. Xiao Lulang was a doctor who knew what method he used to prolong Black Wind King's life. Unfortunately, Black Wind King had lost its will to fight. So what if its life was prolonged? He was nothing more than a walking corpse. Han Che, who figured it all out, didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. Instead, it was replaced by endless ridicule and disdain. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Xiao Lulang. He rode on his black wind mount and looked at Gu Jiao's handsome face with the red birthmark. He said sarcastically, "You don't have money to buy a horse, so you stole our Han family's old Black Wind King?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? Stole? His Black Wind King was stolen? I was wondering, it's obviously Heir Han's mount. How did it end up in this kid's hands? The cavalry contestants began to whisper among themselves. A horse to a cavalry was like a weapon to an expert. Everyone wanted to have the best. However, they often couldn't obtain the best things, and they definitely didn't want their opponents to obtain them. If it belonged to someone that everyone could only look up to, then everyone's hearts would still be balanced. However, once it was snatched away by an ordinary person, this balance would be instantly broken. So it was stolen. The realization made them feel a little better. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao's existence was not to satisfy some people's self-consolation. She was here to shatter their fantasies. Gu Jiao said calmly, "The Black Wind King of your Han family? Why don't you try calling it and see if it responds?" Han Che choked. He stared at the horse on Gu Jiao's back and said seriously, "Black Wind King, come here." The Black Wind King didn't move. "Black Wind King," Han Che ordered again. The Black Wind King remained as still as a mountain. Han Che frowned. Strangely, this horse was not usually so indifferent to him. It did not allow him to ride it, but at least it gave him some response. Han Che racked his brain and suddenly had an idea. Horseshoe. The horseshoe on its feet belongs to our Han family. Gu Jiao patted the Black Wind King and said, "Come on, boss. Raise your horseshoe and let this blind man see it." Han Che was furious. "Who are you calling blind?" The Black Wind King raised its own hoof. It no longer had the horseshoe on its feet. It was a new one from the State Preceptor Hall. If he had the guts, he would go and argue with the State Preceptor Hall and see if it was the State Preceptor Hall that stole their horse. Han Che gritted his teeth and changed the direction of his attack. "Xiao Lulang, you don't have the right to participate." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "I'm qualified to be here. Speaking of which, didn't your Han family also hire someone to pretend to be a collateral descendant?" "You." Han Che choked with guilt. On the other side, his father's lieutenant shook his head slightly, indicating that he should not be led by the nose by Xiao Lulang. The more he said, the more it would prove that the Black Wind King belonged to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Yolang's every move seemed to be an answer to Han Che's doubts, but in reality Han Che had fallen into his trap. Han Che took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He snorted disdainfully. "What are you so proud of? It's just an old horse abandoned by our Han family. We already have a new Black Wind King. You can have this old piece of trash if you want to." "So it's an old horse. I heard that the Black Wind King was retired. Isn't it a little too cruel to throw it away after it's retired?" "I heard that it ran away on its own. It was obviously stolen by this brat." "That's enough. That's not important. Is this brat crazy to bring an old horse to participate in the competition?" A 16-year-old horse was already useless. If it was in the Han family, an excellent trainer might have been able to prolong its service life. However, in the hands of an ordinary brat, it was no different from a piece of trash. Perhaps the horse sensed the crowd's emotions, or perhaps it had sensed the Black Wind King's age. So what if it was a king? It was old after all. Young and strong horses were the true victors of the battlefield. The battlefield belonged to them. "Get ready." Following the examiner's shout, everyone stood in front of their own fire bridge. In a sense, the cavalry on both sides had a slight advantage. They were only affected by one side. The cavalry in the middle was like a pincer attack which affected the horses the most. Gu Jiao was on the third fire bridge. On her left was an expert from the Feng family, and on her right was another expert riding a Black Wind rider. The fire bridges were the same length as the explosion zone, but they were not necessarily in the same position. For example, some people's fire bridges started at 30 steps and ended at 70 steps. Others' fire bridges started at 10 steps and ended at 50 steps. The explosion zone was the same. This would cause a lot of disturbance to the horses. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and gently stroked the Black Wind King's neck. The Black Wind King was very calm. In comparison, the other horses were eager to try. They were more eager to charge than the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King looked really old. It was indifferent to the dangers around it. Will it be burned to death because it can't cross it later? It won't be burned to death, but it might be burned. It seems to be very tired. Is it so old that it can't move? The crowd was criticizing. No one was optimistic about the 16-year-old Black Wind King. The expert from the Feng family said to Han Che, "It seems that the winner of this round will be between you and me." Han Che said arrogantly, "You're wrong. There's no chance for you." The expert from the Feng family said coldly, "Let's wait and see." The gong sounded and the competition began. The horses tensed up their muscles and leaped forward, galloping forward. This was the round with the highest overall quality of the horses. 4 of the 6 horses were Black Wind riders, and the other 2 were also strong war horses. They were fast and vigorous. They were invincible. However, Gu Jiao's horse did not move. Everyone was speechless. Was it scared? Or did it really have dementia? Han Che's horse rushed out of the fire bridge. Han Che took the lead and crossed the burning bridge of fire. His bridge was the closest, so it was not strange for him to be the first to cross. However, his vigorous posture and skillful equestrian skills were still a feast for the eyes. Someone praised, as expected of the younger brother of Crown Prince Han. "This is the ability of the Black Wind King." The other 4 horses also stepped onto their respective fire bridges one after another. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King became the laughingstock of the crowd. Were these 2 guys here to be funny? The competition was over. Halfway through their laughter, a black shadow flashed in front of them. It was so fast that it was hard to see. Everyone was stunned. "What just passed?" "No, I didn't see. Ah, that kid is gone." The man and the horse that were originally standing there disappeared. "Go, go, go." Before he could finish his sentence, the Black Wind King had already rushed down the fire bridge with Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King caught up with the first opponent and left him far behind. The Black Wind King caught up with the second opponent. The third, the fourth. All the horses suddenly seemed to be moving in slow motion. In fact, it was not that they were slow, but the Black Wind King was too fast. Saying that it was old. Saying that it could not run anymore? Then I'll let you bastards have half the time. The Black Wind King's terrifying explosive power stunned everyone. Its muscles were taut, and they could clearly see the movement of its muscles as it ran. That was a sign of full strength. Han Che took the lead and was about to reach the explosion zone. He had already glanced at the second place. He had left the second place far behind. He would definitely be the first. Bang. Han Che's heart skipped a beat when he heard a loud noise. The Black Wind King was not startled. After all, they were trained. However, Han Che was not mentally prepared and almost fell off his horse. "Who the hell?" Han Che turned his head to look. Whoosh. Before Han Che could see it clearly, the Black Wind King had already rushed into the explosion zone of the third track. The sound of explosions intertwined, smoke billowed, and dust flew. The Black Wind King was too fast, so the frequency of the explosions was also high. It was as if a whip had been lit, and a series of crackling sounds were heard. The rhythm of the entire arena was messed up. The 2 horses were in a mess. One ran off the track and the other caused the rider to fall off. Both of them were eliminated. The Feng family's expert used his internal energy to stabilize the frightened horses, but it did not take long before they entered the explosion zone. Han Che also entered the explosion zone at the same time. There was another round of crackling sounds. Another horse scampered out of the race in fright. The Black Wind King was not affected in the slightest. It ran as fast as lightning, leaving Han Che and the Feng experts far behind. Even if they were injected with chicken blood, they would not be able to catch up. Gu Jiao's legs tightened around the horse's abdomen. Her strength and the Black Wind King's strength seemed to have merged into one. It was their first battle, but they seemed to have cooperated thousands of times. It was as if they were born with a tacit understanding. They were about to reach the platform. From afar, Gu Jiao felt that the platform was about the same height as her. When she got closer, she realized that the platform was even taller than Gu Changqing. Was at least 3 meters tall. Prepare to accelerate. Gu Jiao stood up from the saddle with the stirrups. She leaned over and grabbed the reins. Charge. The Black Wind King's speed was already unbelievably fast, but no one expected it to be able to accelerate. The platform was 7 feet high. It rose from the ground and jumped. The surroundings seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. Everyone held their breaths and the sound of explosions could not be heard. Everyone could not help but feel nervous for the Black Wind King. The platform was too high. Could it even reach it? The Black Wind Rider stepped up easily and landed firmly on the high platform. It used its strength to prove that it could handle the situation with ease. What useless old horse. The Han family is blind. Sir, the height of the platform is wrong. It's 1 foot too high. Then hurry up and lower it. The cavalry has already gone up. Where are the Han family and the Feng family? They haven't gone up yet. Then lower it. There was a mechanism under the platform. It could be raised and lowered freely. Gu Jiao felt the platform slowly move down. Oh, they wanted to lower the height? How could they cheat in public like this? In the crowd, some of the nobles were dissatisfied. Isn't this too much? Why didn't they lower it earlier or later? It's not fair. Gu Jiao rode on the Black Wind King and faced the direction where Han Che and the Feng family came from. She licked her lips and said amusedly, "It's useless." Han Che was happy to see the platform lower. He knew it. The platform was not that high during yesterday's training. Now it was foolproof. The corners of his lips curled up as he spurred his horse forward. The Black Wind King suddenly rushed over, raised its hooves and kicked him and his horse down. Han Che was caught off guard. This action was very dangerous because the platform was too high. If he was not careful, he could fall down due to inertia. Ordinary cavalry would not let their mounts do this. However, Gu Jiao was not an ordinary person, and the Black Wind King was not an ordinary horse. "If you dare to come, I will dare to kick you." The Black Wind King showed everyone its severely underestimated combat power. It was as if it had returned from nirvana. Even its strength was reborn. Han Che was directly kicked out of the competition. The Feng family's master was cunning. He took advantage of the time when Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King were dealing with Han Che to jump up from the other side of the platform. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind King rushed over and knocked the Feng family's master's mount down. The Feng family's master, "I'll go." A man and a horse fell from the high platform. The Feng family's master had to abandon his horse in order to not be crushed into meat paste. The Feng family's master was eliminated. Advanced to the next round, Xiao Lulang. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.